Good evening, everyone. Welcome. I'm going to call this meeting to order, and we're going to begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you very much, and welcome, everyone. At this point in time, I am going to report on executive sessions. The board met in executive session on the following dates: February 3rd, 2022 for personnel matters, February 15th, 2022 for personnel and legal matters, and February 22nd, 2022 for personnel and legal matters. And we will turn now to our report from students, and I want to welcome Sophie and Sammy.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you have all enjoyed your long weekend. Since the last time Sophie and I were here, RHS entered the second semester of the school year. For some, this meant starting new classes. For the seniors, it meant easing up a bit. And for everyone, it brings excitement and energy as we push to the end of the year. One special part of the second semester is all of the school dances. Unfortunately, senior semi was postponed from January 29th to March 19th after a snowstorm occurred on the original date. However, many seniors still have freshman semi to look forward to, which Sophie will talk more about later. As crazy as this may seem, at their last meeting, the Junior Student Council began planning for their class's senior prom. They recently confirmed the Constitution Center as the location of prom and have already chosen the venue for the big night. To celebrate Black History Month, the RHS Library Book Club is reading the graphic novel March by late Congressman John Lewis and author Andrew Adine. The library provided copies for everyone who wanted to participate in the book club, which had its first meeting February 17th. At this meeting, which took place on Zoom, RHS students were given the amazing opportunity to talk to Andrew Adine, asking him questions like, what's a funny story about John Lewis no one else would know? Adine also shared inspiring advice with the students about how the younger generations must lead the movement to unify our country, and reminded the students that any one of them could accomplish great things like John Lewis. The book club will meet this Thursday to debrief about the meeting and the book. Another special event that took place on February 17th was the Black Student Union Talent Show. While the BSU organized the show, any student from the school could perform. The night provided the opportunity for students to show off their special talents, including some incredible dancing and singing. The show took place in the RHS auditorium at 7 p.m., where students, teachers, and parents gathered to watch and support the performers. One highlight was the moving performance by Senora Perez, a 10th grade Spanish teacher who sang a beautiful song in Spanish. In more club news, one of the most popular fundraisers at RHS is Candygrams. So the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, had the right idea to raise money with the Valentine's-themed Candygrams. For this February fundraiser, students could pay $1 to send a note along with a rose to any other student in the school. Students received their roses on Monday morning, the 14th, a sweet gift for Valentine's Day. This year, the club hopes to raise an impressive $20,000, all of which will go to important research. For the Ethics Bowl Club, this was a big month given that they attended the Regional Ethics Bowl competition held virtually by Villanova University. In preparation for the competition, the club held multiple scrimmages where members practiced choosing a position on a certain case and arguing that point of view against opposing teams. Never pausing their mission to protect the environment, the Action Earth Club plans on holding a meeting soon for members to make posters and write letters to local elected officials encouraging them to take action against climate change. The club also plans on holding a clothing drive soon, of which I will likely have more details of next month. Finally, for club news, it's a very important time of the year for Radnor Robotics. Dedicated member Skylar Lee reports that every year, Radnor Robotics creates a new robot to participate in the latest VEX robotic competition. The team brainstorms and prototypes under the guidance of Mr. Delaney, who only advises the students and is not allowed to do any building himself. This year, even though only 2 of the current team members had prior competition experience, the team managed to design, build, program, and drive a robot well enough in order to qualify for the playoffs at both of 2 local competitions. The team's qualification for state's competition is currently pending. Sophie will discuss some more sports news later, but I'll cover some now since there's been so much happening recently. On Friday, February 11th and Saturday the 12th, the Radnor boys swim team competed at the Central League meet at Ridley High School. Radnor did great, with Rhett Cosgrove coming in first for the 500 free and setting a new pool record. On Saturday, February 12th, the Radnor girls swim team also competed at Central's, also at Ridley High School. The girls had an impressive performance, especially with Audrey Collins setting a pool record for the 100 fly and coming in first, of course. Radnor's 200 medley relay came in second, along with setting a new school record. Speaking of successful relays, the Radnor girls winter track team will be sending a 4x8 relay to states, which will take place February 27th at Penn State. Sophomore Zoe Margulies and Courtney Kearns, along with junior Amelia Dole and senior Lucy Hinkle, made up the team who qualified. This past weekend, the boys indoor track team ran at the last chance meet at Lehigh University. In an impressive victory, Radnor's 4x2 relay came in first in both their heat and overall out of 20 teams competing. In the 400-meter race, senior Gavin Williams came in 5th place and senior Jimmy Kurtz came in 3rd place for the 3,000-meter race. The boys will also compete this upcoming weekend at States. I hope you all have a great night, and I will now pass it on to Sophie.
Thank you, Sammy. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed the long weekend. While the month of February is short, there is still so much going on at RHS. Like Sammy said before, winter sports are starting to come to an end with this month of February, but nonetheless, there have been some great events. To start, the boys wrestling team had their senior night a few weeks ago. The team also dedicated the night in memory to their beloved classmate, Pete Henkel, and sold custom shirts where a portion of the proceeds went to Cure SMA. A few weeks ago, the girls' basketball team also dedicated their game against Springfield to raise money for Cure SMA. Throughout the week, the girls sold wristbands to raise money for the cause, and the boys' wrestling team distributed T-shirts. The girls' basketball game against Springfield helped them clinch the 6th and final spot in the Central League playoffs, with Mary Serene scoring the winning basket in a score of 31-30. Unfortunately, they did not make it to the finals, but are focusing on the district's playoffs. The girls beat Pencrest in an impressive 44-30 win and face Upper Moreland tonight. As well, the boys' basketball team faced Lower Merion last week in the Central League Championship at Ridley High School. Radnor brought the spirit, but unfortunately lost in a close game, 49-59. However, the boys are the #1 seed in the District 1 5A tournament, and their first game is tomorrow against Sun Valley. Both the girls and the boys' ice hockey teams created history last week by winning the first ever Mainline Cup. The girls beat Lower Merion 8-2, and the boys beat Lower Merion 6-5 in outstanding games. The girls and the boys continue to compete throughout the rest of the month as the season ends soon. This past weekend, Radnor's Model UN took a trip to Georgetown to participate in the North American Invitational Model United Nations, so excuse me if I sound a little hoarse due to the trip. The team boarded a coach bus mid-Thursday and took a 3-hour drive. The conference consisted of delegates from various locations across the globe, spanning from California to Puerto Rico. Throughout the weekend, the team represented countries such as Zimbabwe and the Syrian Arab Republic in committees like the World Health Organization or Special Political and Decolonization Committee. While they weren't in committee sessions, the team was able to spend time looking around Georgetown's beautiful campus and exploring DC. Radnor delegates had an amazing time and even took home some awards, including Juliana Bryant winning Best Delegate, Reese Hillman winning the Book Award, Naya Anad receiving a verbal recognition, and so many more I wish I could mention. The team now looks forward to their last conference at the end of March in New York. In student government news, the entire student council today had their annual meeting with the Radnor Township Police Department. The meeting allowed students to ask questions to their local officers and aimed to promote dialogue with high school students, while they also got to enjoy some delicious pizza. As February also comes to a close, the annual Freshman Assembly is finally here. The theme is masquerade, so there are bound to be lots of fun eye masks, hats, and other decorations. Both the freshmen and the upperclassmen are very excited for the event, as it is the first dance of the year. We can't wait to see how it all turns out. Speaking of upcoming events, next week is the Radnor High School musical, Mamma Mia. The show is set to take place live March 3rd through March 5th. Tickets went on sale last week and have been selling like crazy. The show consists of 2 casts, which are performing on various nights. Everyone is so excited to see the show and listen to their favorite songs like Voulez-Vous or Dancing Queen. Thank you all so much for your time again, and we all hope you have a good night.
Thank you, Sammy and Sophie. And that's just what's happening at the high school, let alone the middle school and the elementary school. You are one busy student body, that's for sure. Thank you very much. At this moment in time, I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Batchelor, for his report.
Good evening. Good to see everyone. And thank you, students. Thank you, Sammy and Sophie, for your report. And for our students who are here for recognition, sometimes you have to sit through like the really boring superintendent's remarks. I'm going to try to keep these quick, and we'll get to your recognitions right after this presentation. So in my superintendent's remarks tonight, I just want to first talk about what we've been doing for the last 2 years. We share just where we are with our positive COVID cases reported. Thankfully, as you can see, as a district, our cases mirroring what we've been seeing in our region and in our area have been dropping quickly, and we're very thankful for what we see and very appreciative of all the communication with our community and support from our staff, parents, and students. On the next slide, you can just see by the numbers, and again, to see what we were dealing with in January as opposed to what we're dealing with now. We suspected in January we would see a quick drop. Luckily, that has come true, that we've seen that drop. But what we experienced in January and February did strain the system. We were many weeks, especially those first 2 weeks after break, struggling to keep our buildings open just because we had so many staff who needed to be out because they were sick or family members had it, the number of students who were out as well. I can't thank our staff enough for all they did to help cover classes, to help support, to keep our buildings open for our students, the commitment of our parents to work in collaboration with each of our buildings when their students weren't feeling well, to keep them home, and we were able to weather the month of January. And we're in a different place now. In the next slide, you can see the Delaware County transmission levels, and that has really good news as well. We have been high transmission in Delaware County since August, and we have now moved from high transmission to just the other day to substantial, moved down to substantial. So even in our county, the spread rates are decreasing as well. So that's some good news for us tonight as well, which leads into our next slide, which is something we've been talking about since December. We started having conversations in December about what is our pathway for when we could look to remove and adjust some of our mitigation. How do we balance our mitigation with our educational program? And we started to have those discussions in December, continued to have the discussions in January, and now here we are in February, and we're ready to make a recommendation. As I've shared with the community, the recommendation tonight that is on the agenda for our school board is the recommendation that we look to move away from requiring masking, and it is specifically that 2B. There's some details in the PowerPoint here on what the recommendation is all about. We will get into the nuts and bolts of this during the agenda item later in the meeting. So I won't go through it all with you now, but that's the applause because the superintendent is supposedly making a brief comments here. I think that's what that applause was. But so we will get into the nuts and bolts of this later in the meeting, but that's the recommendation that's on our agenda for tonight. Moving to our next item on the presentations, I want to shift gears for just a moment. And I think you're either all here to recognize our students, or you're all here because you want to hear about our comprehensive facilities plan. So I'm going to take advantage of this room full for a moment. We have done a mailer to our entire community. The school board set a goal 2 years ago to develop a long-term capital plan for our school district. We need to understand and look at our buildings, the conditions of our buildings, and set up a long-term facilities plan for what we need to invest, fix, and adjust within our buildings. Some of our buildings are much newer, are in great condition. Some of our buildings are from 1963. As a kid growing up, I was very lucky. My uncle gave me a 1960 Thunderbird. This is the 1980s, a 1965 Thunderbird. It was a great car, but I had to fix it every 3 weeks. It required a lot of money. It required a lot of repair. Wouldn't it be a great car as a family car for me right now? And my parents eventually guided me into having to sell the car. We want to have conversations with our community now that we've done a feasibility study on the conditions of our building and share those conditions. Share with you what buildings are in excellent, good condition and what buildings are in fair and poor. We also want to talk about our educational program and talk about what are the things that we should be doing in order to set up a 5, 10, 15, even a 20-year plan to make sure that our buildings represent the priority this community gives to the education of our students. We also want to make sure we're looking at enrollment. So all of you are here tonight. I hope to see you at one of our meetings. We sent a mailer to our entire community, not just our parents that are, have children in the school, but the entire Radnor community have received this mailer. And you can see on the the dates. I have trouble seeing with all the 2x4s in the walls here. But on March 3rd, March 7th, and March 16th are the 3 meetings. Those 3 meetings will be identical. You're welcome to attend any one of those meetings, and we want to share the results of our facility study, and we want to gather community feedback on what should be our next steps. What are the things that we should be thinking about our program when it comes to our buildings? What things are working well? What things that are you seeing as challenges? And how should we respond to this feasibility study? So I hope people can join us for that. I want to also just announce tonight that we have a new summer math program. So a new summer math program, please look for that, parents, as we start advertising in our Radnor Reader. This was thanks to feedback we've received from community members and parents as they see their kids go through our math program. We want to make sure our math program has as many on-ramps and off-ramps so that our kids, that all of a sudden a light bulb is going off and they feel like math is a subject area where they want to stretch themselves. What's that opportunity for them to move a level? What is that opportunity for, as I call it, the on-ramps and off-ramps within our math program? So we have a new summer math program that we'll be sharing more at the middle school with our community for this summer. And then next on the slide, we have a lot of reasons. We always like to share each month our reasons to be Radnor proud. There's so many pictures in here. Some of them are our students that are going to be recognized tonight in just a moment. Some of our Gateway students from some of our athletic teams that you heard from Sammy and Sophie about tonight, from our theater, right down to students 7th grade Gracie Gill and 4th grade Ella Gill, who performed at Carnegie Hall for the Elite International Music Competition Winners Recital. And then even on the bottom right corner, we have students there who were involved in Tuesday, because today was 2-2-2-2-2 on Tuesday. So many of our 2nd graders celebrated Tuesday today. That's some of the pictures there. And then the final slide, I have 2 others. It's just upcoming events. There is so much happening within our district. I just want to make sure we continue to share. I want to point out 2 specific items on the upcoming events. One is our Read Across America, which is coming up on March 2nd, and also our Community Unplug, which I believe is, what day is the Unplug? March 4th. And so March 4th, something we've started a couple years ago, a day of unplugging. It's a day I especially look forward to. We unplug from our phones, our technology. We encourage that with our kids and our staff, that we get a day of unplugging. I would like to have, a month or many evenings of unplugging with my children at home. I try, it's a constant battle. And we want to celebrate the opportunity for our kids to have a day of unplugging, and that's coming up on March 4th. And then want to mention on the agenda tonight, we have a couple of personnel items. I want to, first off, I'm going to start on the far right with George Regal. George Regal has been our Assistant Director of Student Services and specifically working in special education. George Regal has an opportunity to go to Chester County IU, and I just want to congratulate George on this position. We will miss him, and we can't thank him enough for all that he's done for our district. And while George is moving on to the Chester County IU, Kara Miller, who's been our supervisor in Student Services, will fill in as the Acting Assistant Director for Student Services with George leaving, and we will be backfilling Kara's position temporarily. And I also want to welcome Joe Danielli. Joe Danielli has been our Acting Director of Transportation, and Joe is now going to be our Permanent Director of Transportation. I received a wonderful email today from a parent who said how excited they were to see Mr. Danielli, to see Joe is going to be our Transportation Director. They said they came to the district several years ago. Their first point of contact in the district was Joe, how helpful he was with setting up transportation for their child. We're thrilled with Joe. A little secret, Joe and Bill Dolan really are the ones people said, boy, Ken, you've made some good snow calls this year, and you stayed open the one day when the rest of the county closed. Well, it's because of Joe and Bill Dolan is why we stayed open, because the 2 of them were so confident that our buses could get through and our operations team could open our building. So we're really excited for Joe, and congratulations to Kara, and congratulations to George Regal as well. And that's all for the superintendent's remarks. I tried to keep it quick.
Thank you, Dr. Batchelor. And just the slide that showed the trifold, of the upcoming facilities planning meetings. If it hasn't landed in your mailbox, don't worry, it hasn't landed in some of ours either. You know that with the mail today, it's been mailed out, but if it hasn't gotten there, don't worry, it should be arriving soon, and hopefully you will all join us to hear that work ahead that we have as a district going on. With that said, I'd like to move to the next item on our agenda, which is going to be recognitions, and we have Mr. Jubileer, who is going to lead us through the first one. Danny here, Danny Rose.
You're not so tall. Danny. Radnor High School junior Danny Rosenblum named to the United States Under-18 men's basketball roster for the 21st MACCABIAH Games in Israel. Radnor High School junior basketball guard Danny Rosenblum was recently selected for the 12-man roster of the U18 men's basketball team for the 21st MACCABIAH Games taking place in July 2022 in Israel. He joins players from across the country on the team and is the only athlete from Pennsylvania to be selected. MACCABIAH USA is a federally recognized not-for-profit organization with an extensive history of enriching Jewish lives through athletic, cultural, and educational programs. MACCABIAH USA is the official sponsor of the United States team to the World Maccabi Games and the Pan American and European Maccabi Games, as well as a sponsor of the JCC Maccabi Games for teens in North America. The first Maccabi was held in Ramat Gan in 1932 with 390 athletes from 18 countries taking part. Traditionally held every 4 years, interrupted only by World War II, by 2017 the Games had grown to include nearly 10,000 Jewish athletes from more than 75 countries competing in 40 sports, making it the third largest international multi-sport event in the world, following only the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup. Danny is coached at Radnor High School by my friend as well, Jamie Chadwin, with assistant coaches Mike Boland and Josh Leopold. The superintendent and the school board congratulate Danny, his parents and family, and his coaches for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations, Danny. You got a big crowd.
Thank you. And Danny, if you want your parents to join you, they're more than welcome. If you don't, that's okay too. I'll let you work that out among you. So, all right, thank you very much, Mr. Jubileer, and congratulations to the Rosenblums. The next item on our agenda will be a recognition, and Ms. Sarah Dunn will lead us through that one.
Why don't you guys come on up? So I'm very honored to honor the RMS Gateways program, which has earned 2 awards in 2022 at the Philadelphia Future City competition. Radnor Middle School students in the 8th grade integrated program Gateways earned 2 awards, Innovation in Sustainable Engineering and Inspiring Heroes in the virtual Philadelphia Future City competition on January 22nd. The team researched and developed a solution to the challenge, Design a Waste-Free City, that uses the principles of a circular economy. I don't think everyone here can even describe a circular economy, so I was impressed. And they did this by imagining and creating the future city Marokora on the coast of Greece. According to the students' submission, their proposed future city would operate under a free, capital R, F-R-E-E, philosophy, futuristic, revitalization, equitable, and ebullient, to be waste-free to the highest degree. Using cardboard and other materials, the team designed and built homes and other structures for their city, including a hospital, middle school, and police station. A moving sidewalk was proposed and constructed, as was a solar farm, recycling plant, and islands off the coast dedicated to gardening and shopping. Future City is a project-based learning program where middle school students imagine, research, design, and build cities of the future. Each year, participating teams are given a specific problem and must create a futuristic city that addresses this issue. The Gateway students who presented the class project at the competition were Jacqueline Dunn, Layla Guinan, Maya Imperato, Samantha Stamps, and Jed Van Duzen. And they are all here. I'm going to ask you to, well, 4 of you are here. The complete roster of students enrolled in the Gateways program this school year are Adriana Anderson, Lannon Boyd, Isabella Bucci, Sabrina Chen, Hun Cho, Joseph Dara, Ella Diebold, Annika Dillon, Jacqueline Dunn, Jackson Farhi, Arav Gadamidi, Nicolo Gallia, Ezekiel Gobensyung, Finn Gorman, Layla Guinan, Connor Haynes, Natalie Hazruni, Cal Honesty, Maya Imperato, Banu Izatoglu, Fiorella Johnson Gonzalo, Samuel Kane, Alexia Kim, Max Korenberg, Ava Kostick, Tobin Longsworth, Lucas Mitchell, Andrew Quigley, Mackenzie Rose, Kanjin Shao, Cooper Smith, Graham Sonier, Samantha Stamps, Ashley Sue, Sarvesh Sundar, Jed Van Duzen, Luke Vandeveer, Margaret Wetzel, Maisie, Naya Yao, and Luke Zhang. And now you know why we didn't invite all of them. It would have filled the room. The class was led by 8th grade teachers Darcy DiGiacomo and Stephen Smolin. The superintendent and the school board congratulate the members of the Gateways class, their parents and families, and their teachers for this outstanding accomplishment. Thank you guys so much for coming. And I think Mr. Petiti would like you in the hallway. If your parents are here too, they can come out with you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thanks. I'm going to follow you guys.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to our Gateways students. At this time, it is time for public comment. The board will provide an opportunity at each regular board meeting for eligible participants to comment on matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before the board. The board requires that public participants be residents of the district, be taxpayers of the district, be persons with a legal or contractual right to address the board, be persons recognized by the presiding officer as having a special interest such that addressing the board would be appropriate, and sign in with their name and address. The sign-in sheet is over there. Please make sure you do that. Eligible participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and must preface their comments by an announcement of their name. During virtual meetings, public comment sent by email must include the commenter's name, street address, town, and topic to be addressed. Individual comment shall be limited to not more than 4 minutes as per policy 006, meetings and public participation. Administration will respond to general questions raised during public comments sometime after the meeting. Parents with questions specific to their child's educational experience are encouraged to contact their child's teacher and/or building principal directly. Should you be unable to attend this board meeting, comments can be submitted by email to boardcomments@rtsd.org or in writing to Mr. Michael Petiti, Radnor Township School District, 135 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087. And we have our first public commenter.
I
Is
just
that
have a
right?
question. Are the students required to give their addresses? We've got 2 news camera or news microphones here, and I think that's really.
No, the rule is that you sign in over there.
Okay.
But all you need to do is announce your town. So that's for adults and for students.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay? All right. So with that, is anybody here who would like to make a public comment this evening? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Hallie Ambler, Wayne, Pennsylvania. I have an 8th grader at the middle school and a 5th grader at Wayne Elementary. First, I'd like to thank the principals, teachers, and staff at WES, RMS, and throughout our school district for all of their work in these most challenging of times. Thank you, board members, Dr. Batchelor, and everyone in the administration for your service to our community. I fully support the administration's proposal to revise the health and safety plan to make masks optional in Radnor schools. I watched last week's curriculum committee meeting. I was impressed by the thoughtfulness, research, and preparation the administration put into this proposal. It was reminiscent of the thorough work the administration did prior to your vote to bring our students back into the school buildings which was a resounding success. I think we've all come to realize that this virus is not going to go away, and the time has come to learn to live with it. Cases are down, the hospitals have capacity for those who need care, vaccinations and boosters are readily available. The CHOP Policy Lab supports schools moving to mask optional policies. We have all experienced the Omicron variant rolling through our community. There has been little rhyme or reason as to who it infected and who it spared. Mask wearing or vaccination status didn't seem to relate to who got sick and who did not. The upside was that the illness was generally mild and fast moving. I took this as a good sign that we're moving towards endemic status. I don't mean to make light of the fact that people have become seriously ill or have died from this virus, but it's just my observation of how things have changed since masks were initially mandated. I can understand the hesitancy you may be facing in making a decision like this, but the most convincing data I have seen that gives me confidence that it's the right thing to do is the series of graphs that Dr. Dukevich presented last week. The final graph compares the Radnor schools' infection rates under the mask mandate to four other school districts that are mask optional. The curves are practically identical. I don't see a correlation between mask wearing and transmission rate. The scientific evidence that masking is doing any significant amount of good is disappearing. Our 8th grader has Down syndrome. He participated in the mask optional ESY program last summer, and it was a wonderful success for him. Thank you, Mrs. Lesage. There were no barriers to inhibit his articulation, no cloth for him to shout through, no mask to fidget with, and he could see others' faces to help him understand and be understood. The CDC has been slow to update their guidance on this issue. It seems content to leave the decision-making to the local level. And I agree that the locality should make those decisions based on community statistics and needs. Radnor is a small, dynamic community. Radnor should make our decisions, not some agency in Atlanta or DC. Before I conclude, I'd like to share something that my 5th grader wrote. I believe that masks should be optional in school. First, masks are hard to hear people in, so when you're in the classroom, sometimes you can't hear direction. Second, masks cause distractions like kids pull on them and play with them. Third, some kids forget their masks, so they give them disposable masks. Now we have more trash problems and our land is not as clean as it should be. Finally, masks keep us from seeing each other's smiling faces, and I think that's very important. I think that masks should be optional. You were leaders last year when you brought our students back into the school buildings. Please continue your leadership in returning Radnor to normalcy and make masks optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ambler, just would you mind moving the mic a little bit more? There you go.
Do I have to do it again?
If you want to. No, just kidding. Thank you, though. All right, is anybody else? Yes, welcome.
Thank you. A few notes here. I, too, am grateful to all of you. You've done a spectacular job.
Would you please kindly just
sorry.
announce your name
I'm
and
sorry,
town?
I'm sorry.
Thank you so
Beth
much.
Moen, Bryn Mawr. I forgot where I live for a second. My son is at Radnor Elementary School, 5th grade. I'm very grateful to the administration for bringing this vote here tonight. It's been a long time in coming. A few comments I'd like to make that I hope will inform the vote tonight, but also inform decisions about reinstituting masks in the future should cases rise. Masks are not at all settled science in the setting of schools and children. High-quality masks like surgical masks or even better, N95s, worn by adults absolutely are effective. And that's what studies show. But keep in mind that probably the majority of our children over the past year and a half wore cloth masks and fiddled with them all day and removed them for lunch for a half an hour or so. While cloth masks can help reduce droplet transmission, this virus is spread by aerosol, okay? And it goes through a cloth mask on exhalation, and it comes back through the mask on inhalation. Further, the virus can last in the air for 3 hours. So these are the facts. But despite having little impact for an aerosolized virus, thankfully, a year plus of ineffective cloth masks did not result in massive hospitalizations or deaths or any significant impact on the Radnor community. And that's great. But to me, that means they probably didn't, we probably didn't need any kind of mask if that's the case. So I also want to point out that the World Health Organization and the European counterpart to our CDC does not mandate masks, has not from the beginning of the pandemic, does not mandate masks in children under 12. It is a very low risk group, and the harms likely outweigh the benefits. Masking kids is a policy decision. It's a policy decision. I wanted to make a comment about the Child Policy Lab. I'm in full agreement with their recommendation. I'm in full agreement with what's on the table for tonight. But they make the comment that masks are effective, and they give a link. Well, that link goes to the CDC website. Some of the articles on that website in support of masks are, frankly, incredibly flawed articles, particularly the Arizona study looking at school districts. It has been skewered by many academic physicians. I am shocked that it's still on their website, but it was that article that really pushed the CDC to keep ringing this bell of keeping masks on kids in schools. So I just wanted to comment on that. Lastly, I think decisions about masking kids has to balance the question of how much it's really helping, which I would argue they essentially had no mask for a year and a half, wearing cloth masks this past year, and how much it's hurting. I often find it difficult to understand someone speaking with a mask on. When I consider a room full of unruly children and a teacher many feet away at the front of the room, I can't even imagine how much the kids are absorbing. In a post-vaccination world, the vast majority of people getting hospitalized are unvaccinated, over 65, and/or have comorbidities. I think we have to ask ourselves, what is our goal? Is our goal to the hospitalization rate? That's a reasonable goal.
4 minutes has expired.
I think it's time to get rid of masks permanently. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Heather Gill, St. David's, Pennsylvania. Enough. We have had enough. Teachers, parents, most importantly, our kids have had enough. We've stayed home. We've flattened the curve. We've got vaccinated. We've had masks on for almost 2 years. We've had enough. CHOP policy is all we heard for the last 2 years. And now CHOP policy has updated their guidelines. You no longer want to follow CHOP policy as it no longer aligns with what you want. I was alerted to this at last week's meeting. I was alarmed by the discussion and opinions of the board about masking. This board must separate their personal opinions and let parents decide what's best for their kids. You do not know our individual kids. Parents do. You do not know how they feel, how they're doing. Are they struggling? Yet you sit on the throne and make decisions for our kids. It ends tonight. I have seen various board members out in public without a mask, photos at restaurants, destinations, and yet our kids eat alone every day. You can make the decisions to eat elbow to elbow with your friends at a restaurant. Yet our kids had to be masked, playing sports, musical instruments, and yet you live your lives. You leave and go to various meetings and leave school board members for Sixers games. It just doesn't work. How do you explain to your child when you see people unmasked at adjacent school districts, at the Super Bowl, or see school board members out in public unmasked? I'm not judging you. You're living your lives. That's great. But I'm angry, and I'm angry that you can live your lives and make decisions for your lives, but our kids can't. Isn't that we're supposed to learn in school for our children to be self-sufficient and make decisions? In December 2021, the Surgeon General issued public health advisory indicating a 90% increase in depression symptoms, 75% increase in anxiety symptoms, 125% increase in eating disorder admissions, and 50% suicide attempts in girls. How can you ignore this data with the 100% 0.01 of deaths in children under 18? And this was put forth by the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association. For every student that's become depressed, anxious, or developed eating disorders because of the current masking situation, we, the parents, will blame you. And God forbid any student attempts suicide, we, the parents, will blame you. I am not asking to ban masks. I'm demanding it, as it's my parental right to decide if my children should wear masks. I'm not giving up my parental rights to decide what's best for our children. If masks work, then why does it matter if my child wears a mask and another child doesn't? You wear a mask if you feel safe. That's wonderful. You will be an adult the rest of your lives. These kids have a small window in elementary, middle, and high school. Do not rob them any more of their childhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gill.
Thanks, Heather.
Good evening.
Thanks, Heather. That was excellent. Colleen Fisher, 601 Brookside Avenue in Wayne. Thanks for having me tonight. I have one daughter at Wayne Elementary School in kindergarten. I'm here tonight to request the school board to vote to end the masking requirement for our children. My daughter in kindergarten is on the autism spectrum and receives special education at West. Her diagnosis came about 2.5 years ago, and until then, the plan was always for her to attend school with her older sisters at St. Catherine's in Wayne. However, with their special needs and the outstanding reputation of Radnor's special ed department, the choice was clear and our expectations exceeded so far this year in all areas but one: the prolonged use of face coverings and the board's disregard of parental input on this matter. Some of her services include, but are not limited to, speech, social skills, OT, and PT. It cannot be argued that face coverings hinder meaningful progress towards her individualized goals. Seeing facial expressions, mouths forming words are essential for any child, let alone a special needs child. I'm sure you've heard of the CDC quietly lowering their standards for words met by 24 months of age. We know that speech therapy referrals are through the roof currently. It's time to raise the bar for our children, not lower it. I don't know if teacher input is a part of your hesitancy on this issue, but if a child's nose and mouth being exposed frightens a teacher when they have the opportunity to be triple vaxxed and wear their own face covering, then that teacher entered the wrong profession. I'd like to conclude with touching on the Super Bowl. We all saw it and noted the hypocrisy of California having a universal mask mandate and 80,000 people on TV, including Governor Newsom, mayors, celebrities, etc., all unmasked. It was painful, but honestly, I appreciated it. To me, it showed complete disregard for nonsense policies at a national level. It gave me hope. The audience wasn't kicked out. The game did not end at halftime because people weren't following the rules. If mask requirements at Radnor don't end, I can assure you, you will soon be faced with your own Super Bowl moment. And it won't be us there. It'll be our children at school, faces free, regardless of policy. The question is, how will they be treated? Will they be turned away? And it won't be you there. We know this. It'll be faculty and administration. And if that's a burden you're willing to place on them, then perhaps you're in the wrong profession too. Thank you for your time and our thoughtful consideration of our children.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Dave Falcone from Newtown Square. I appreciate all of you and your time tonight and the consideration you're giving to this. I am here to get to it, to advocate that we move away from masks for our students. I'm here as a dad, right? I've been a board member. I've been a lot of different things, but I'm advocating here for my kids that are in my house and for the kids that I see and that I coach. And you'll hear lots of facts tonight from people that are a lot smarter than me. I am not a doctor. I know virtually nothing about the medicine here or the science. But what I see, and what I believe. And I think the time is now. I think Radnor has endured enough. I think we have all endured enough. But I think our children have endured the most, because these moments are real for them. What's becoming a normal life for them is not what any of us know as normal. I've been here 43 years, so I can pivot from a mask. My 5-year-old can't pivot from his mask. My 8-year-old can't pivot from her mask because they're used to it. It hangs from their face. They think, this is what I need to do. This is what I'm supposed to do. And they don't know any better. So we have to kind of beg of you, as the decision makers here, for our kids. We can do it at home. I'm doing it in my home. You all control what happens in our classrooms, where they learn, where they see their friends. What I want from them is to come to school like I went to school and see their friends and feel normal, and it will take time. Because what's happened now is we're conditioning them. But we can fix that. You can fix that. I believe in it. Now, I know there is so much uncertainty here. I know that the decisions you'll make tonight that you've made in the past, you weren't sure of. When this started, I was afraid. I'm sure all of you were afraid. That fear passed to my kids. We have to move away from that. We have to create a new path for them, and the only way we can do that is following your lead, letting that happen in class. And I'll speak specifically to Mr. Babson. You're so powerful, and you speak to so many people in this community. You gather data. This is an opportunity to speak to those people, to say, get behind me. We can do this together. It's not going to be perfect. We're not going to be sure, but we can be better. We can start together. Trust me. Let's trust this together. I'm asking as a dad. I don't know any better. I don't know if any of you do either. It's what I hope. It's what I think we need. And I think now's the right time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Falcone. Anybody else? Come on. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm Chris Vale from Wayne. I have a sophomore at the high school. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here, and I'll keep my comments under the 4-minute time limit. As this is a school board meeting and schools are institutions of academic learning, I hope to make an academic argument and appeal, especially as we've spent the last 2 or 3 years talking about following the science. I'd like to cite some science for you. There's about a dozen different studies which have attempted to establish the effectiveness of masks in preventing virus transmission. There was a May 2020 meta-study on pandemic influenza published by the US CDC. It found that face masks had no effect, neither as a personal protective equipment nor as a source control. A WHO review of 10 randomized controlled trials of face masks against influenza-like illnesses, published in September of 2019, found no statistically significant benefit. A Danish randomized controlled trial of 6,000 participants, published in the Annals of Internal Medicine in November 2020, found no statistically significant effect of high-quality medical face masks against SARS-CoV-2 infection in a community setting. A large randomized controlled trial with close to 8,000 participants, published in October 2020 in PLOS-1, found face masks, quote, did not seem to be effective against laboratory-confirmed viral respiratory infections nor against clinical respiratory infection. A February 2021 review by the European CDC found no high-quality evidence in favor of face masks and recommended their use only based on the precautionary principle. A July 2020 review by the Oxford Center for Evidence-Based Medicine found there is no evidence for the effectiveness of face masks against virus infection or transmission. A November 2020 Cochrane review found that face masks did not reduce influenza-like illnesses, neither in the general population nor in healthcare workers. There's about a dozen of these. I could go on, but I think you get the idea. Before I rattle off a bunch of more data points, I'd like to get into some of the studies which have shown the downsides of mask mandates. And there are several. The WHO warns of serious side effects such as difficulty breathing and skin rashes. That difficulty breathing can lead to hypercapnia and hypoxia. An Israeli-Canadian study published in Cognitive Research in February 2022 found that face masks disrupt holistic processing and face perception in school-age children. Tests concluded by the University Hospital of Leipzig in Germany have shown that face masks significantly reduce the resilience and performance of healthy adults. A German psychological study with about 1,000 participants found severe psychological consequences due to the introduction of mandatory face masks in Germany. Again, there's about a dozen different citations I could read you. The fact is, we spent 2 years arguing about whether or not we were following the science, and the science for face masks has never been there. It's time we stop the madness. We admit that we were wrong, we admit our mistakes, and we let the kids breathe freely, finally, as they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vale. Good evening.
Good evening. Christina Heinzer, Bloomingdale Avenue. Before I give my comment, I'm going to state my background as it is relevant to the current issues. I previously worked 5 years in pediatric clinical research at SHOP. I also hold a master's in mathematics and have taught at both private and public schools in the states of Maryland and Pennsylvania. I do hold a Pennsylvania public teaching certification in math. I'm here tonight to speak on the important issue of masks. I came to the December 21st meeting and I spoke of 65 different research studies examining bodily harm caused by masks. I went into depth regarding those risks, but here are just a few highlights. Research has proven that masks cause increase in breathing resistance, increase in blood carbon dioxide, increase in heart and respiratory rate, decrease in cardiopulmonary capacity, heart issues, exhaustion, breathing issues, headache, dental issues, yes, that is happening, and emotional and social issues. In addition to these negative health consequences, I brought up the fact that on December 10th, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court backed the Pennsylvania Commonwealth decision that the mask mandate is completely unlawful and unenforceable. The PA Supreme Court affirms the Commonwealth decision that the health department cannot force masks on healthy children. For at least 2 months now, this board has been in violation of the following PA public school codes: 27.71, 27.72, and 27.60. You surveyed Radnor teachers on their thoughts, and the majority of teachers support moving to mask optional. You didn't, however, survey students and parents, so we took that upon ourselves. We started a petition 2 weeks ago, and as of now, over 550 Radnor residents have agreed they want to move to mask optional, and that number is growing by the day. I have that list right here for anybody that wants to see it. In addition to this petition, please remember the December student email comment that contained a petition where several hundred Radnor students, I can't remember if it was several hundred, it was a lot. Several students, many students, commented that signed this petition saying that they wanted a choice in masks. I watched the special committee meeting last week, and the points you made further supported this. You showed graphs demonstrating the spread of COVID over districts in our area, some of which are mask optional and ours which is mask mandatory. The graphs looked nearly identical. Let me also remind everyone here that during the Delta variant last summer, all 5 Radnor schools were open for summer school without a mask mandate. I would drop my daughter off at West and witness a packed sidewalk full of teachers and students pushing through unmasked crowd to find their group. It seemed as if COVID didn't exist. Last summer, we had 5 Radnor schools open for summer school, the Delta variant, no mask mandate, and yet only 1 case of COVID within these schools. Masks don't seem to be doing anything but hindering the emotional, social, and physical health of our children. I can't tell you how many times my husband and I and our friends have seen board members out in crowded public restaurants, not eating or drinking, but completely unmasked. Yet I have to mask my young children, one of which is immune compromised, for 38 hours a week? How hypocritical of you. I love our school, I love our teachers, and this is why we've complied for this long, but this is now criminal, and the Pennsylvania Supreme Court thinks so too. We want to move to mask optional now, not some arbitrary date 2 weeks from now. We want the option to send our children to breathe freely and unobstructed tomorrow, and we never want to lose this autonomy again. Seriously, never again. I will not tell another human, woman, man, or child, or anyone what to do with their body, and I will wholeheartedly respect their decision. I expect the same for myself and my children. Let me further remind this board and anyone listening that vaccinated individuals are contracting and spreading COVID. If you try to discriminate against the unvaccinated populations in any decisions made tonight or in the future, I assure you we parents will be taking action against this board, citing it's not, I know I'm under 3:30, I know I am, citing discrimination, and the science surely backs that. I want to end my comment with this. Please start listening to our concerns. We simply want autonomy. We will, of course, respect anyone's decision over their child, masked or not, and teach our children to do the same as they have been doing since the beginning. We as parents and guardians of these incredible children, want a choice, and we aren't going away. We know our rights, we have the resources, and we will protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I would ask that everybody please try to honor the 4-minute limit because so many people want to speak. So just to be fair to everybody else, please try to honor the 4-minute limit. Thank you.
I'm Kaki Martin, and I live in Wayne. Good evening. Please vote tonight for mask choice for Radnor students. At 17, I know that you're playing political games, but what are 5-year-olds supposed to think when they attend sporting events and concerts, the grocery store and the mall, and they see the adults around them unmasked? You, the Radnor Township School Board, are breeding mental illness into the children in Radnor. You are forcing us to cover our faces and restricting our oxygen in exchange for an education. How is that just? I sit in school for 6 hours every day with a muzzle on my face. I sit in the cafeteria 6 feet away from my friends. If I get too close, I get reprimanded. I sit in a desk and listen to my teachers talk from behind a mask, in a cage of plexiglass, barely even able to hear them. The kindergartner I babysit told me how he wishes he could run around with his friends during gym, but he can't because he cannot breathe. When I was 5 years old, my biggest concern was if I would get a swing on the playground or trying to be first in line to go outside to play. And these kids are worried about not being able to breathe oxygen. I've heard people on this board say, the kids are fine, or the kids are used to it by now. Do you know how much less frequently students participate when their oxygen is rationed to them or when they have to raise their voices to the level of a yell just to be heard by their teachers in their plexiglass cage? Do you even understand that when all the voices you hear all day are muffled, you just stop saying, "What did you say?" and nod and move along with your day? It's just not healthy. The last time that I came to a school board meeting was to ask you all for the Raider to be among the student choices when we voted, and you all refused my and the entire student body's voices. Tonight, I stand here begging you for oxygen for my classmates and I, and I'm just begging to see a friendly smile in the hallways of my high school. I am in my junior year of high school, and I have yet to have a normal year in high school because the adults in this room refuse to free the children. Please let us breathe, and please vote tonight for mask choice.
Thank you. Is somebody else? Good evening.
Good evening. Jody Pergolis, live at Radnor. I was senior at Radnor High School, and as a result of the choices of this board, he is so eager to leave not only Radnor, but the entire state of Pennsylvania. I have a younger son who we withdrew from Radnor schools and put him in a separate school where they have been mask optional with absolutely no infection. Please make the choice to let the parents have the choice. I appreciate very much that this topic is on the agenda tonight. While Radnor parents and students have been eagerly awaiting tonight's agenda item, we have watched other school districts enjoy school board members who voted to be mask optional. Dozens and dozens of school districts are mask optional, and we are not. The important thing, we've heard a lot of scientific information. It's important to point out that in non-school hours, our children, the students that you were elected to serve, they congregate. And for the majority of the time, those students who choose to get together are not wearing a mask. They have essentially created family members outside of their own home. You don't wear a mask when you're with your immediate family members, so why are we asking the students who've created a family in the classroom to wear masks? It's unnecessary at this point. Please, I implore you, follow the lead of the credible experts that you turned to, that you trusted, that you allowed to guide you to make the masks mandatory. Those same experts have now said that masks are no longer required. I beg you to trust them once again, to guide you in your choice, to allow parents to choose for their family when to wear a mask and when not to wear a mask. We all want to keep the Radnor community safe. No one wants to be reckless, but we do want our children to enjoy going to school, and I really wish that my senior wasn't running away from Radnor because of his experience in high school. Please trust the parents, the adults in the community to make the right choice.
Thank you, Mrs. Pergolis. Good evening.
Good evening. Cassandra Newton Wayne. I'm here today representing my family in full support of mask optional. For 712 days, this board has entrusted Dr. Batchelor and the administration with a health and safety plan. They've counted on their guidance. Now, when the administration is ready to move to mask optional, there is hesitation. What is the reasoning for this? How can families have confidence in this board if when it matters the most, it disregards the administration's recommendations? Many sitting up there have been caught without their masks, and I don't blame you. I like fresh air too, but I'm not the one mandating the muzzles. Andrew, Sarah, Lydia, Susan, all of which were seen campaigning without masks. After the campaign, Lydia was caught axe throwing and eating indoors maskless. Susan was caught on a trip to New York City indoors maskless. There are others who were seen in town recently maskless, but out of respect for them, I'm not going to mention their names. All of this while the board keeps our children masked for almost 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. You are all hypocrites, and Barry Weiss is correct when she said, and I quote, "This is a pandemic of bureaucracy, and it will be looked at as a catastrophic moral crime." You have all failed our children, all of you. And for what? To protect adults? Never in the history of America has it been the job of children to protect their elders. This is unscientific child abuse, and you should all be ashamed, and I know I've said that before. When our children look back, they will never forgive those who kept the schools closed, nor those who kept them masked. It has been 712 days since this board, Governor Wolf, the Pennsylvania Department of Education, the Pennsylvania Department of Health, and all of those involved that have stolen our children's smiles, their laughter, their personalities, their socialization, and so on. You have stolen 2 years of our children's lives. Our children's freedom should not depend on what state, region, school district, or town they live in. History will not judge you kindly. It will look at the handling of your youngest constituents as a catastrophic moral failure. I already said that. But parents, if this board does not approve mask optional tonight, I would not send your older children to school with masks. I would make the district supply them. I would make the district supply you directly for your younger children with masks, and I would stand by your child if they choose to exercise their First Amendment right to protest this mandate. And since RTSD has stated before they support students' First Amendment rights, I would expect no repercussions if our children choose to protest this mandate. This district is cultivating an environment that these children believe they need this for protection. Masks are not security blankets. Remove them now. Let it be a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Allison Leff. I'm from Bryn Mawr. I am a physician and medical director in nursing homes. During the past 2 years of COVID, I watched patients struggle with the isolation and disease alone in their rooms, unable to have family visit, their only contact with the outside world on scheduled Zoom meetings. For those who survived, their lives have been filled with continuing restrictions. Meals delivered to their rooms where they sat alone. They strained to hear and understand what doctors and nurses were saying through their masks. They were unable to participate in human activity, whether it was out with family or with other friends at the centers. After 2 years, however, we are beginning to see relief and help them recover. They are allowed to have visitors, get together in the dining hall to eat and play bingo, go out with families to restaurants, and participate in activities like Zumba and happy hour. These highest of the high-risk patients whose complications from COVID frequently resulted in significant morbidity and mortality are beginning to return to some semblance of normal lives. Why then can't our students? Schools put in many layered approaches when COVID began, as we didn't know how to battle this devastating disease. The pace of research and medical advancement since the start of the pandemic has been miraculously frenetic. We have antivirals and monoclonal antibodies and vaccines. Why then are we still treating our schools like nothing has changed since the beginning of the pandemic more than 2 years ago? Our students are resilient, yes, absolutely, but they are not unbreakable. Stories of children dealing with isolation and COVID restrictions are heartbreaking, and yet rarely shared in a public forum because they are so personal. The following are just a few of the stories that have been shared with me, and these are in their words. My daughter tells me that when she goes to sleep at night, her dreams always involve her wearing a mask. Kids in the elementary school don't recognize their friends outside of school because they've never seen them without a mask on. My child's speech impediment has stalled because he can't watch his teacher form words and show him how to pronounce things. My son is afraid to take his mask off because then people will be able to see what he looks like now. He doesn't believe me when I tell him he is beautiful. My daughter has stopped hanging out with her friends in groups because when she gets up the courage to say something, she cannot see how people react to her because their faces are covered. Instead, she prefers to be by herself so she doesn't have to worry about not knowing if what she said was funny or if it upset someone. My child was so afraid of going into school when he forgot his mask that he took one he found off of the ground and wore that instead. My child is afraid of getting yelled at by her teachers when her mask isn't up all the way, and it gives her headaches. We've tried many different kinds, and she still comes home stressed and sad from school every day. These are real children. This is real suffering. Our students are not okay. If medical
4 minutes is
professionals,
expired.
as a physician and parent, I'm asking you to vote in support of mask optional this evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Laura Lebaudet, and I live in Woodland Court in Wayne. And I am also here tonight to urge the board to remove the mask mandate and implement a mask optional policy effective immediately. Back in March in 2020, there was a lot that we didn't know. and we all wore our masks because we thought it was necessary. We did so because we wanted to do our part. But we're not living in March of 2020 anymore, and the policies at Radnor don't reflect that at all. Last week, on February 15th, Mr. Bechtold and Mr. Dukevich presented a comparison of case numbers between 5 schools, including Central Bucks, Penridge, Marple, Springfield, and Radnor from about mid-December to present day, or last week. Of all the schools, Radnor was the only one that still mandated masks the entire time. And I thought that the data that was presented was remarkable, really, and gave me hope, because what I saw was that there was virtually no difference in the trajectory of case counts among all 5 schools. So what does that mean? Simply put, it means masks on or masks off. It doesn't matter. The results were virtually identical. And what we're seeing from that is that our neighboring schools, Springfield, Marple, have implemented mask optional policies and have shown us that it works. Tonight, our superintendent is recommending it. A majority of Radnor staff surveyed support transitioning to mask optional. CHOP Policy Lab is urging schools to go to a mask optional policy. So why then are we trying to impose a mandate that is so detrimental to the health and well-being of our students, knowing what we know and seeing what we're seeing? Is it because we're okay with more learning loss? Are we okay with speech delay? Are we okay with increased depression and anxiety, increased drug and alcohol use? Because that's going to happen if we continue with forced masking. It's already happening. Please remember that the health and well-being of our entire children is more about just the absence of a virus. As our kids are forced to wear masks 7 hours a day for over 700 days, do you know what they see? They see the very people who are forcing them to wear this mask publicly dine in restaurants, no masks. They see these same adults go to the gym, work out, no masks. They see board members skip out on critical meetings to go watch a basketball game where they are surrounded by thousands and thousands of fans, screaming fans who are not wearing masks despite a mandate by the city requiring them to do so. If it's okay for you to do all those things, and that's great for you to do all those things, but if it's okay for you to do it, it is absolutely okay for our kids to go to school without a mask if they choose. A vote against a mask optional policy this evening from adults who enjoy freedom of choice themselves is hypocritical. Everyone here understands this, particularly our children. They see it, they're watching you, they get it, and they don't like it. Our children have tolerated the loss of normalcy with grit, grace, and strength. And yes, they're resilient, they're great, but enough is enough. They're not okay anymore. Leaders put facts over fear, and it's time for you to do the same and end the mask mandates today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jackson Carey, and I'm a sophomore at Radnor High School who lives in Villanova. I have come to voice my support for the administration's recommendation to move to a mask-optional coronavirus policy. I support this policy because vaccination, in combination with less lethal versions of the virus, significantly lower the risk of infection and death. COVID-19 metrics in Delaware County are decreasing, and masks have demonstrated their negative effects on the mental health, ability to learn, and social development of students. To begin, the vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna have proved tremendously effective in preventing severe illness and are effective in preventing infection if a booster is given 5 months after second vaccination series. With this knowledge, how can one maintain support for a universal masking policy? The whole purpose of the mask was to reduce hospitalizations and deaths. A virus that does not cause either of these outcomes to a significant degree in vaccinated and healthy individuals is not a threat to us because the infections are mild and flu-like for most. People with risk factors should take whatever precautions they feel are necessary for themselves, and the Radnor community supports them in their personal health decision, but we should maintain that same right to make our own health decisions. Secondly, every metric of coronavirus severity in our community that I can think of is decreasing. The most obvious one, 7-day moving average of cases is down 34.55%, according to the CDC's data on our county at the time of writing this. The 7-day moving average of deaths is down. The 7-day moving average of percent positivity is down. The 7-day moving average for all trends related to hospital bed and ICU bed usage are down. Therefore, it makes sense to remove the requirement to wear a mask because the virus the mask mandate was meant to protect us from is no longer a threat to our existence. Furthermore, the CDC recommends that everyone washes their hands after taking a mask off. I have yet to see anyone follow this recommendation, further diminishing the effectiveness of the masks in our schools. Thirdly, every decision in life that we make has benefits and consequences, pros and cons. While the mask mandate was an effective, necessary, and powerful measure to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in 2020 and 2021, the time has come for it to end. While the benefits have diminished with vaccination and milder variants of the virus, its costs have been slowly building and lurking in the background. Rates of depression, anxiety, and substance abuse have risen during this pandemic. To stop this rise, the pandemic must end. Pandemics can end in two ways: eradication or acceptance. The first option is impossible. This virus is just too contagious. But the latter is achievable and necessary. We simply cannot take the losses anymore as they degrade the quality of our education. We cannot support a world where children fail to develop the skills to effectively and appropriately communicate because they cannot understand facial expressions correctly. We cannot support a world where the power of the human smile to bring joy to others is suppressed, muffled, and eliminated. But most importantly, we cannot support a world where the fear of the few overshadows the facts and logic of reality and data. In conclusion, we must liberate Radnor. We must free the smiles because happiness is meant to be spread, and the measures we use to combat this evil virus are no longer necessary. It is time to pull down our masks and once again breathe the fresh air of freedom and admire the smiles of our friends, our teachers, and our classmates. The great Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." It is time to let go of our fear and return to normalcy. Thank you. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Jackson. Do we have any other speakers this evening? Good evening.
Hi. Clark Engel, Wayne, Pennsylvania. I had a prepared statement that I spent a lot of time on with a lot of facts and figures about how the vaccines don't work and how masks don't work. And I would just be repetitive if I read that off tonight. So I'm just going to kind of wing it here and get a little philosophical on you. First, I would just like to mention I removed one of my 4 children, a second grader this year, to a private school that's been mask optional since day one. We haven't had to quarantine. We haven't had to go virtual. There has been no issue, and virtually no one in that school wears a mask. One other stat I would just like to point out that as of today on the CDC's website, there have been 912 deaths from children ages 5 through 17 from COVID, and that compares to 8.8 million cases. That's a 0.01% of children who have died, and that includes children with comorbidities. Only the UK tracks a difference between deaths from comorbidities versus those who don't have comorbidities, and they only found 2.7% of all COVID deaths among all age groups stem from people who don't have comorbidities. So if you extrapolate that out, that would be 25 of our children out of 8.8 million who've contracted COVID would have died in the last 2 years. Our founding fathers took a lot from the ancient Greek civilizations. They in our democracy and in our Constitution, one of those things was they understood to have a free and democratic society, free from totalitarian rule, you had to have a liberal arts education that stressed critical thinking. And I challenge us all to ask ourselves, are we demonstrating critical thinking to our children? As Socrates said, education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. And I'm just going to leave you with one more quote tonight. I think to think intensively and to think for oneself is very difficult. We are prone to let our mental life become invaded by legions of half-truths, prejudices, and propaganda. At this point, I often wonder whether or not education is fulfilling its purpose. A great majority of the so-called educated people do not think logically and scientifically. Even the press, the classroom, the platform, and the pulpit, in many instances, do not give us objective and unbiased truths. To save man from the morass of propaganda, in my opinion, is one of the chief aims of education. Education must enable one to sift and weigh evidence, to discern the truth from the false, the real from the unreal, and the facts from the fiction. The function of education, therefore, is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Engel. Good evening.
Good evening. Kelly Martin, Wayne. I'm here speaking for my children and 3,576 of their classmates. Your vote on administration's recommendation for mask option in Radnor is long overdue. I know it, you know it, our children know it. When you vote tonight, your vote will reveal a great deal about each of you individually. We've seen you traveling, throwing parties, dining out, at the gym, not living in fear of the virus, but you're force masking our children as though they are the virus. You want to talk about privilege with our kids in their classrooms? Why don't we talk about people going to the Sixers games, the Eagles games, the Phillies games, trips to Aspen, going to Martha's Vineyard, Arizona, New York City, all without masks? The students, the 3,578 students in Radnor that you keep locked up in their masks, would just like to attend school. For many of them, attending school without a mask is the highlight of their year. They don't get to go to the Hamptons. They don't get to go to the Sixers game. Their big adventure is seeing a smile from a friend or from a teacher. That's the highlight of their day. For 712 days, you've been living your life carefree. You've stolen all of that from them, and it's time to give them back what you took. I've listened to some of your silly justification for masking, and frankly, your excuses are getting embarrassing at this point. Our administration has done the research and attempted to educate all of you on their findings through last week's presentation and the slideshow that they did. When you heard administration's recommendation for mask optional in Radnor, were you overcome with joy? Did you celebrate that we could finally unmask our children? Did you send texts and messages to one another and to your family celebrating the move to endemic in Radnor? Based on the questions asked last Tuesday, it sounds like a group of people desperately clinging to a dying narrative. Instead of listening and taking the data in, your pushback and your questions on February 15th revealed your inability to let go of political narratives and pivot based on actual data and information presented to you by experts that you previously supported. Why were you so glum? In all the land, there's not a single study to support a benefit of full-time masking for our children. All the while, there are mounds of evidence proving that masking 5 to 18-year-olds in the US has been a catastrophic failure. Even if you don't keep up with the news, you've by now received the urgency to unmask the kids research countless times, even just from me. It's calling for the immediate unmasking. In fact, experts have specified that all students should be unmasked by February 15th at the very latest. Yet none of you saw fit to call a special meeting. Why? What are you waiting for? As I've said to you in the past, when you know better, you do better. And I gave you all the benefit of the doubt up until about June of 2021 on masking. Now you know better, yet despite knowing the harms of forced masking our children, you continue to suffocate Radnor's littlest citizens for 7 hours per day. No one is asking for a masking ban. Parents and children are asking to choose. We want families to do what's best for them and their children. Some may wish to unmask, some remain masked, some may change on a daily basis. If a family traveled, they may wish to remain masked for a few days. If a family member is going into surgery, their children might be extra cautious and mask. Going forward, masking will look different for everyone, but we must have the ability to choose for our families what works best for us. As you can see by the full room tonight, your emergency powers to mask our children has come to an end. It's over. You no longer yield the power to limit our children's oxygen. You don't have the right to choose an unproven emergency medical intervention for my children. You don't have the right to make medical decisions for my children. You don't have the authority to limit the amount of oxygen my children breathe. And no matter your vote tonight, we in Radnor are done with forced masking.
4 minutes has expired.
Today, on the 712th day of the 2 weeks to slow the spread, we're taking a leap into the direction of healing this generation of children in Radnor. We will no longer force them to hide their smiles. We won't force them to muzzle their faces or muffle their voices. We won't treat our children as dangerous vectors of disease. We will respect our children. We'll respect our children's voices and allow them to breathe freely. We'll support our children and promise never again to sacrifice their well-being for a few adults' peace of mind. We demand that you respect our children and their right to an unobstructed airway. We will remind our children that they are our first priority. Here in Radnor, in the United States of America, We will fight for our children's right to be educated in our schools with the freedom to show their faces, to free their smiles, and the right to breathe in fresh air. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name's Laura Dethelson. I live on Overlook Lane in Wayne, and I decided against bringing my son, but I wanted to show you his face because this is who I'm speaking for tonight, and I know he's watching right there. So George, remember, Mommy always stands up for you. I've heard a lot of talk about who masks harm. I have heard some of the people in front of me say that kids don't mind them. They don't even notice they are wearing them. So I ask tonight, who do masks harm? I'm standing here speaking on behalf of George and all small children who have to bear the heaviness of this terrible situation. The children have been voiceless through this process. I am here tonight to tell you, in no uncertain words, the one person that masks harm is my son, George, among many others. George has asked me to tell you that masks give him headaches every day. He also asked me to tell you that masks hurt him behind his ears. Can you imagine trying to learn the basics of reading and writing while you have a headache and your ears hurt? I'm seriously asking you this. Can you imagine that as a 7-year-old? In fact, George has never known elementary school without the headaches and the ear pain. He started his kindergarten year last year, virtual, then hybrid, then finally 7.5 hours, yes, this includes the bus, and a mask. It is an understatement that my child who used to love school now hates it. I have an uphill battle at this point. You might ask why he has headaches. I've taken him to an ENT to try to resolve his speech issues. That comes up next. And the ENT found that he has very, very narrow nasal passages. So breathing through his nose is hard enough without a mask. So imagine with a mask. As I mentioned, he also has a speech issue that has not been improving in the past 2 years. As I discovered from his ENT, it has nothing to do with his hearing. And as I've discovered from the speech therapist, it's that he's learned to say these words wrong, and he needs to be able to see the mouth move. He needs to see where the lips need to be. He needs to see where his tongue needs to be. This is an impossible task through a mask. I have no doubt that as he is learning new words through a mask at school, the sound is muffled, and he's struggling with both how to say and spell these words. In fact, this is not just an issue for George, but an issue for every single child in Radnor Elementary Schools. As I stand in front of you, I'd like to thank our superintendent, who has recommended that our district go mask optional. He has put forth a balanced and well-thought-out plan where all parties can thrive. I have faith that he's spoken to all the other districts that have gone mask optional and will manage this process seamlessly. I support you and thank you. I was also happy to see last Tuesday that 65% of teachers want to go mask optional. One comment from the presentation last week read that teachers are burnt out and allowing mask optional would be one way to alleviate some of the things they're having to deal with. My own mother is a teacher in Texas. She has been teaching in person since August 2020. She has been teaching without a mask since August 2021, my 65-year-old mother. I hear how hard it is, and I support you. Speaking of teacher burnout, the kids are burned out too. One last time, please look at George. Please think of George. Please remember who masks are harming. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Good evening.
Hi there. Mr. Petiti, I originally sent this in to be read, but I just came in person so I could do it myself.
Can you announce your name and tell me?
I can, sorry, you might not know who I am, but.
That's okay, it's for the record.
So my name is Kate Hart, and I live at Meadowbrook Circle across the street. And tonight I was celebrating my son Charlie's 11th birthday, so that's why I wasn't going to be here. But Charlie just turned to me and said, "Mom, can you please go across the street and ask them to unmask us?" So this is what I sent in, but I want to read it to you all in person for Charlie. I'll try to keep this short since there's not really anything else I can add to the discussion this evening, other than please look at the science, look at our children, and do what's best for their mental and physical health. Masks only protect the person that's wearing them. If I wear a mask, I'm protecting myself. If you wear a mask, you're protecting yourself. You have a choice of what you want to do with your own body. Similarly, parents have the right to choose what's best for their own child's body. They can choose to mask their child or not mask their child. It's that simple. Why do we need to come here tonight and beg you for our God-given right to choose what's best for our own children? I listened to a meeting a few weeks ago where Dr. Babson said that it's hard to prove that masks can cause mental health issues because there's no data. I don't need to wait years for the data to prove that a mask can harm a child's mental health. Because our family, as you know, Ken, has personally experienced this, and I've been given permission to share this tonight. Our son started experiencing heart arrhythmia last spring. His heart began racing, his legs became weak, and he had trouble walking. The first episode happened after he wore a mask at recess and became overheated. We immediately took him to the pediatrician, and he got an EKG to see if it was tachycardia. They said his heart was normal. They didn't know what was causing it. He had 2 other episodes, one in May and one in April. And each time we were told that his heart was normal. All summer he was maskless. For the most part, he didn't wear a mask at all, especially not 8 hours a day like he did at school. And he didn't have a single episode all summer. Then in the fall, when he had to wear a mask all day long, he had another one in September and one in October, resulting in a trip to the emergency room to be reevaluated. We took him to CHOP, and he had to wear a heart monitor for 24 hours so they could track him. They said his heart was fine. They weren't sure what was causing these sudden spikes in his heart rate. The only thing they could come up with, that it was anxiety from wearing the mask. It was the common element. So I know for a fact that masking has harmed our son. And I think the effects of masking our youngest people, Dr. Babson, will take years to fully understand. So tonight, you can end this and give back the right for parents to choose what is best for their children, and give back our children's right to breathe freely. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment this evening? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I'm actually not going to talk about masks right now, so these probably won't clap, but I thought you guys might want to clap here. I'm going to give you a little bit of a break. My name is Nick Warrensoff. I've got 3 children in Radnor. By the way, I believe you need to unmask the kids, so please vote for that tonight. This comment is a response to correct some inaccuracies to a recent article in the Radnor Right titled, "To Ban or Not to Ban, What Belongs in Radnor's Classrooms." Upon reading the article, published early this month, it was clear to the parents who participated in a noted meeting from the article with both teachers and administrators that the parents of the meeting were misrepresented by the author. As it relates to our meeting, this article presented inaccurate and incomplete information, comments from only one of the teachers involved in the discussion, and interpretations from others who were not part of the meeting. We parents like to set the record straight. So, the topic of the meeting was to discuss our discovery of questionable reading teaching materials used in several classes, including the music videos "This Is America" and "All Right," and a civil rights PowerPoint presentation depicting current events with little to no source recognition or context. So the following issues were addressed. Using the aforementioned videos as teaching material violates board policies specifically put in place to ensure the appropriateness of any music, videos, movies, and et cetera, presented to our children, specifically Board Policy 119, Current Events and Controversial Issues, 815, Acceptable Use of Technology, and 105, Curriculum Development. So, parents report concerns about the video content to the attention of the Radnor High School administration did so independent of any part of group concerned about the summer reading list or books used as part of the curriculum. The group of parents who approached the teachers and administration were not part of a group called Radnor Engaged. We don't know what that is. The parents followed the district's recommended protocol of first requesting a meeting with the teachers where administration, teachers, and parents are present to discuss to discuss the concerns allow for conversation between all parties involved. The September 2021 meeting with Mr. Dunbar and Mr. Payne did not involve any specific conversation about the summer reading list or Wild. The books were briefly discussed and tabled as the meeting was specific to the content of the videos, which were being used as part of a curriculum for the 9th grade integrated class. During the meeting, both teachers acknowledged that they were wrong to use the videos, that the teachers acknowledged that they were violated board policies, admitted that they were aware of the school board policies that were violated, and apologized for using those videos as teaching materials. Both teachers also acknowledged, upon suggestion from Radnor High School administration and parents, that it would be beneficial to provide alternate viewpoints in their class to provide balance. For example, using the video All Right by Kendrick Lamar, which portrays an anti-police sentiment, they agreed that it would be useful to provide a counterpoint, such as opportunity for law enforcement to come into the classroom and have a conversation with teachers and students. Concerns about the videos were brought to the administration's attention in September 2020. However, there was no subsequent meeting scheduled between parents, teachers, and administration until a second complaint was filed later in the year. In the article, the author quotes Rachel Skrilak-Lowe, who says, "Everyone went to school, so everyone thinks they can be a teacher. I think that's undervaluing the great and very careful craft of teaching. In fact, we're not attempting to tell the teachers how to teach their class. The concerns related to violence in the videos shown, guns used to murder people in the videos, the use of the N-word 19 times, and the F-word 4 times. Concerns were actually that these videos, while they may be floating around society, in the words of Mr. Payne, they are not appropriate for 13 and 15-year-old
4
children."
minutes has expired.
So,
Sir,
thank
you know, if your time expires and you want us to hear the rest, you're welcome to email it to the board and we
Okay,
can read it.
we already did
So-
that.
My name is Cameron Nazareno, 243 Willow Avenue. You can finish.
Thank you. I'm almost done.
Madam President,
You don't
I'd like
get-
to raise a point of order. I believe this occurred at our June 2021 meeting as well. We don't have a mechanism for yielding time in our board policies.
Perfect, so I'll finish, as I was one of the parents involved.
Cameron, hold on one just quick second. Dr. Batchelor wanted to make a comment, so would you hold off for one second?
No, that's all, just that is accurate. We're not the Congress where you can yield time, so, but if you would like to come up and finish and share your comments, you can share your comments,
I'll
but you can't
finish.
yield time.
So, Cameron Nazareno, Wayne, PA. In the meeting where the author was not present, the teachers further acknowledged that going forward, they would be following school board policies to the letter of the law. Our question is this: why are we here again? The teachers apologized, understood the videos were inappropriate, and school policies were broken. The author did not reach out to any of the parents involved in the meeting. And it was evident to us that the information that she presented in her article was based on a one-sided interview with a teacher. We are not here to dictate curriculum. That's what the school board, administration, and teachers do. But parents do have opinions and require policies to be followed. We are here to ensure an accurate depiction as to why we requested the meeting and what actually transpired. Academic freedom does not equal carte blanche in the classroom. The United States Supreme Court has recognized academic freedom at the higher education level, but not K through 12. Good judgment, choosing what is right versus wrong, is essential, and your policies are put in place to help ensure that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Lizzie Martin, and I live in Wayne. I'm an 8th grader at Radnor Middle School, and I would like you all to vote for masks to be optional in schools. I think that it's very important to hear your teachers when they're teaching you, and I think if you see someone smile in school, it's just like it makes school better because it's like easier to learn when you hear your teachers talking, and you don't have to always say what or what did you say. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Is there any other public comment? Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Emma Newton, and I go to
I'm sorry, I
RMS.
just couldn't hear your name.
I'm Emma Newton,
Okay.
and I go to RMS, and I would like it if you guys voted in favor for mask optional. I'm tired of wearing a mask. It makes it hard to breathe, and it would be nice to see my classmates' faces, so please listen to me and others and make masks optional.
Thank you, Emma. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to make public comment this evening? Oh, sir? Oh, two people, okay. Good evening, sir.
My name's Ed Martin, Bryn Mawr, and it's pretty heartbreaking to hear some of the things that kids are going through today, and it's only right now. Nobody knows the long-term effects at all for these children. I don't have any presently kids in school. They've graduated, but I do have a 4.5-year-old grandson. It's going to enter the Radnor School District. His mother moved from Florida, where that area didn't have a good school district. So she came up back home because Radnor School District is one of the best. I'm retired, but I do work part-time at a major university. It's less than a quarter mile from Radnor High School. Let me ask you a question. Is the air any different at Radnor High School than it is at this major university? The president, listen to the science, listen to the community statistics. His cases dropped from his students dramatically, just like the ones I saw on the screen. He decided to go mass optional. And that's a big step because last time I checked, Radnor had under 1,500 students. I might be off a little bit. Villanova has 10,000 to 12,000 students. And their statistics mirror, maybe not to the number, but if you looked at the number of students versus the students at Radnor, they mirror pretty much the same. So I'm in support of mass optional for the kids, and just hoping my grandson can go to school without a mask. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. There was someone else who wanted to make a public comment? Good evening. Hi.
Erin Hill, Brookside Avenue in Wayne. I'm coming here tonight asking the same thing that everybody else has gotten up here to ask, is that you follow science. When this pandemic started, we relied on the experts to develop guardrails and to come up with statistics so that we knew how to handle this, and we did that. And science is not always exact, and sometimes it's scary. And my family knows this deeply and personally. After suffering a terrifying and life-altering post-vaccine incident, my husband and I made the extremely difficult decision to follow science, even after our medical crisis, and we had our children vaccinated. Because science. Was it scary? Absolutely. Was it the right thing to do? Yes. We wanted to show our children that the adults in their lives would follow science, even if it was difficult, even if it scared us. And even if we were uncertain of the outcome, and we thought it was the right thing to do to protect our community, to protect our family, we're asking that you, the adults in their lives that are making huge decisions for them, follow science, even if it's scary and even if it's uncertain. Our family has followed what was asked of us. It is your turn to follow what is asked of you, and we expect this from our leadership. Somebody else said tonight that leaders follow facts, not fear, and we are asking that you do the same thing tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hill. Is there, I see, public comment? Good evening.
Good evening. Melissa Sykes, Newtown Square. Hello. I have 3 kids that are in Radnor School District. Before having children, I was a nurse in the neonatal intensive care unit. One of the things I learned early in my career as a NICU nurse was the importance of family-centered care and infant-driven care. The family was very involved, and they should be, as they should be, in the care of their baby. The NICU staff might not have always agreed with decisions that individual parents made for their babies, but we respected that it was their baby and their decision. This applies to my views on masking now. I think the decision to mask or not mask my children should be made by my husband and me. When I was a nurse, there was many times that the medical team recommended something that the parents did not agree with. In these situations, the parents would sit down with the neonatologist and discuss the risks and the benefits of the recommendation and then make a decision. This has been the problem with masking kids since day one. There wasn't an honest dialogue about the risks of masking children 7 hours a day. Another thing I learned working with babies in the NICU was the importance of early intervention. My own twins were born premature and benefited from receiving early intervention services. Fast forward to 2022, and the CDC just quietly lowered the standards for speech in early childhood development. Now children should know about 50 words at 30 months rather than 24 months. Instead of highlighting the harmful effects masks and lockdowns have had on children, the CDC just lowered the bar for milestones. With these updates, there will be a decrease in early identification when we all know that early intervention is key. Children may academically fall further behind. I mention this because at the curriculum meeting last week, Ms. Solomon, you said that the CDC is still recommending that people wear masks when they are indoors. I don't think we should be following the advice of a political agency that is lowering the bar for children. They should be acknowledging how having educators and childcare workers wear masks around young children is affecting their learning and their speech. Please follow family and student-centered education and let parents decide if they want their child to wear a mask or not. If parents want their child to wear a mask, they can still wear a mask. Radnor said that they would provide high-quality masks to students, including KN95s when available. A doctor from Johns Hopkins said if someone is wearing a mask that's well-fitting, that's an adequate mask, one-way masking works. Please vote tonight to make masks optional. And I will close with a quote from Nelson Mandela. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Please vote mask optional.
Thank you, Ms. Sykes. Is there, good evening.
Good evening. Michael Lake, Bryn Mawr. I'm not going to go into the piles of studies and research of how harmful masks have been to children mentally, physically, and developmentally, compounded by months of forced remote learning, as my neighbors already have. I'm not going to bring up the complete lack of data showing cloth and paper masks have no effect whatsoever on case counts or transmissions because the board seems not to care. I will, however, bring up just 2 facts. Marple Newtown School District, right next door, with the same size student population and a mask optional policy, currently has half as many active cases as Radnor. Half. Don't you find that interesting? Also, Delaware County, population 570,000. Not a single new case of COVID was reported yesterday. At first, I thought you might just be misinformed of the science, the hard data, or just plain paranoid about contracting and spreading the virus after hearing Ms. Solomon's heartfelt monologue last December regarding our duty to wear masks. However, after seeing and hearing about your maskless, axe-throwing dinner outings, trips to New York, and attending a Sixers game downtown during the curriculum board meeting, I know you aren't afraid of the virus, despite statistically being at a higher risk than our students. I was also appalled to see the board publicly post a video of the third graders who were allowed to be maskless indoors just long enough to sing your praises during School Board Appreciation Week. Is that what it takes to breathe fresh air in Radnor School Building? Kiss the ring? Or perhaps just 2 more weeks? As you virtue signal up there, flaunting your paper and cloth masks behind plexiglass, you may think of yourselves as our shepherds. Well, listen to me now. Our kids are not your sheep. The emperor has no clothes, and it is not a good look. A mask option policy is long overdue. I'm done. We're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Is there anybody else in the room? And again, I'd like to remind everybody, please help us by signing in if you've spoken and you haven't. It helps in the taking of minutes. So the sign-up sheet is over there. If you wouldn't mind doing that, we'd appreciate it. Thank you and welcome.
If that's okay.
Pardon me?
I'll do that on my way out. If that's
Whenever,
okay.
yes,
Thank you.
just help us for the sake of the record. Thank you.
I'm Trish Nunez-Strid.
If you come a little forward, I can hear you better. Thank
Trish
you.
Nunez-Strid from Wayne, Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I don't have anything prepared. I just am sitting here with my husband, listening to the parents, and I, as a parent, am in full support of mask optional as well. I'm also a licensed speech-language pathologist, and for the past 2 years, I've worked on my porch with some of the neediest and youngest children who parents have called me in tears asking, is there any way that you can work with my child? They can't get services. They're not getting services. This is a disservice to them that they can't have their basic services and needs met by any speech-language pathologist in a school. I haven't been allowed in a school, and if I am allowed in a school, how can I possibly deliver services through a mask where I can't see what they're doing and they can't see what I'm doing? We sat there with my husband, and I've been so inspired and moved by the words of these parents. We all feel the same way. And I texted my children in our group text, and I said, you know what? You're not wearing masks tomorrow. We're done. And our youngest, all 3 are in Radnor schools. Our youngest, 7th grader, texted back, yay, nice. What if I get in trouble? That's what he's worried about. We're done.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Colin Whalen in Wayne, Poplar Avenue. Ken, I wanted to personally thank you for your open dialogue over the last 18 months. It's been very helpful, but we're not getting anywhere. So I've been a Radnor resident for 3 decades. I'm a business owner based out of Wayne. I'm a volunteer township board member. My family is invested in Radnor Township, but the school board has failed our children because of fear. Tonight is your opportunity to right your wrongs. I started at Radnor Middle School in 5th grade in 1995, which was my first year in the Radnor school system. I immediately fell in love with the school, the town, and its people. So much so, I've decided to raise my children here. Now, my daughter has started in the middle school this year with a mask on, and you know what? She hates school. She truly hates school, not because of the schoolwork, because she has to wear a mask, because the teachers bully her for how she wears the mask. She wears a mask because nobody talks to anyone anymore, because she has to eat lunch 6 feet apart from her friends like she's some sort of leper. Do you realize the damage you are doing to these kids? Do you fully comprehend what you're doing? Because I don't think you do. You are damaging these children physically and mentally. Our kids cannot communicate anymore because of these facial devices you insist they wear. Facial devices that do nothing. Absolutely nothing except control the user. This is 100% about control. Every other age group has removed the mask. Why are we still forcing the least vulnerable population to wear these devices on their faces? What is the reasoning? What is the logic? Is there any evidence that masks on children prevent COVID deaths in children or teachers? Is there any? There is not. And we know this because other states around the country have never instituted masking policies, and their numbers mimic ours. That is the most crucial fact that you are ignoring. The graphs are identical when compared side by side. Identical. So why do we ignore that fact? Can you answer that question? I know you won't, because I've asked many questions on masking that go unanswered, or I get pre-scripted replies with positivity numbers and COVID thresholds, and how there's joy and happiness in all the schools, but we all know that's not true. You know how you stop COVID? Stop testing. Stop testing, and cases go away. Then COVID goes away. My daughter hates school, but she's a straight A student. Is that fair? It's not fair. A straight A student and excelling in all her classes, and she hates school. That's not fair, and my wife and I have had enough. We're done with masks. We've been done with masks. From the beginning, we've told our daughters not to be fearful of this virus, because I can report without hesitation your fear is greater than a 12-year-old's, and that's sad. Did you know 75% of all COVID deaths had 4 or more comorbidities? What does that mean? It means these people were really sick before they got COVID. I mean really sick, and the pre-existing conditions killed them, not COVID. 75% of all COVID deaths. And you're treating our kids like they have the plague, like they are spreading the plague to the teachers, who, mind you, are fully vaccinated. Are you suggesting the vaccines don't work by forcing our kids to continue to wear these devices on their face?
4 minutes has expired.
When are you going to start using common sense and the logic, which should be added to curriculum, mind you, because it doesn't exist anymore? You don't use common sense and logic. You use sound bites and opinion as fact, and we're sick of it. It's time to grow up. People die. It's a big, bad world out there. Once you get past the fear, you can start realizing there's nothing to be afraid of. Live your life. Turn the TV off. Start to live again. Start to breathe again. Stop living in fear. Stop instilling fear in the teachers. Stop instilling fear in the students. Stop instilling fear in the public, and please remove the mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whalen. Is there an Good
evening, everyone. I'm Dalila Shamsuddin, 213 Spur Road, Villanova. I'm a dentist that I've been practicing for the last 25 years. I didn't have the intention to talk today, but I listened to what others had to say, and I thought I should give them a perspective from a dentist. So on a daily basis, I am seeing, from wearing masks, I'm seeing patients presenting with more oral health problems. Patients that have been seen for years are presenting to me today with periodontal disease that they didn't have, more cavities due to dry mouth from wearing a mask, and change in the oral flora that thrives in the oral cavity. I have 3 kids in the Radnor School District, 1 in elementary, 1 in middle school, 1 in high school. My elementary school student is a special education student, so he has his own barriers in his brain. He's in his own world. The school district has imposed yet another barrier, and that's the mask. He needs to see smiley faces. He needs to know that other people are seeing him smiling. My high schooler gained weight, and he had to go through intermittent fasting to lose the weight. I'm lucky that he had the courage and the strength to do that. I have a friend who's a psychologist, and she tells me that she's never been as busy with teenagers as she is now during the COVID era. I want to give a different perspective today from an immigrant. I came to this country for one thing, the freedom of choice. I want to be free. The choice to decide for my own kids. The choice that I'm seeing being taken away from me and from my kids. I choose for my kids to be unmasked. Please vote for mask optional tonight.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in the room?
My name's Doug McCone. I live in Poplar Avenue, Wayne. I've also been in town for a really long time, since the Eisenhower administration. I do want to say one thing. Whatever you decide this evening, don't stop testing. Just not knowing the answer does not help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCone. Is there any other comment in the room this evening? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Margaret Martin. I live in Bryn Mawr. I just wanted to say, please, please, let it be mask optional. I agree, and there has been many, like psychologists, psychiatrists, that are overwhelmed with the number of young children that are having difficulty because of the masks. You all wanted to follow the science for the last couple years. Why are you dragging your feet now? I don't understand. I just simply don't understand. I work, and when I'm wearing my mask at work and running around, and I get a lack of oxygen, my oxygen level will drop, and then I'm looking like I had a few drinks. You know, it's true, it's true. Please, please, do the right thing for our children. They can't see smiles. That's very important. And I'm starting to think, I mean, that the people that want to keep the mask option going are basically not happy people and don't want people to see that they're frowning all the time. So can we just reimagine Radnor back to Radnor? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Is there any other comment in the room this evening? Anyone who hasn't yet spoken? Not at this comment period. Are you coming up to make comment?
My name's Ann Koski, and I live in Wayne. And my twins go to Wayne Elementary School, and they're in first grade. And my daughter wrote you guys a note tonight. Her name's Cece Koski. Dear school board from Cece Koski, I want to go mask optional because I can't hear my teacher. I can't hear my friends. It is foggy with my glasses on. And when I give my friend a card, I can't see if they like it or not. Please go mask optional. That's it. I just told her I would say it.
Thank you for sharing that. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to make a comment? Okay. We do, I believe, have emailed public comments, so we will pivot to that. Mr. Petiti, are you ready to read us public comment?
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. We do have a good amount of public comment tonight, around 50, so hope everyone's comfortable.
Okay, I think we may need a brief bathroom break.
Yep.
Let me just confer with our superintendent for a moment, if I may. All right, given that we have 50 public comments coming, and they could be potentially 4 minutes each, if Mr. Petiti or anybody else needs to leave the room to take a quick bathroom break, I hope you'll forgive them, and we will move through this as efficiently as we can. I want to thank everybody in the room for coming forward to make their public comments tonight, and I would just appreciate so that we can hear the comment, excuse me. for the sake of being able to hear of the people yet to come, I would just really appreciate it if everybody could keep the noise to a minimum and let Mr. Petiti read us through the next 50 comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hillary Lehman, 19 Haymarket Lane. Hello, I'm submitting the following public comment for the 222 board meeting. I'm writing to express my support for the administration's recommendation to move to a mask optional phase. There was a time in this pandemic where it seemed as though masks made enough difference in preventing the spread of the virus such that the downsides of the masks were worth it. Things are different now. We have a variant that doesn't seem to care about masks. We have data showing that cloth masks aren't as effective with this variant. We have vaccines available to everyone 5 and older. We have a milder dominant strain. We have treatment available. The benefits of the masks are more questionable and the downsides seem more worthy of our consideration. I do not think that 9 board members should be making these decisions. However, if that is the case, I believe the decision makers need to ask important questions. You need to ask them today. You need to keep asking them as more information is available. Please consider the following. 1, are cloth masks effective in reducing the spread of the coronavirus in schools? One way to answer this is to consider, do schools that require cloth masks have lower transmission rates than those that don't? I hope someone knows the current answer to this question. 2, if yes, is reducing the spread of the coronavirus in schools still our collective goal? Should it be? Over the last 2 years, I would have said the answer was yes, but we need to keep asking ourselves this question. Does the availability of vaccinations for everyone over 5 who wants it, combined with the very, very low rates of severe disease for young children, change the way we should look at this? 3, what is the downside of wearing a mask? Are the downsides still worth it? Over the last 2 years, I would have said, of course there are downsides, but they are worth it. It actually doesn't take a scientist to realize that wearing a mask reduces your ability to fully communicate the way you naturally would, expressing yourself with facial expressions and seeing the same from others. There's also direct evidence that masks make it difficult to hear a speaker. These downsides were generally tolerated in order to keep kids in school, where they learn best, and to ultimately save lives. Are lives still being saved by requiring kids and teachers to wear masks in school? Given the shifting balance of the benefits and downsides of masking in schools, I believe it's time, in fact past time, for the masks to be optional. On a separate but related note, I have a first-grade son and have never been inside his school. I would really like to meet his teacher in person, see his classroom, etc. There are benefits to this human-to-human contact that families are missing out on. Is it still worth it? If we are considering lightening up some of the COVID-related protective measures, please consider this one as well. Thank you. Gabrielle Bailey, 204 Woodstock Road, Villanova. I'm running today in support of Superintendent Batchelor's proposal to remove the mask requirement when positive case counts and RTSD are below 2.5% of the school or building's total student and staff population. This is a reasonable approach to balance the student well-being and public health. For the past 2.5 years, we've been told to follow the science. As of 2013, the Delaware County vaccination rate for persons 12 and over was 76.9%. Vaccination rates are rising and positive cases are falling. Studies suggest that the benefits of mandated school masking are modest, while the costs are meaningful for some children, especially those who have learning disabilities, hearing issues, and social and emotional issues. Further, if families and staff want to continue masking, they can choose to do so. Different circumstances call for different COVID policies. We're in such a moment. Please act now to help our students move to a more normal school experience and vote in favor of this recommendation. Jim Higgins III, 603 South Devon Avenue, Wayne. I'm writing to voice my support for the proposed change to the RTSD Health and Safety Plan to allow for making masks optional for children attending schools with a case count greater than 2.5% of the student and staff population. I applaud the board's terrific work throughout the pandemic and admire you for the fortitude you've shown in your outstanding decision-making the last 24 months. This proposed change is a very reasonable one, and weighing all factors, I feel strongly that at this time the scale tilts decisively toward acting in the interest of the mental, social, and emotional well-being of our children. As a parent of 2 children at West, including my kindergartner, who sadly does not even remember life before masks, I urge you to adopt this change immediately. The data strongly suggests that the strict protections that you rightfully put into place when schools reopened last year are geared towards the deadliness of 2020 and have long since expired for the fully vaccinated. It is clear to me that the risk to our children's social development and mental health is far more grave at this time than the risk of COVID poses to the fully vaccinated. You have protected our children all along. This change will continue the same priority of protecting our children above all else. Please continue to side with science, not baseless fear, and adopt this change to the Health and Safety Plan. Thank you again for all you do. Keep up the great work. Kathy Sonier, 14 Cornwall Circle, St. David's. I wanted to share 3 hopefully quick comments regarding the vote on masking at Radnor schools. Before sharing, a big thank you to the board members and administration for your service these past 2 years. We know none of you signed up for the mayhem of living with and making decisions during a pandemic. Most of us know you are doing the best you can, and we're appreciative of your time. First point, we asked our own kids, 6th and 8th grade, their opinions when debate first started about changing the mask policy. Unaided, they both were a bit surprised and said that it seemed a little soon for removing masks. Maybe the spring will be best, one commented. They are best described as indifferent towards masks and don't see them as a big deal after all this time. Our 6th grader also added a concern that teachers may not want to come to school if kids aren't masked. That comment surprised me, and I felt badly that a 12-year-old was concerned about that. I think the student opinions matter more than the parents, frankly, and wanted to start with theirs before sharing my own. Second, my personal opinion is also a bit of indifference. I see both arguments. I can't strongly advocate for one position or another. I have been thankful for the mask mandate this winter because we had COVID exposures in school and on the bus, and were able to keep attending school thanks to masks and testing. So the board administration have made the right decisions thus far, and I'm confident you will continue to do so. I appreciate that there is a threshold to determine when it's time to remove the mask mandate. There's clearly a need for an objective metric of when to go with or without masks that can be pointed to given the sensitivity of the topic. Which brings me to point number 3. And if this board hears only one thing from these comments, please let it be this point. Regardless of the outcome of this vote, I am most concerned about the division in the community and the extreme positions on both sides. What happened at Conestoga High School on 214 is sad and pathetic, and I pray can be avoided in this community. I'd rather see the majority of the debate sit with ways to mitigate vitriol, intolerance, and bullying by those who are too closed-minded to respect others whose perspective and opinions differ from their own. This is hurting our kids more than wearing or not wearing masks. Thank you again for your time and dedication to our students and schools. Kelly McCullough, 27 Oakford Road, Wayne. Our community entrusts you with the incredibly challenging responsibility of making decisions based on the constantly evolving science. We thank you for your service and for listening to the concerns of your community. The recent scientific data flooding our world speaks to the importance of shifting to optional masking for our children. Many parents like us supported masks from the very beginning when it seemed like a temporary solution to prevent the spread, but 2 weeks to flatten the curve has turned into 2 years of our children's lives in masks. Vaccines are widely available, the learning loss and health hazards of long-term masking of youth are now known, and it's reckless to continue to require masks when many parents are not comfortable doing so based on recent studies and recommendations from leaders at CHOP against mandatory masking of children. Numerous local schools are leading the way with pivoting to optional masking, and it's disheartening to see that Radnor, who is a leader in academic excellence, is lagging behind with policies in the best interest of our community. Optional masking allows those who have any reason they want to mask that choice, while giving those who choose to not mask the same choice. Please help make us RTSD proud and hear our community through allowing parents the option. The division we see in our community is heartbreaking, and I believe we all want what is best for our kids and community, but perhaps some folks just see a different way of getting there. Optional masking allows parents to take back the choice of what feels right for their family. Thank you for your consideration and partnership. Rob and Kate Myers, 301 Orchard Way, Wayne. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor, for your resolution to remove masks from our children during the school day. Radnor School Board members, please put your personal politics and/or irrational fears aside and approve this resolution. For much of 2020 and 21, you exhorted us to follow the science. Now it's time to heed your own advice because the science is clear. Masking our children during the school day is harmful to their development and well-being. Early studies that were the basis of the recommendation to mask our children have become discredited. Furthermore, subsequent studies provide compelling evidence of the harmful effects of making our children wear masks all day. What we also now know from a plethora of statistical evidence is that the virus itself poses a negligible risk to our children. As such, making them wear masks all day, despite the harmful effects on their development and well-being, is the societal equivalent of killing an ant with a sledgehammer. Under Mr. Batchelor's resolution, parents who feel differently and want to keep their children masked may do so. We respect the right of parents to make health choices for their children, and we want that same right. Lastly, many school districts in the U.S., around the world, and MPA have rescinded school mask mandates without suffering any ill effects from doing so. Is there a different strain of the virus percolating in Radnor, PA, that requires us to harm our children by keeping them masked? Our children have suffered enough. Approve the resolution to remove masks immediately. Steve Kerr, 120 Hickory Lane, Bryn Mawr. As requested, I'm sending my concerns about updates to the mask policy to my school's principal, Dr. Stevenson. I hope you can share this feedback with the administration so it can be incorporated in the February 22nd presentation. I'm also copying the school board's public comments mechanism, so this feedback can be considered by the board during its meeting on Tuesday. I want to start by noting that I'm in favor of developing guardrails for masks that can be made optional, as well as guardrails for when masks will be required again. And I believe we may be at a point, either now or in the near future, where we can safely make masks optional in school. But I strongly believe establishing sound, scientifically based guardrails is critical to the ultimate goal of keeping in-person schooling open. And on February 15th, the administration did not demonstrate to me that its guardrails fit these criteria. I believe the administration needs to present a stronger case to the board and the members of the community before changes are made to the health and safety plan. Among my concerns with the administration's February 15th presentation to the curriculum committee, there was no basis given for making 2.5% of a building's population the threshold to require masks. Please explain why this percentage is being proposed and what scientific medical guidance it is based on. Based on my inexact math, the only time during the pandemic a building reached the 2.5% positive rate was during the first 2 weeks of 2022. Is this correct? Are there any other weeks during the pandemic where a building reached 2.5% infection? If not, I am concerned about using a 2.5% threshold. The administration implied during the February 15th meeting that RTSD came very close to being unable to safely staff buildings during the same 2-week period, noting that they were only able to safely staff all buildings because faculty generously gave up their planning period to cover other classrooms. It seems obviously problematic to have masking guardrails that kick in at the same time a building is approaching a critical staffing shortage. The masking guardrails should be designed to kick in earlier and mitigate the risk of reaching that critical staffing shortage. The administration implied during the February 15 presentation that making masking optional is supported by the Child Policy Lab. This is flatly incorrect. As of February 21st, point number 1 on the Child Policy Lab guidance on K-12 education is that schools should, quote, continue indoor masking requirements within buildings and at school activities, regardless of vaccination status, unquote. The administration's presentation should more plainly state Child Policy Lab's official position, especially given the weight they are putting on that guidance. Thank you for your time and consideration of these points. Beth Yates, 309 West Wayne Avenue, Wayne. First, thank you all for what you have done to help keep our children safe and for trusting public health experts and following their guidance throughout this pandemic. I'm not going to try to tell you how to vote on the masking policy and amendments to the health and safety plan. You have access to information, data, and recommendations that are not available to me. Instead, I would like to talk with you about the decision-making process. The board has based its decisions on 2 basic priorities: 1, student and community safety, and 2, academic excellence. Students must feel safe and protected in their school and community environment, or they cannot learn effectively. And the community of teachers and staff must feel safe and respected in the school environment in order to give their best to students and families. Great learning requires great teachers. Academic excellence requires consistent instruction, strong relationships between students, teachers, and families, and ample instructional time. These are the things that have been significantly affected during the pandemic, and unfortunately, our children have suffered for it. I do not expect this board to act and make decisions on the basis of loud voices, party politics, the opinions of friends and family, feelings, beliefs, or unsubstantiated, quote, research. I do expect this board to continue to make rational decisions based on solid information, local and state data, and the recommendations of experts, and I expect those rational decisions to prioritize student and community safety and academic excellence. Thank you for your time and for listening, and again, for consistently handling this tough time so well and thoughtfully. George and Melissa Haynes, 108 Patton Lane. Hello, Radnor School Board. We have 4 kids within the Radnor School District, 3rd to 8th grades, and we strongly support the elimination of the existing mask mandate. Thank you. Robin Kuntz, 152 Eaton Drive, Wayne. If not now, when? My kindergarten daughter has been in a mask since she was 3 years old. My 3rd grade son's only normal school year was when he was in kindergarten. This temporary 2020 measure is going into its 3rd year. Please support the young children who would immensely benefit from this mask optional policy. If not now, when? And attached to that email was a letter from the mainline parents supporting mask optional in our schools. And this letter reads, Dear school board members, we are a large group of parents from our 4 districts who have come together in support of the transition to mask optional for our students. Those 4 districts are Radnor, Lower Merion, TE, and Haverford. We appreciate your time regarding reading this letter and for the information you have shared on the mask optional opportunity in our district so far. As you know, numerous public, private, parochial, and nursery schools in our region have already successfully made masking optional, or they have approved immediate dates to go optional. Thankfully, those that have already made the change have not seen adverse impacts on their case counts. Thanks to the endorsements of Dr. David Rubin in the Child Policy Lab, as well as various frameworks provided by other pediatric experts, we also know that going mask optional has the assurance of top children's health professionals. Based on all this and more, we believe there is overwhelming evidence in favor of moving to mask optional. As the coming weeks show further improvement in COVID cases, the government provides free N95s for families and children who prefer to mask. Mandates end state by state. We ask you to consider why not now. It has not been made clear through data or otherwise why school children remain the last constituents needing to be masked. Furthermore, as Garnet Valley Superintendent Dr. Mark Petrando said, quote, "Time is running out to restore some semblance of normalcy for our kids," unquote. It has been an exhausting 2 years. We know this is true for us and that this is true for you. And while division may feel at an all-time high, we have come together from all sides to show that we can unite peacefully and resolutely for our children. While each of us may have gotten here in our own way, the community of parents who support mask optional is overwhelming and growing. In addition, all of us are confident in our district's immediate abilities to provide safe school environments that would meet all students' needs. Thank you for your time and support. We look forward to moving forward together. Myrna Zaragoza, 258 Willow Avenue, Wayne. My family and I appreciate all the time and effort you put as part of the RTSD. As you're evaluating to keep the students masked while indoors or allow them to be unmasked, I hope you will keep in mind those students with higher risk conditions or students that have family members at home that do not qualify to get the vaccine, i.e. young siblings. While the COVID cases are low, you know that removing the mask increases the chances of spreading COVID. We also need to keep the masks to protect our teachers and our staff members. As a mom of 3 students in Wayne Elementary, I firmly believe we should not take any chances and jeopardize anyone's safety. Colleen and Colin Whelan, 211 Poplar Avenue. We support and insist on mask optional for our daughter at RMS.
Excuse me.
Starting 2/24. These children have gone through
Point of
enough.
order, Ms. Goldman?
My child, my choice.
Comment was already written, but read by this person?
It's done. That was the end of the comment, so.
Okay, thank you.
Stephen Morris, 703 Clyde Circle, Bryn Mawr. Dear board members, it's time to relinquish control over our children. For 2 years, the 9 members of the board have gone out of their way to expand their authority in the name of science. Please clarify for me at what point in time COVID-19 has presented a statistically meaningful risk to our children, yet you continue to implement your draconian measures that have done nothing but harm our children. You and your so-called experts have been wrong about the science 100% of the time. In fact, your regulations and mask-wearing nonsense have done the opposite of protecting our kids. Our children are falling behind in school, they are depressed, and at a time in their lives when social development is critical, you put them in shroud. What is even more disturbing in this forum, this letter I am writing is meaningless, as it is my understanding your minds have been made up to continue mask-wearing prior to walking in the room. Unfortunately, this is not a surprise. I've watched the other board meetings and witnessed smug responses on video to arguments made by members of the community. Yes, Mr. Babson, I'm referring to you. How was the Sixer game the other night, by the way? Your science is anything but objective. How is it that we have absolutely no nationwide consensus on how to deal with, quote, the science? That is because it is not science, it is politics. You are guilty of fraud and stealing from our children. The lasting legacy of this crisis will be a more powerful national and now local government and children that have been left behind. I dare each of you to look into my kids' eyes, especially my daughter with special needs, and tell them why you did what you did. They're not even in high school yet, but they know something more nefarious is going on here. Explain to them why you spend any time and money during a global pandemic to rename a mascot. Your world is upside down right now. You're either too ignorant to see it or you are a part of it. I beg of you, leave these kids alone. Ann Koski, 273 Devon Avenue, Wayne. I'm ready to add my support for Radnor going mask optional. I feel strongly that the masks on my twin 7-year-olds who are in first grade at West are doing more harm than good. They are both struggling in school when it comes to reading and writing. They don't understand what the teachers are saying, and they personally are exhausted from breathing in their own air all day long. The other day, as I was dropping them off at school, my daughter asked me, quote, "Why don't my friends who go to other schools have to wear masks?" unquote. She is referring to friends at private schools and neighbors with children at preschools. What should my answer be? I cannot think of one logical or scientific reason that has been presented for why any young children would need to wear a mask anymore. They are largely unaffected by COVID in any serious way. In addition, we go to the grocery store, the mall, the gym. We have play dates with school friends, play indoor sports, attend events like Sixers games, and enjoy restaurants, all without masks, as most adults do. So why is our school the only place left where my children are being tortured in masks for 6 hours a day? This time that the board stopped treating COVID the same way we did in 2020, it was evident in the presentation at the curriculum meeting last week that RTSD versus mask optional schools show no difference in stopping the spread or exposure of COVID. The uptick after the holidays and the decline since then are all the same in the graphs that were provided. So what are the masks doing other than hurting our children? The COVID threat has changed, and it is time to change how we are responding to it in our schools. Radnor is supposed to be one of the top schools in our state, raising leaders. It is time for our board to be leaders and not become followers. Take us out of 2020 COVID and into 2022, where COVID is not as scary. Please save our children and vote mask optional. Sarah Cahill, 221 Midland Avenue. There are minimal cases at Radnor. Jen Kelly, 841 Mayland Road, Newtown Square. I'm a parent of school-aged children who live in this township and ask the board to move to mask optional immediately. Gary Cutler, 1 Rodney Road, Bryn Mawr. Please vote to remove the mask mandate for Radnor schools. Leah DiIgnazio, 170 Meredith Avenue, Bryn Mawr. I am a mom of 4 boys in Radnor School District. I'm strongly for unmasking the children completely, even on the school bus. My children never wear their masks out at the stores, mall, playground, etc. I test them every so often just to make sure, and we have not had any issues. Children learn better and communicate so much easier with no masks. Valerie Lingo, 200 Lansdale Avenue, Wayne. Please vote yes for mask optional for our students. It's time now. Luke Tobin, 425 Yorkshire Road. I hate having to wear masks. Numbers are down, and I personally feel like it's affecting my learning. It's itchy, annoying, and it's overall not even working. Tons of people don't wear masks properly, so the purpose isn't served. Also, to add on, we don't know the long-term effects of these, and I have not seen my classmates' faces in over 2 years. I can't breathe. Say it louder. I can't breathe. Ian Hartman, 201 Walnut Avenue, Wayne. I'm ready to support the administration's plan to modify the mask mandate. Students and staff are eligible to be vaccinated, and anyone who is in a high-risk group or is particularly risk-averse can choose to wear an N95 mask, which provides strong protection regardless of whether others wear a mask. Masking kids and other COVID measures impose costs on our students that exceed any benefits. It's time for schools to get back to normal. Allie King, 322 Bally Road, Bryn Mawr. When voting about giving students families a choice to wear masks or not while attending school, I urge the school board to look at the opinions and facts of all sides, and not just those of their personal affiliations. I ask you to think of our students who rely on facial cues, tones, and expressions on a daily basis in order to communicate accurately. All of our elementary students are in this population, all of them, whether they have a processing disorder, learning disability, or in the gifted and talented program, or on the spectrum, or functioning at a mainstream cognitive level. We're doing a disservice to our young students when we do not factor this population and their age-appropriate reliance on facial expression and word formation into the debate of whether to mandate masks in our schools or not. The RTSD summer reading program did not mandate masks in 2021, and there were no cases of COVID spreading in our schools during this time. Wearing a mask to school or not should be a family choice and probably one that is ever-changing on a daily basis. As parents yourselves, wouldn't you agree that you know what is best for your child better than anyone else? Please allow all RTSD parents this right as well. Thank you for your time and efforts in making RTSD a truly amazing educational institution. Samantha Casavage, 275 South Bryn Mawr Avenue. Please do the right thing and go mask optional. If masks work, then there should be no reason to worry. Those who wish to stay masked can. Those who wish not to should not be forced. Take off my coat. It's hot. Excuse me.
Take a minute or two there, Mr. Petiti.
Just need just a little air.
Thank you.
Joanna Schwetzer, 216 Landover Road. First of all, thank you to the board for all the good you do and for your cautious handling of the pandemic so far. I'd like to urge you to continue to keep masks mandatory for all students and staff in Radnor School at the moment. The proposed plan of dropping mask mandates when positive cases are below 2.5%, if it had been in place from the beginning of the pandemic, would result in only 3 weeks that masks would have been required in Radnor schools. Universal mask wearing helped keep numbers low and allowed kids to stay in school even when only 3 or 4 feet between desks was possible. What is the updated plan for determining close contacts should masks become optional? If a 6-year-old tests positive or all the children seated around them in class within 6 feet, this could presumably be 8 children, considered to be close contact? Who is responsible for remembering how many of these 9 children were wearing a mask correctly on the last day of contact, often several days prior to test results? Does this all fall on the teacher? When they are in MTSS groups and specials with different seating arrangements, who will be responsible for keeping track of who may have been unmasked and within 6 feet of an ill child? Masks have done a great job of protecting our children's health and their teachers. We still need them. I would urge the threshold of lifting mask requirements to be a much more cautious number. Thank you. Allison Engel, RHS sophomore. My name is Allison Engel. I'm a sophomore at Radnor High School, and I would like to talk about our mask mandate currently in action at my school and the other 4 schools in my township. I am very aware of the new rule that has been passed by our state stating that it is up to schools to decide whether or not students should continue wearing masks, and it is time to change our district rule. I have been extremely diligent wearing my mask during school, but in all honesty, I am very exhausted by the constant rules and requirements that have been made. I feel that wearing masks in school at this point of low COVID numbers is unnecessary, and after having my face covered for the past 2 years, I do not believe I, as a healthy 15-year-old girl, need to continue wearing my mask. I miss seeing my friends' faces, the smiles from teachers in the hallways, being able to sit with my friends during lunch, and not be reprimanded and yelled at for being too close. I am tired of it. I understand that masks are meant for protection, but I go to work, I hang out with my friends, I play sports, all without a mask, and look at me. I have yet to contract COVID-19. I could list tons of similar cases of kids in my school doing the same. In addition, I've gotten sick 3 times, not with COVID, but with a cold, a sinus infection, and a cold again. I have never had these same viruses countless of times throughout my childhood. I have had these same viruses countless times throughout my childhood, but never have I had to stay home for countless days to fight a sickness I was able to battle within hours just 2 years ago. I connect my weak immune system to masks. Throughout the day, I breathe in air that is filtered through a mask that with just one breath is already soiled in germs. I'm breathing back in my germs. This is why I am continuously getting sick. By wearing a mask for more than 6 hours a day, I do nothing give my body a chance to take a breath of fresh air. I will just continue getting sick because all I am doing is breathing in this poisoned air. You act like the air is contaminated with germs, which it is, but believe it or not, our body needs those germs to fight infections and viruses, and preventing us from doing so is making us more ill. You are doing the opposite of what you desired. You say you care, but about what? It's clearly not our education. I want you to sit in any classroom in any school and sit in the back. Tell me how well you can hear the teacher. Not very well. Try learning lesson after lesson from a teacher that is forced to wear a mask. It's nearly impossible to learn. If you weren't so concerned about keeping masks on us, maybe you would take a look at grades to see how most of them have dropped since the pandemic. We're going to school to learn, and I feel my education has been destroyed simply because I cannot hear. Think about the importance of facial expressions. How are students to feel excited about a lesson when they cannot see smiles? Think about the younger generations, poor little kids who are just learning to read and write but cannot see their teacher moving their lips. The importance of facial expressions are something we can no longer live without. Walking into school in the morning and not being able to see emotions makes me barely want to continue my day in that building. No one is happy, and if they are, I cannot see it. I understand you think you care about our health, but all you are really determined to do is create rule after rule so that you can have all the power. Well, let me tell you, I'm not the only one who is tired of your actions. I dare you to send out another poll to students and give them a say on what our new mask rules should be. And fair warning, you are not going to receive support to keep our masks on. Think about your decision long and hard. Let us breathe. Rafael Fagundes, RHS Jr., please make masks optional. At this point, everyone has had the chance to get a vaccine and be protected. Let people make up their own minds. Do not impose it. Haley Conard, 269 Gulf Creek Road, Radnor. First, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Joseph Daniele on his appointment to Director of Transportation. Mr. Daniele was our first point of contact with RTSD in 2014 when my 3-year-old daughter was placed in a DCIU preschool program in Media. I was told, quote, "Don't worry, your local school district will send her on a bus," unquote. I thought of putting a 3-year-old on a school bus to Media was daunting, to say the least. However, Mr. Daniele was helpful at every step in arranging a safe ride. As we all know, delays happen, but Mr. Daniele would always call to let me know the status of her bus. Congratulations, Joe. Our family wishes you well in your new role. Secondly, I support the administration's plan to move to mask optional. In following recent meetings, I heard board members say they need to understand the toll of masking because the kids seem fine with it. I think enough people have shared or will share data and charts and studies, so I will focus here on my child. My 3-year-old bus rider is now a 4th grader at rest with social emotional challenges and language delays. She needs specific instruction to read her peers' facial expressions and determine how to adjust her own behavior based on those social cues. She also needs instruction in basic conversation skills. From the time she was small, our team of professionals has advised us that her social development should be a prominent focus. Children with communication challenges may have difficulty later in life despite their intelligence if they do not learn the interpersonal skills necessary to gain and keep a job, manage independent living, or access post-secondary education. These are the concerns at the forefront of my mind when it seems there is no end in sight to masking, even though she's only in 4th grade. She has not seen her friends or teachers' faces at school since the spring of 2nd grade. I cannot show you quantifiable proof in a chart, but how could this not take a toll on social development? This is not criticism of any staff at RES. She does not have much opportunity other than recess to practice reading social cues on peer faces. When I am with her, I notice that she is very quiet when we are in a masked situation as opposed to unmasked. It's easier not to talk, not to initiate social conversation, and she needs to practice this often. This is the toll for her. She doesn't acquire these skills naturally or easily, and we've had almost 2 years of masks as a visual barrier. Yes, my daughter may be, quote, fine with wearing masks because I have tried to put a positive spin on things, as have our teachers at RES. It's what we have to do to attend school. Being, quote, fine with it doesn't mean that there are no negative effects on her. I encourage you to continue to trust the administrators that have navigated reopening our schools and kept them open through several surges that happened in spite of full masking. Or, if not this plan, then what is your plan for moving forward? Please don't delay another month, but use this meeting to work with the administrative team and figure it out. A parent last year asked this question regarding full reopening. Quote, what's it going to take? I ask you the same question on masking. If you want a different guardrail, tell us what it is. Give families some clarity so they can plan for the future. James Ernst, 813 Gaylor Drive. To the esteemed RTSD School Board, my name is James Ernst and I live at 1813 Gaylor Drive. Simply put, the scientific argument for keeping our kids in masks in schools has collapsed. Dr. David Rubin and the CHOP Policy Lab, as well as many other pediatric officials, have endorsed mask optional, yet despite the fact that not one of you is a medical doctor, you seem to think you know something they don't. It's preposterous. Mask optional means anyone who still feels the need to wear a mask may do so, period. Stop the nonsense and make masks optional. Rachel Schwelak Lowe, 517 Askin Road, Wayne. Tonight I would like to express my appreciation for your ongoing commitment to the students and families of the school district. This is no easy feat as we enter calendar year 3 of COVID, which is increasingly complicated by wide-ranging challenges from a small percentage of the population. My family and I have struggled with the challenges of isolation and quarantine. We worry about the culture wars, and we strive to build community that espouses care for others and civic engagement. We are grateful that Radnor School District prioritizes both care and civic engagement in their curriculum. This letter is to thank the many teachers who show up to teach our children despite their own worries. There are many exceptional teachers, but tonight I would like to express our gratitude to several stars who have nurtured, inspired, and motivated our children to become better people. First, Sue Dahlstrom at West has an excellent curriculum and a dedication to our students that exceeds all others. For example, my children understand their right to privacy on social media and other digital apps. Another teacher extraordinaire is Miss Kindred, who teaches math at the middle school. Last year, when we were going through a very difficult time due to COVID, she was a beacon of light. She checked in on us regularly and made extra time to help my child stay up to date on his schoolwork. She had faith in his abilities and provided the support he needed when he needed it most. At the high school, Frau Silverman is phenomenal, not just in her ability to teach German, but in her ability to really get the students interested in all things German. She takes time to get to know her students, and she celebrates their wins with them. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Dan and Maria Drew and their never-ending support for the band program at the high school. If you want to know where the heart of the school is, go to the band room, except in January when you'll find everyone at the band ball. A million extra thanks to them and all the staff and parents who took the kids to Universal Studios earlier this month. This is my son's first band trip, but it won't be his last. To close, I want to reiterate my appreciation for the work that all the teachers do, which they couldn't do without the leadership of district administrators like Dr. Batchelor and his team, as well as you, the school board. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community. Jennifer Carter, 205 St. David's Court, Wayne. I heard through the grapevine that some of you will not vote for mask optional on 2/22. I'm shocked that you are not following the science. Not voting for mask optional proves that you do not care about the well-being of the RTSD kids. our kids are struggling. They are not okay. Your motivation to not go mask optional is purely political. I was hopeful that you would do the right thing and put the kids first. Instead of prioritizing our kids, many of you have been gallivanting in Philly at Sixers games, axe throwing with friends, hosting political campaign events, attending Broadway shows in NYC, working out at Tri-Mainline Fitness in Wayne, and hosting large family holiday events, all without masks. Rules for thee, but not for me. Time to do the right thing and allow families to choose what is best for their child. It's time to go mask optional in all RTSD buildings. You are all more than welcome to wear your mask, but our kids deserve the freedom to choose. Your mask protects you, and my mask protects me. Follow the science. I realize you have all received multiple emails from me on the subject of mask optional. I want to thank those of you that replied to me, even though we disagreed. To those of you that did not feel the need to reply to my emails, thank you for proving that politics matter more to you than discourse and civility with the people you represent. Please put the kids first tonight and vote mask optional for RTSD. Neil Hermanson, 800 Lawrence Lane. Board members, please consider some points for mask choice in RTSD system. We understand the lack of empirical evidence, especially with COVID, to inform proper guidance and safety can drive decisions to overcorrect, miscalculate risk, and possibly distort logic. How many sporting events, Eagles, Flyers, Penn State, etc., galas, fundraisers, and other social events have been attended without masks, and yet no reporting of disease, spike, or spread? It can obviously happen, but it hasn't. The risk is on the individual to assume. There have been no reported negative effects or expanded transmission in any of our kids' sports playing unmasked. What are the long-term psychological, anthropological, human interaction, and social learning effects on children being masked for so long? Simple things validated with Dr. Paul Ekman's and numerous others' research on communication, emotions, and human understanding are not being developed in places of learning with students wearing masks. What additional detrimental effects does that have on children with English as a second language on a possible spectrum or just developing emotional intelligence? Please allow for mask choice and let our children, or Radnor children, to develop and flourish. John Licardello, Van Leer's Run, Villanova. Reimagine Radnor supports a mask optional policy for all our students effective immediately. We strongly support the plan presented by our superintendent, Dr. Kenneth Batchelor. We are excited that 6 districts in Delaware County are mask optional: Springfield, Pendelco, Ridley, Wallingford, Swarthmore, Marple, Newtown, Interborough, and Haverford. The recent Haverford vote was 7-1 in favor of mask optional. If you look at the Marple Newtown dashboard, you can see their success. Last week, there was only 5 cases of COVID in their mask optional district. The majority of private local schools have also successfully moved to mask optional and have approved mask optional. This includes St. Aloysius, St. Catherine's, Baldwin, the Haverford School, Shipley, Episcopal, Villa Maria, Sacred Heart, and Notre Dame. The time is now for Radnor to move forward and give students the choice to mask or unmask. Our district has relied on our own experience along with consultation from Dr. Rubin of the Child Policy Lab. This past Sunday in the Philadelphia Inquirer, Dr. Rubin declared that, quote, given declines in case rates and in hospitalizations from COVID-19 and the availability of vaccines and booster, people can make their own choices around masking depending on their personal risk and risk tolerance, unquote. He went to discuss the acrimony in schools in regards to masks. His expert opinion is that, quote, I do not think that the current virulence of this virus demands continuing that level of division, unquote. You can look at Radnor's summer school program and see that mask optional works for us. Schools throughout the country, state, and even in our backyard have been able to move to mask optional. Heartbreaking personal stories have been shared in board meetings. Unfortunately, we all know someone who has a child suffering from mental health issues and or learning loss. We are fortunate that outside of the classroom, the majority of Radnor residents have moved on. This includes our school board members and their families. Outside of school, our students participate in travel sports, attend parties, and socialize with friends unmasked. The band just had an amazing trip to Universal Studios. Restaurants are full, large events are happening, and people are vacationing. Even Celtics fans are attending Sixers games in a stadium that holds 20,000 people. Unlike 2020, we now know that COVID-19 is not spreading in our schools. The great thing about mask optional is that everyone is able to make the best choice for themselves. Let's vote tonight for mask optional and celebrate that as a district we respect that our community may not always agree, but know that we all want what's best for our students. In this case, the best is allowing for both sides to have the option to decide what is best for their student. Lorna Atkinson, 10 Highview Drive, Radnor. I'm submitting a public comment tonight to let school board members know that I and my family appreciate the work they have done over the past couple of years to try to keep our schools and communities safe. I know what a heavy responsibility it has been, and I'm sorry that you have had to put up with name-calling, personal attacks, insults, and horrible accusations while carrying out your duties as school board members. I'm saddened that some parents are happy to behave in this way towards the school board, who are, after all, our fellow parents, friends, and neighbors. We should be able to disagree and argue our positions without stooping so low as to use terms like, quote, child abuse when talking about masking. We all understand what real child abuse means. The use of this phrase in this context is sickening. It is a shame that we're not able to model better communication and behavior for the children of Radnor who have been watching the adults during this pandemic. I thank the school board for their time and dedication. Aaron Zahid, 103 Ekus Avenue. My name is Aaron Zahid, 103 Ekus Avenue, Bryn Mawr. I would like to show my support for the recent proposal brought to the Radnor School District's Board's attention regarding the request to recognize the Muslim holiday of Eid on the district calendar. My daughters attend Radnor Elementary School and are in kindergarten and second grade. The Eid holiday being scheduled into the district calendar will allow our family to participate in our holiday celebrations without worry of missing critical educational activities. I respectfully request that you consider adding Eid to the Radnor School District calendar. Thank you for your understanding and consideration in this matter. Kimberly Kent, 712 Cornerstone Lane. Actually, this is the same. This is the same letter from the mainline parents in support, so I'm gonna skip that one. Elif Isman, 1030 East Lancaster Avenue. Dear RTSD school board members, there's going to be great practice of RTSD's inclusive approach by including major holidays of various faiths. So this edition of the Ramadan Eid, that is the most important observed holiday in Islamic faith, will be a huge live display of implementing this diversity and inclusion. By showing this as a living example to our students, it will impact our budding, growing minds for their future lives to help them to have a more realistic and more comprehensive vision of our world, which include all of us in it. Thank you for all your efforts and time. Wyatt Newton, West 5th grader. Good evening, board members. One reason I don't like masks is because the masks I receive from school are too tight. They poke me on my cheeks and are hard to breathe in and make me feel hot. The masks I have at home are very uncomfortable, like all masks. Therefore, when I wear the masks, I get hot and I get headaches like I did today. Today, because of my headache, I had Motrin at school at 2 p.m. I'm asking you to vote for mask optional. I have a few more here that came in since the meeting began. I can get to them.
Did you finish the ones that you had originally, Mr. Petiti?
There's several that came in before 7 o'clock.
Okay.
That weren't on this list because they
Okay.
were coming in as I was compiling it.
Okay.
So I can read those, and there are a couple others as well that came in after the meeting began.
Okay.
But right now I'm having some difficulty connecting to access my OneDrive here. So should I hold off until the end of the meeting on those, or do you want me to just keep refreshing?
They're not coming up, the internet isn't connecting, so it's hard to pull them up, is that it?
Yeah, here we go. All right, let me got to scroll all the way down here. It's about 60 pages.
Take your time.
Okay, where was I? Okay.
And thank you. I know you've been reading for almost an hour straight, so thank you.
It's all a
and-
blur.
What'd you say?
It's all a blur.
Okay.
Sammy Carter, hope you are doing well. I'm writing to you for the change of masks to mask optional. It's been 2 years, and the stats don't lie. Stats don't care about your feelings. Ryan Webb, RHS student. I'm writing you because of the recent discussion on removing these mandates. As you can see, several schools around us have removed them already, and I think it is about time you put politics aside and put the children first. I have not seen my fellow classmates' faces since February of my sophomore year. Please consider this comment when you guys are deciding to remove these masks, because speaking for my classmates, we want them gone. No one said you couldn't wear them, but I just want the choice. Thank you. Ben Hart, RHS senior. This is Ben Hart, senior at Radnor High School. Please vote to make the masks optional. People have the choice to wear a mask or not. Throughout the year, I feel my peers and I have felt very safe when not wearing masks in places like the cafeteria for lunch. Please let us have a choice to make our own health decisions. Thank you. Samira Buaruji, 137 Gallagher Road, Wayne. I have 3 children who have been enrolled in the Radnor School District since 2012 after moving from TESD. Today I wanted to briefly talk about my experience as a Muslim in Radnor, specifically the lack of representation of Islam in our schools. Students have countless days off for Christian, Jewish, and other religious and culturally significant days. We're asking you to show the Muslim community the same respect that you have shown other cultures and religions. Not only does closing schools on Eid allow Muslim students to spend time embracing their individuality without the stress of schoolwork, it also creates an opportunity to educate other young minds. For example, I have a 7-year-old son at Wayne Elementary. Recently, he came home and asked me, Mom, everyone was talking about their holidays today. Why don't we have any holidays? It was heartbreaking to see that despite all the effort I put into educating my child on his religion, he could still not grasp the concept. School is where children spend the majority of their time. It is a place of learning, and Islam is something they should learn about, just as students do with other religions. Muslim families and students in Radnor want to feel included. Please consider representing the Islamic community in the 2020-2023 school year. Thank you. Maddie Plyler, RHS Senior. I previously wrote a letter to the school board the last time masks were voted on. I would like to briefly restate the points I made in my last letter as well as new ones. I want to mention the fact that many students do not and will not wear their masks correctly. No matter how many times you tell us to put it over our nose, we will not do so. They affect our breathing as well as our hearing. Being a person with a heart issue, walking up flight after flight of stairs in a mask absolutely kills me. I can barely hear my teachers, and I have even asked to move in front of the class so I can hear them more clearly. I cannot see anyone's facial expressions, and it is so hard to recognize my friends in the halls. We are absolutely miserable. We want to see smiles again. Please hear us and make masks optional at Radnor. Christopher Tufaro, 304 Durham Drive. It has been 2 years since COVID started. I'm ready to get back to seeing the faces of my teachers and peers in person. The majority of students and teachers agree with this sentiment. Please remove the mask mandate at Radnor. Nordazorn Pilpat, PhD, MD, 28 Moore Circle, Wayne. I'm a pediatric infectious disease physician and a public health physician working in COVID response daily. It is wonderful to see the sharp decline of new case counts that Dr. Ken Batchelor shared in the recent letter from 208 cases in the last week of December 21 to 18 cases in the week of February 4th, 22, as well as a positivity rate of less than 2.5%. While we know that there is underreporting for a variety of reasons, this is reassuring nonetheless. Thanks to you all for keeping our schools safe for our children and school staff. We acknowledge the tremendous effort put in place to avoid mitigation measures. While we are all eager to transition to a new phase, I would like to share some thoughts. As of today, February 22nd, the CDC data tracker still shows Delaware County with a substantial community transmission. According to CDC, quote, to maximize protection and prevent possible spreading COVID-19 to others, wear a mask indoors in public if you are in an area of substantial or high transmission, even if you are up to date with your COVID-19 vaccination, unquote. While we should all be excited to see the falling epic curve, we cannot dismiss these high, even if declining numbers of new cases and hospitalizations in our community. We can all agree that COVID transmission in school is closely associated with transmission in the community. School does not exist in a bubble. When we hear about our community's children who became COVID positive and had no or mild symptoms, we are relieved. That said, we cannot ignore the fact that severe illnesses do occur in this population. School plays a critical role in promoting equity not only for learning but also health, particularly for groups disproportionately affected by COVID-19. A Morbidity Mortality Weekly report from CDC on February 15 stated that, quote, coinciding with increased circulation of the Omicron variant, COVID-19 associated hospitalization rates among children and adolescents ages 0 to 17 years increased rapidly in late December 21, and especially among children ages 0 to 4 years who are not yet eligible for vaccination, unquote. It is important that we keep a perspective of where we are in this pandemic. Last month alone, i.e. January 22, was the month with the most reported cases of the entire pandemic in Delaware County. This reflects what is going on in the world as well. As per the Center for Infectious Disease and Research policy, quote, "At this point, there have been over 400 million COVID cases around the world. It took 1 year to get to 100 million. It took 7 months to get to 200 million, and it only took 6 months to get to 300 million. But more specifically, it took 1 month, which is last month alone, from 300 million to 400 million, unquote. After seemingly endless travel, children often ask, are we there yet? How about we take this opportunity to empower our school community, tell them how well they have done, how resilient they have been, and let them know that we are just about there. Let's hang on and make this a unity moment for what we hope will be the last mile of this long journey together. Let's keep encouraging our students and colleagues and those who may be at higher risk to get their booster doses if they have not done so already. We are still at substantial community transmission and hospitalization levels, so let's wait a little longer before we take off our masks when we are physically close to each other indoors. While it seems that we have been doing this forever, someday we'll look back at this time and this community that we love and know that the people of Radnor were worth the wait." George DeLefson, 108 Overlook Lane. I voice my support for going mask optional at Radnor. The reasons I support this are as follows. The CDC Director, Rochelle Walensky, has deferred its mask guidance to local jurisdictions. One cannot in good faith say that a vote to go mask optional is going against the CDC guidance. It simply is not the case. The CDC has authorized local jurisdictions to make the decision on masks. Transferring responsibility on this decision to the CDC is improper. We have learned from Freedom of Information Act information that the CDC has been coordinating policy decisions on masks with the American Federation of Teachers, the second largest teachers union. This coordination severely undermines the independence of the CDC and undermines the scientific basis of their work. At this point, to treat the CDC as an independent scientific body on this topic is simply naive. Ken Batcher's recommendation to go mask optional is well-researched and should be honored. He deserves our support. No one in the room today has invested more time and effort into this analysis. His judgment is sound. I support Ken's recommendation, and for the school board to override him is wrong. Approximately half of America is no longer mandating masks to be worn in school. We have a huge data set as to the effectiveness of masks in school, and there is no statistically significant data that shows that masks reduce COVID transmission in schools. None. The burden of proof to force masks to be worn on our children should be on the school board, and that burden of proof has clearly not been met. There's a high cost to being overcautious. Children wearing masks do not have the same learning experience and social experience as those without masks. To say that we should mandate that our kids wear masks because it's being safe completely ignores the high cost of wearing masks in schools. My son attends a speech therapy class where both he and the teacher wear masks. For what should be obvious reasons, one cannot teach speech therapy effectively in a mask. As a result, he is behind in his progress. Again, there is a high cost to being overcautious. History in this community will judge those who force our children to wear masks very poorly. Trust the science, trust the data. Unmask our children today. Ismail Ben Issa, 1030 East Lancaster Avenue. I'm a resident of the Radnor School District and have been living in this district for a few years. I have 4 children enrolled in RES and RMS, and we are so happy with the quality education that they receive. We are grateful to have chosen such a vibrant, diverse, and inclusive community as home for our family. Everyone in the district, to include administrators, principals, teachers, and community members, are very warm and welcoming. We want to specifically thank the school board members for their efforts to provide a quality education to our children in a safe and secure environment. We applaud school district officials for embracing diversity, equity, and inclusion in our schools through the recognition and celebration of religious holidays from various faiths, such as Christianity and Judaism, for example. This promotes cultural awareness and communal harmony among the students of the district. We are extremely happy about this and would like to extend this to our religious holidays of Eid al-Adha and Eid al-Fitr. They are the most important and joyful days for a Muslim during the calendar year. Recognizing Eid as a holiday on the school calendar is the best way to recognize and celebrate the most important religious holiday for a Muslim, and a great way to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our schools. It will also serve the purpose of spreading awareness and highlighting the uniqueness of other cultures and traditions. We respectfully request that you and the board adopt the Eid holiday for the school calendar. James Donahue, 225 Parkway Drive. I stand here today against the masks and your mandates. My friend suffers from a respiratory disease from the masks. Remove this now. Sinead Bortner, 11 Rockland Circle. Good evening. Thank you to our superintendent and school board whose tireless work to keep our kids safe has helped our district over the past 2 years. I have a daughter in the 4th grade in Wayne Elementary, and would like to express my wish that for now the mask mandates stay in place. As I sit at home listening to the comments, I can understand the emotions and desires to make this optional. My daughter was vaccinated, and while she finds the mask uncomfortable at the end of a long day, when I spoke to her about what she would like, she shared that she feels safer and more comfortable wearing one right now, and also wants to protect her friends. While I recognize that the number of cases is in decline, I believe that our mask policies have helped with this trend. We may have staff and students who are immunocompromised or who may not be able to receive the vaccine for medical reasons, and I hope that the board will place emphasis on protecting those most vulnerable in our community. If there is one person on school grounds who needs that added layer of protection, then my family and my daughter are happy to continue wearing a mask. I see the signs around our town that say, "My child, my choice." I will put forth that not everyone is in the same fortunate position, and I would like us to think about the greater good as the board considers our options. Thank you for your time. 237 Beechwood Drive. This is Caitlin Kincaid. Please vote to remove the mask mandate and begin serving the residents you were elected to serve. That is all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Petiti. Really appreciate your tireless reading of other people's sentiments on this important subject. Dr. Batchelor, do you have any follow-up to any of the public comment that you've heard tonight you'd like to share?
None at this time. I think many of the public comments we will be addressing as we present the item on the agenda.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute recess. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay, 5 minutes and we'll be back. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We'd like to resume the meeting. If everybody could please take their seats, we'd really appreciate it. Okay, thank you, everyone. We will resume the meeting now, and we're going to make a little change in the agenda. At this point in the agenda, we are scheduled to have our reports from board committees. We're going to move that to the end of the agenda, and we are going to go to our priority discussion and action item. So I would like to introduce the recommended action for that priority discussion action item, and that is that the board approves the updated health and safety plan. And I would like at this point to turn it over to Dr. Batchelor. Do you have a presentation, Dr. Batchelor, that you and your team would like to make?
Pardon me, I thought we were going to start with a motion. I thought we were
Correct. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs.
So I'd like to move that the board approves the updated health and safety plan.
Second.
Thank you. My apologies. Now we will turn it over to Dr. Batchelor for a presentation, if you have one, Dr. Batchelor.
Thank you, yes. So we have the presentation that was shared during our curriculum committee meeting this past Tuesday evening, a week ago. It has been adjusted. Some of the slides have been adjusted. This presentation, we can move to the next slide, and I apologize, it still says Board Curriculum Committee meeting on the front cover. It's been adjusted for tonight. This presentation was developed first really in December. In December, we had a board meeting when we discussed options. There was questions from board members, both in December and January, and based on those questions and what are the aspects that we wanted to study, we developed this presentation to address some of those questions as the board asked for this to move forward. So I wanted to thank the board members for the questions and the help in developing this presentation. Very quickly, since we did this presentation before, Mr. Bechtold, Dan Bechtold, our Director of Secondary Teaching and Learning, and Dr. Sean Dukevich, our Director of Elementary Teaching and Learning, are going to join me in this presentation. We're going to try to move through it rather quickly, since we've done it already. There will be a competition, Mr. Bechtold and Dr. Dukevich, for the belt of brevity. Don't worry, I will probably lose, but we will try to move very quickly through it. So the first part of the presentation, and I'm assuming also, since board members have had time to see this presentation from last week, is one of the reasons we can move quickly, but that during the Q&A question period from board members, we'll have time to address anything that maybe we move too quickly through. But the agenda for our presentation is we just want to share the current data, guidance, the regional experience, and masking mandate timeline. We want to talk about the factors that we've considered in making this recommendation. And we want to talk about the recommendation details, exactly what's in this recommendation, what aspects of the health and safety plan changing, what aspects would the administration still have the authority to make decisions on as we move forward. If we move to the next slide, the next slide is what you've all seen before. It's our current positive cases and where we are as a district, so I'll move quickly past that, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Dukevich.
All right, thank you, Dr. Batchelor. The next 4 slides in moving through represent current masking guidance from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and Child Policy Lab. Although we are told that updated masking guidelines are expected this week from the CDC, the existing guidelines for each health agency currently recommend indoor masking in schools for all individuals. That being said, moving ahead to slide 6, CHOP Policy Lab has continued to expand on their guidance by opening a conversation into what are the next steps toward normalcy. In a Q&A with Dr. Rubin and a following blog post, slide 7, Dr. Rubin expands on the conversations with what are the steps moving toward normalcy pre-COVID times in our schools. For the sake of time, these are linked in here and sourced for those who want to learn more. Again, Dr. Rubin has opened the door to the conversation around moving toward normalcy, although the guidelines themselves have remained the same. Moving on to slide 8, as part of that aforementioned blog post in Child Policy Lab, additional guidance which spans the nation as well as county level trends are represented in that blog. In those cases, national and county level trends are summarized, and in all cases in the blog, case counts, transmission rates, hospitalization rates are all declining, and in most areas of the country are said to be actively improving in a significant way. Moving ahead and transitioning to the experience that we've seen from other school districts in our region that have already gone to a mask optional platform, beginning with Bucks County. So Central Bucks School District in Bucks County, a much larger school district than us, of course, with 18,000 students and 23 schools. They started mask optional in December, right after the mask mandate was lifted for Pennsylvania. They saw, just like a lot of us did, the spike after the winter break. And since that time, a steady decline in case counts, even with being mask optional. Their dashboard is no longer available on their website. Moving ahead to the next school district we looked at in Bucks County, that's Penn Ridge School District. Just like Bucks County, they started their mask optional the week of the 13th of December. Saw a very similar trend line after the winter break and a decline in cases thereafter. Their dashboard is also no longer available on their website. Moving ahead to Delaware County, 2 districts represented here. First, Marple Newtown School District. A little different trend, very similar, of course, but they went mask optional the same week as the other 2 Bucks County school districts. Saw the winter break rise. They did return to a mandatory masking thereafter. They did shut down the district for a few days because of the staffing shortage, but then they returned to mask optional the week of the 22nd of January, have remained there since, and have continued to see a decline in cases overall. They did have an uptick by 2, but last week they were down to 6 cases overall in Marple Newtown, a very similar sized school district as Radnor. And finally, Springfield School District, the other Delaware County district that we captured here in the slideshow. They had a mask optional for grades 7, 12, the same week as the other 3 districts, but it was required at that time for K to 6. Again, right after break, saw the increase in cases. They returned to mandatory masking for that period, but then went full mask optional K to 12 the week of the 15th of January. And like the other districts have seen a consistent decline in cases, 24 the week before last and 18 just this past week. Which brings us to slide 14, which is Radnor Township School District data. Just like the other districts, you see a very similar trend line in cases, even though we are the one district in this representation that has not yet gone mask optional. In the last 2 weeks, our case counts are 18 and 9 respectively. Moving along, again, this graph just shows the aforementioned school districts represented in a single graph. Again, you can see, although the difference in sizes are represented, a very similar trend line exists amongst all of us. Moving along to slide 16, and then I'm just bringing this back around. You've seen this a couple times today. You've also seen it in December and January, as these were some original considerations. Yet at this time, when we did represent these in December and January, Dr. Batcher's recommendation was to continue masking at that time. And then quickly, moving along, I will share just a review of the mask mandate that did exist and why we're here tonight talking about this. The mask mandate timeline is now represented on the slideshow. Throughout the process here, several months, different litigation, different mitigation and considerations were made, landing us in the most recent situation where the decision to require masks now is represented at the school district level. For the decision to be made at the school district level. And now I'll turn it over to our solicitor, Mike Christofko, to give an overview of some pending cases related to masking in our region.
Thanks. There are currently 4 cases that have been filed by parents of immunocompromised children against school districts that, since the mask mandate was lifted by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, voted to go mask optional. 2 of the cases are out in the western part of the state, North Allegheny and Upper St. Clair, and 2 of the cases are in this part of the state, Perkiomen Valley and Springfield School District here in Delaware County. The 4 cases all involved what's either called a temporary restraining order or a preliminary injunction. In the legal world, a temporary restraining order is something that gets presented to the court and decided before there's actually a hearing or any testimony of witnesses or presentation in court. It's simply decided on the papers by the judge and argument by the attorneys. And typically, temporary restraining orders are designed to maintain the status quo while the issue at hand can be litigated. So 3 of the cases, North Allegheny, Upper St. Clair, and Springfield, were all presented and decided based on the temporary restraining order. In 2 of those cases, Upper St. Clair and Springfield, The federal district court that heard them denied the temporary restraining order and allowed the mask optional policy to go into place. In North Allegheny, the federal district court upheld the TRO and prevented the mask optional policy from going into place. Both North Allegheny and Upper St. Clair cases have been appealed to the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. The Third Circuit Court of Appeals did two things. One, it instituted a temporary restraining order for the Upper St. Clair district and said that while the case was being decided there, it didn't want the district going mask optional. Secondly, it limited the issues on appeal to two. One, whether the plaintiffs had standing, the right to bring the claim, and secondly, whether the plaintiffs were required to exhaust administrative remedies before they went to court. Typically, students that claim that they're entitled to some type of an accommodation due to a medical condition are required to go through administrative processes if they're unhappy with the school district's decision on that. And in this case, the North Allegheny court said they don't have to do it. The Upper St. Clair court said they did, and the Third Circuit's going to resolve that dispute. In Springfield, the TRO was denied, no opinion was issued, but there's a hearing set up for February 28th, an evidentiary hearing before the court. In the Perkiomen Valley case, the court initially granted the TRO, then held a preliminary injunction hearing, and ultimately entered a preliminary injunction. The facts of that case involved a situation where the administration went to the board in mid-December and recommended that the board continue with the mask required part of its health and safety plan. The board voted against the administrative recommendation and voted to go mask optional in mid-December. The court, in writing the opinion on the preliminary injunction, was really stressing the fact that there weren't any real reasons or rationale behind the decision. There was no justification offered as to why the board went that way. There was no on-ramps or off-ramps to the masking. It was just a flat-out decision that to do that. And it was right after the board basically turned over in the election. 4 new board members were seated at the beginning of December, and at the December 13 business meeting, they voted to go mask optional. So the court weighed all of those factors and felt that the potential harm to the plaintiffs was more important or more significant than the district's interest in maintaining its mask optional policy, and therefore enjoined it. The court did say, however, that if circumstances changed or if the district were to adopt some type of criteria, that they could reapply to have the preliminary injunction lifted. That's the status of the cases. The 2 cases pending in front of the Third Circuit will be argued at the end of March. I believe it's March 25th, and the argument will be via Zoom, so I think anybody who wants to will be able to watch them to see how the argument goes. And as of right now, there are other districts that have gone at mask optional, but I'm not aware of any other litigation that's actually been commenced against them.
Thank you, Mr. Krasovko. And next, Mr. Bechtel will take over factors to consider.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to run through some of the factors that we considered when we put forth the recommendation. As you see in front of you, throughout the 2021-2022 school year, RTSD has monitored the CDC indicators of community transmission. If you go to the next slide, the Delaware County, as of today, is in substantial transmission for cases per 100,000 and moderate transmission for percent positivity. These are decreases from last week when we presented at the curriculum committee meeting. Next slide, please. One of the things that we also look at is the total hospitalizations and the total morbidity. So both of these we saw a spike when we were coming through Omicron after the winter break, but these both have been declining as we've been moving through the month of February. Additionally, when we're considering the recommendation, the things that inform us, our past experience informs us, and we've talked about this slide a number of times. We had a very positive experience during the summer with our summer school programs in 2021. CDC transmission for Delaware County ranged from low through substantial during the 6 weeks of camp. and we had one unconfirmed COVID-19 positive case during our summer school experience. Some of our mask-related current procedures, we use test to stay and mask to stay to allow students to stay in school that are asymptomatic, close contacts, and also to shorten the isolation period. So right now, students, if they are, or employees would be up for 10 days. They could shorten that and return after day 6 if they participate in the mask to stay program. And so this is something that we have offered that has worked really well that we would continue. When we look at the vaccination rates, we presented this at curriculum. We are actually up from 72.4% last week to 72.7% this week, and this is for Delaware County, the total percent of the population that has been vaccinated, and the source is from the CDC COVID tracker database. As we said previously, and as the next slide, please, Mr. Petiti, thank you. As we said previously, the Radnor Township School District was a leader in offering vaccines. We put on a number of different clinics to go and provide the community opportunities for those interested to get vaccinated. This slide includes updated elementary numbers since last week's curriculum committee meeting, and you'll see a significant increase both in the number of respondents and in the number that are fully vaccinated. We solicited feedback from our employees, from all bargaining groups, prior to making the recommendation. Out of the 438 respondents, which was a 93% response rate, 65% supported mask optional and 35% supported continuing mandatory masking. On the next 2 slides, we have comments in support of masking. So out of the 154 people that were in support of continued masking, 69 provided comments, and we included some of these to provide feedback. And if we go to the next slide, out of the 284 employees who were in support of mask optional, 72 of them left comments, and so we included those as well. When we're thinking about the instructional impact of masking, we solicited feedback from some of our employees, and this is based on board questions, and we really looked at feedback from employees who work with students who have instructional needs. If you can go to the next slide, Mr. Petiti. To summarize the information provided on these 2 slides, as Dr. Batchelor had said previously, we believe that there is an impact on instruction when students and staff are wearing masks. While teachers have done their best to work around limitations posed by masking, areas such as processing facial expressions, identifying emotions, providing articulation services, and teaching phonics all pose challenges for instruction. And lastly, when we're talking about the instructional impact on masking, we consider the potential work of Dr. Albert Moravian. He's a professor emeritus at UCLA. And this helped to guide our understanding of nonverbal communication. So one of the things that we did as administrators after the curriculum committee meeting was look into what was this toll or impact on masking. And this is one of the things that was illuminating for us. Dr. Moravian's work shows that 55% of all communication is facial expressions, gestures, posture, and other forms of nonverbal communication. We thought this was also something that was informative to us. And at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Dr. Batchelor.
Thank you. So our next step is to look at our recommendations again, and the recommendations are the recommendations that we started discussing in December and January. The administrative, we are recommending 2B, and that recommendation sets a guardrail. And there were some questions earlier about where does this guardrail come from? How did we come up with 2.5%? Well, over a year ago, the State Health Department gave us our guardrail that said if we have 5% cases within a building, we should consider closing the building. And that was a guardrail that was created that we all recognize now that no one is encouraging us, that if you had 5% of the cases to close. We hit that the week after we were not necessarily in our buildings, but just our overall population after January. But a year later, A lot of the experts who helped create that 5% rule even questioned and started to say that, schools should try to stay open. But that was a rule that we were forced to follow. We were forced to follow as a school district to share with the state any positive cases we had. We were told that if we hit 5% positivity within one of our buildings, that would be the point where we should then consider potentially closing a building. So we selected 2.5% because simply it's half of the 5%. If the state created a rule that you should think about closing at 5%, we didn't want to get anywhere near that 5% once we remove masks. So at 2.5%, cases within a building is when we would then consider and look at when we would then require masking back in our buildings. I can tell you in January, we felt the need to have masks to limit the spread. We needed to limit the spread as it was happening so rapidly and so quickly, and try to limit the amount of absenteeism among our staff and among our students. If we're in a situation like that again, we would be looking at this and then reinstituting masking. Masking would be reinstituted for a 2-week period. We also have guidelines in here that the masking we reinstitute, if we go over this percentage, could be just by a classroom or a grade level at the elementary level, because it could vary at the elementary level where our kids are more isolated and they are separated from other students. At the middle school and high school, it's more challenging. So our recommendation is that we remove the mask mandate as long as we are under that 2.5%. Yes, the public comments that were made are accurate, that we have been, as a district, under that 2.5% for several weeks. We were under that 2.5% all of September, October, November, and even into December when we look at the cases that were taking place within our building. We move to the next slide. Our health and safety plan, it is on our website. It has specific changes that are being made to the health and safety plan, so we want to make everyone aware. There is this presentation, and then there's the actual changes that are being made to the health and safety plan. If we move to the next slide, it shares the exact details of what are some of the changes that are happening both within the health and safety plan and administratively what we are recommending. So I already explained the recommendation for the guardrail. The recommendation would be that we would begin on Thursday, if this is passed, that masks would no longer be required in Radnor as long as we stay below that 2.5%. We believe that's the appropriate guardrail. Obviously, the other option is we could look at spread rates, and our spread rates are now coming down. Many school districts have selected that once you get into low or moderate is when you remove masks. We have been in high spread since August. We just now, in the last couple of days, went from high to substantial. We didn't recommend we use those guardrails because we've been in high for so long as a district. We also didn't recommend using that guardrail of the community spread because Radnor doesn't necessarily represent what's happening with the county spread. As Mr. Bechtold mentioned, as a school district, we were on the forefront of vaccinations. You've seen the data from our community. Our community has taken this very seriously. They have received, many of them have received vaccinations, have taken advantage of the clinics we've hosted. So for a lot of reasons, we don't think we necessarily represent, when we look at county spread numbers, we unfortunately don't have numbers for just Radnor. If we did have numbers for just Radnor for spread, we think we would be doing a little bit better than the county. We also didn't want to pick those numbers or those thresholds because there is a lot of arbitrariness in those numbers. Just like there's an arbitrariness, I'll be honest with you, at the 2.5%. We came up with it because the state identified a 5% over a year ago. All of those guardrails that were created, if you remember back in time a year ago, we had guardrails for when to open school and when to have school be virtual. It turned out in the summer of 2020, the guardrails we saw for when we should open school or not, turned out not to be accurate. We were able to open school. We didn't know that, but we found out in the fall of 2020 that we were able to open school and we were able to limit spread based on our mitigation. And some of those guardrails weren't accurate for when we could open school or not, and I'm not sure the guardrail is accurate for when to mask or not based on the low, substantial, and high. It's not a bad way to do it though either. So we're trying to look for an appropriate guardrail, and we think the most appropriate guardrail right now is to look at our personal experience at each one of our buildings, and that way if we see a spike in a building, we can address the issues in that classroom or that building without impacting the whole district. So specifically, what's in the recommendation? I explained the details of the 2.5%. The other pieces that I want to just highlight for the community and the school board, we have to remember that due to a federal requirement, masks are still required on district transportation. That is a requirement. Just like it is a requirement if you travel right now, you have to wear a mask at an airport. If you hop on a public transportation of a bus, you have to wear a mask. All of our students and adults who ride any of our transportation based on a federal requirement must wear masks. So that will continue no matter what we do. The board also would authorize the superintendent to implement mandatory masking at the superintendent's discretion. So moving forward, if we need to mask, we would not require a board meeting to have that happen. The superintendent would have the discretion based on an emergency, based on something we discover that's happening in a building, that we could require masking again. The plan also provides single-use surgical masks for students and employees, and we will provide KN95 masks for anyone who wants a KN95 mask. The challenge is the younger kids. We are trying to get KN95 masks that will fit the younger kids for those who want to have one, but we will provide for staff and students masks who still want to continue to mask. Our recommendation is that this change would go into effect on Thursday, February 24th. I don't know that if I should make a joke now that by the time we approve it tonight, it might be tomorrow, but you know, too early on jokes. All right. The elementary homeroom classes will continue to be informed of COVID positive cases. So we're going to still share K-5, what we've always done. If there is a positive case in a classroom, K-5, we will still share with families that there's a positive case. We're continuing to do that because we do that for other things. We do that for pertussis, we do that with lice, we do that with other things. So if there's a positive case in a classroom, we're going to still share that K-5. We haven't been doing that at the middle school and high school because the kids move around so much. We will continue to keep a dashboard. So we will have a dashboard to be sharing with our community. Our dashboard is based on what our community shares with us. And our community has been great. Our parents let us know and let the nurse know when their kids are out and if they've tested positive. So we will still share that information on our dashboard. Visitors will be permitted in our schools. That's determined by building administration and for planned events. Those visitors will not be required, if you're meeting with your guidance counselor, you will not be required to wear a mask. If a parent's coming in to meet with a teacher, they would not be required to wear a mask. However, though, for the month of March, if this proposal passes, we are going to require masking for any large indoor events as we feel out how this happens. So what would be a large indoor event? A large indoor event with spectators. A large indoor event with spectators could be an athletic event that's indoor, that's crowded, or it could be for the musical. For the month of March, we'd be looking at requiring masks for spectators just for those events. Our students participating in the musical would not have to be masked. Our athletes would not have to be masked. There was a comment earlier about, you know, we're requiring athletes to mask. We have not been requiring athletes to mask at all this school year. That has not been a requirement. Teachers will be provided talking points about the social-emotional language and utilize support of all students regardless of their choice to wear a mask. And what that all means is we want to make sure we have a community, and we believe we do have a community, where our kids respect one another's decisions. We saw it, and it sounds like a broken record, but we saw it this past summer with our summer program. When we had our summer program with about 500 kids, roughly 30% chose to wear masks. I took the time to personally go over and interview some of those middle schoolers. They didn't know I was interviewing them, but talk to them about their decision to wear masks, the other kids who weren't wearing masks. And the kids were very open and respectful to each individual choice. None of us know what the future holds. You know, the future may hold for some people that they don't immediately, we say you can take off masks, they're no longer going to wear masks, but then they have a family wedding coming up in 2 weeks, and they want to stay healthy for the wedding, and they might choose to wear a mask. We want to create the climate for the rest of the school year that our staff and our students feel comfortable making their own choice based on a family as a student. As long as we're below that threshold, they make their own personal choice on whether or not they wear a mask, and that everyone should feel comfortable whether they're choosing to wear it or not wear it. And I could see having staff and students who may be wearing it some weeks and choosing not to wear it some weeks or some days or some circumstances where they might choose to wear it. So our teachers will work with all of our kids to make sure they're comfortable. Our teachers do that every day to make sure that our kids feel comfortable and accepted and belong in our buildings and classrooms. When it comes to social distancing, we recognize that social distancing is another mitigation strategy, but we also recognize that social distancing is something that's getting in the way of the educational program. So for the first 2 weeks of the time when we remove the requirement for universal masking, we're going to keep the desks at roughly 3 feet or the greatest distance where they are currently right now. After 2 weeks, the administration will reassess our numbers, our data, where things are going, and then start to give some more freedom and flexibility to our teachers to rearrange some of those desks. Our teachers right now this year have more flexibility when it comes to science labs, when it comes to the elementary classroom, to have some more flexibility with small group instruction. Yes, they're missing some of their things that they had in their classroom before. We want to slowly try to get some of those tables and things back to them in their classrooms, but they do have some flexibility already right now to make sure that they are making sound educational decisions to make sure that our instructional program is as strong as it can be. So that is how we will move forward with the spacing. That would not need a board meeting in order to adjust the 3 feet afterwards. We are keeping the lunches at 6 feet for the time being. I will tell you right now, there is a practical issue for us at almost all the building levels with what we have with the spacing at lunch. Probably the earliest we would look at administratively reducing the 6 feet at lunch may be spring break, because there's a practical piece that if everything's going well and our numbers continue to go down and no longer requiring masking, we're not seeing any challenges to that, we would look to bring back lunches to be more normal for our kids. The practical logistics of that is all of our tables right now are in storage off-site, because we wound up purchasing desks in order to make our lunches work in the last 2 years. So we're going to bring, so that's the plan moving forward. That's in the recommendations. If you move to the next slide. So we're going to continue comprehensive mitigation. We're going to continue to monitor our guidance and data. Our nurses have been absolutely critical. We will continue, asking parents when the parent screening, if your child doesn't feel well, please have your child stay home. Staff, if you're not feeling well. That was common sense and normal prior to COVID. That would continue now when kids are sick and not feeling well. And for kids not to feel pressure that if they're sick, it's okay to be sick and miss a day of school. Move forward to the next slide, and it's really we're to questions now for the board. So I think the attorney won the belt of brevity, which is shocking. So Mr. Krasofko, well done. And I think I lost it, so I'll turn it over to the board for questions.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone again, the motion on the floor is that the board approves the updated health and safety plan, and we, as Dr. Batchelor said, we are now in the questions and comments period. So I see some board members have their hands raised. I'll start at that end. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, President Goldman. I already had many of my questions answered in the curriculum meeting, so thank you. And board members, if there were questions you didn't like that Mrs. Dunn was asking, she may have been asking some of my questions, not her questions. So, but most of those were answered. Just a few loose ends. Number one, have we been hearing anything about 2022, 2023, whether we will be back here in this role, not as public health experts, being asked under law to make public health-like decisions?
We don't have any information on 2022, 2023 school district. I can tell you that, for the last 2 years, I think we've all been surprised and have not been able to see around the corner and have been surprised that we are where we are right now even. We are hoping that we will have a Delaware County Health Department that will be in place that could possibly be providing us some guidance for the start of the 2022-2023 school year. I believe that also, moving forward, that, there is a lot of momentum right now that we're stay focused on what has been the learning loss and what has been, the concerns we have with the kids, and how do we continue to address those concerns has been a focus.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, why aren't we doing something like the Walt Disney rule? Walt Disney announced that if you're fully vaccinated, you can be mask optional in the parks. I watched the curriculum committee meeting and I heard Mr. Bechtold say that that's not something the district is recommending. Could you say a little bit more about why the district is not recommending? For example, is slide 28 the answer to that? We got updated information about our vaccination rates. I saw the K to 5s up to 69% or so for students. Anything to add to that, or is that on the right track?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, there are certain vaccinations that the state health department requires students to have in order to attend school in the state of Pennsylvania. We don't create that as a school board, and as a superintendent, I don't recommend those. Those vaccinations that people are required to have by public school code and by law are developed by our state health department. Our state health department would be the appropriate authority to decide whether or not students need to be vaccinated to attend school. I don't think it's the role of a superintendent to give that recommendation.
Okay. I also heard you talk a little bit about your vision for how you can reevaluate distancing over the last couple of weeks. It has been a long time, admittedly, since I was a high school teacher, but what I remember was, and you alluded to this a little bit, how important it is to have the group work, the collaboration. I was a science teacher, we did science labs. What led you to suggest relaxing masking before relaxing distancing, rather than bringing the idea of relaxing distancing first, but taking more time to relax masking?
I think they're both critical, and I think they're both play a different role at each level. At the high school level, when you look at labs, we actually have relaxed many things, and kids are working together and doing their labs. In our elementary classrooms, especially in the younger years, our teachers are really starving for the kids to be able to sit in groups, to get closer, to move those desks closer. I think both the distancing and the masking are both critical items that we need to look at, and that's why we're recommending the masking at this point, and then in 2 weeks we reevaluate the desks. But we also are saying that because we know that our teachers do have more freedom and flexibility this year to, as needed, to bring some kids together in smaller groups. Some of our teachers have been more comfortable with that than others, but they have had that flexibility a little more so this year. This change will give our teachers, again, the reinforce that over the next couple of weeks, when instructionally necessary, you want to bring students together in small groups, and it's for educational reasons, you can do that. If things go well over the next 2 weeks, we would then look at the distancing with the desks as something we could adjust. So I think I think if you ask some teachers, they would tell you the distancing is more important than the mask. I think if you ask other teachers, they would tell you the masking is more important than the distancing. So I think both are really critically important.
Thank you. It is not lost on me, and perhaps ironic, that I have a 4-year-old who, if we make a change tonight, will continue, because her daycare is in Montgomery County, to be following those rules, and will be continuing masking, perhaps for many weeks longer. Just thinking about our own programming and our own students, do we have to do anything differently in our pre-K pilot, or is this plan an appropriate plan for those as well?
This recommendation would also include our pre-K pilot.
Okay. I'm not asking for any other legal analysis other than what Mr. Kostrofko already applied, but I do thank him for sharing in this meeting that there are some differences between this plan, which has guardrails, and some of the plans that receive court challenges. But putting aside the legal issues, thinking about the kind of person who was a plaintiff in those cases, a parent whose family circumstances were one where they had immunocompromised children. I'm not asking you to share any private family information, but do you have a plan in place to deal with parents who approach you with those issues, and what can you share about how to make sure that those families will be able to continue to receive their education?
Like with so many situations for our students, and all of our kids are individuals, and we need to look at each kid and their circumstances on an individual case-by-case basis. We would encourage, and one of the things we wanted to do with my letter that I originally sent out about this recommendation moving forward was to encourage those families to reach out to their principal. Obviously, students who we know of, whether it is a medical fragility, whether it's something in a 504 or a special ed plan, we know of those students, and we're already aware and looking very carefully at what some of those concerns could be. We've asked our parents that if other families have concerns, please reach out to your principal, talk to us, and maybe there are accommodations or things that we can do, and we want to look very carefully at that. So we're trying to be proactive to make sure that we're continuing to address the needs of our kids, just like we did prior to COVID. Prior to COVID, we had kids with individual needs, and we do our best to meet those needs so that those kids can access our curriculum and our program.
Okay. And I noticed on slide 34, the administration cited some research about nonverbal communication, and you've also talked more generally, shared teacher comments about the benefits of taking masks off for the educational environment and what we've been missing with masks on. But I note that you are not asking that masks be banned in our schools, and everyone here has spoken in favor of mask optional. But if it's mask optional, your teacher might still have a mask on. If it's mask optional, other students in your class might still have their mask on. So could you comment more on the impact of this plan as a mask optional plan in light of the benefits of seeing other people's faces without masks, which you articulated?
You know, a couple of public speakers tonight really struck me. And one of them that did strike me tonight is the fact that we are coming out of what has been 2 years, and it has been 2 years of a pandemic. There's been challenges. There's been a lot of mixed guidance. And we need to look at things as a progression. And I think that we need to understand that when we're with our kids, when we're dealing with kindergartens and first graders who have only seen school while wearing a mask, you know, they don't know the cafeteria to be anything different but 6 feet apart. And we need to now give those students an opportunity to ease into seeing school in another way. We need to work with our families and our kids who are anxious and scared. And they're scared for all the reasons because of whatever has gone on with their family, circumstances. But we need to help our kids understand that we believe school is safe, and we believe this is a time that we can move away from our mitigation protocols. But we're doing it in a way that I think we're stepping it down. And I don't want to say slowly, but we're doing it in a way that's stepping it down that gives our kids an opportunity to adjust to it. I will be very honest with you with your questions, Mr. Moore. Do I picture, next school year, do we picture teachers, a kindergarten teacher who's fully masked for a whole school year? I think that's a struggle that we're going to talk about next year because, while we're comfortable with that decision right now because of what's happening right now, I think we're going to have some hard decisions about what is the future of people's choice to mask next year. Maybe it's something that we as a district are going to say that, yeah, we're going to allow it from time to time for teachers. But I would struggle personally with what we're learning and what we're concerned about with masking and the challenging with masking, that I think that is a bridge that we're going to be talking about in the fall. So when you ask me what is the next year, I think that's a question that we're going to have a discussion about in the fall. Right now, I think we need to encourage a climate that people can make their own choice as we move forward this school year, and then cross that bridge in the summer and into the fall, what the future means for masking.
That transitions well to my last question. We heard some public comment tonight, and we've gotten some emails, and we've been able to observe, and I am thankful for what you reported about the summer, how that spirit of recognizing everyone's choice is something we saw in our summer program. And I'm not saying anything about what our students are doing, and in fact, I was speaking with someone earlier today about how, in the school building they were talking about, they weren't seeing any of the negativity about other people's choices within the school building among the students. This is something we'll have to answer whether we make this choice tonight or not, but if we do make this choice tonight, this change moving forward, you touched on it briefly in the presentation, but could you say more about how, I think there was a student commenter who said something like, we want happiness to be spread. Moving forward, if we make this change tonight, how do we make sure that happiness is being spread, people aren't being bullied because of their choice?
And I think that's what our teachers do really well every day. Our teachers work very hard to make sure that our kids not only feel included, but they feel like they belong. I go back to my days as a high school assistant principal, and the one thing I used to ask students at the end is when I was giving on it, when they had discipline, I said, what part of the school do you really feel part of something? And it always concerned me when I would receive an answer where there was no part. There wasn't a classroom, wasn't an activity. Our teachers do a really good job of, at each grade level and grade level appropriate, helping to create that sense of belonging. And that we're going to look to our teachers to help teachers and principals to continue to do that, to help share with our kids that you may see me as a teacher wearing a mask one day, and maybe I won't be the next day, and that's okay. You may see a student next to you wearing a mask and the other student isn't wearing a mask. And to talk to the kids about the individual choice that each can make about wearing this mask, and that just because your teacher is wearing it or isn't wearing it doesn't have to impact whether you choose to wear it or your family chooses to wear it. And I think our teachers can do that well.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more questions. I have a few comments, but I will hold those so that other board members can get their questions in. And to the board president and my fellow board members, I would appreciate that we all have the chance to circle back and make comments before we call the vote, so that we make sure that we complete our deliberation in public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Stern, you have questions?
Oh, yes, I do. Just
Yeah, I saw
really
Ms.
just a
Stern's
few,
hand
though.
first, Dr. Babson. I'll get to you next.
Dr. Batcher, can you, so you referenced that the KN95 masks for the younger students, you're trying to get them, really, what's the status of that? What, is there something that we can be done? Oh, maybe Mr. Bechtold has the answer.
So we had those delivered last week on Friday. So we actually placed the order and we received our first shipment and they were distributed to all 3 elementary schools.
So we now have pediatric KN95s?
We do.
Thank you, I appreciate that information. I wanted to thank you for pointing out, I think this is, by the way, the presentation, I'm not on curriculum, but it's tremendously informative, so thank you. I did appreciate that you pointed out that in some comparisons to some of these other districts, some of the other districts, for whatever reasons, have stopped reporting their dashboards. I don't know if you have insight into why that is, but so you will continue to publicly report our dashboard?
Yes, that is our plan as of now, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. This next question, Dr. Dukevich probably is going to be able to answer best, but I will ask it to you. So I really want to thank Mr. Petiti and Dr. Dukevich for updating the vaccination status of our elementary school students. I know that that was a question that was asked last week, and I know that that took extra work this weekend, and I'm grateful to the administration, and I'm grateful to the parents who took the time to answer that this weekend. This is all information that's really informing us, so thank you if you were a parent who was contacted and you responded. There's been talk about being fully vaccinated, and then there's also been discussion of kind of conferred immunity because you actually got COVID. So in looking at the dashboard, Dr. Dukevich, could you could just run the number for me? So how many elementary school students do we have, roughly?
Just under 1,600.
Okay, and about how many of those were elementary case in the last December and January or January-February timeframe? About how many of the overall cases we had were elementary school cases?
We had I think it was 61 total, so like an average of 20 per building in the time period you just mentioned.
Okay, so when you and I talked, it tallied a little bit closer to 80 for me, but maybe it was a longer time frame. So I think we can kind of infer from that, we've got about, you do the math of this. This was a conversation at curriculum, so we've got about a 69% vaccinated status of K-5, but about another 5% or so conferred immunity is what the math is looking like to me. Okay, so, it's approximating the older children, which is good news. And then the way you have the plan written, if you were to get to the 2.5% of cases, whether it's a school or a classroom or a grade, you will return to mandatory masking for 14 days. What happens at the end of 14 days if the rate is still above 2.5%?
We would then have to make a decision whether we'd continue for another week or not. So we would look at, the idea is that those 2 weeks we would see it come down, and then at the end of the 2 weeks we could then remove the requirement. If the rate continues to increase, we may have to go another additional 2 weeks.
Okay, so that part of the plan might fall under the authority that we're giving you as the superintendent to require mandatory masking?
Yes.
Okay, all righty. And, what can you share, what you're hearing from other districts about how they're doing in this transition to not having a mask mandate? How are those other districts doing in terms of the relationships with the students, the children? Not everyone in the classroom is necessarily masked. You know, what can you share with us that the other superintendents are saying about how that's going, practically speaking?
So I reached out to 2 superintendents today, and I've spoken to others last week as well. And they really share very similar experiences that we experienced with our summer program. I think a lot of it has to do with the world our kids have been living in, and that our kids are very accepting and respectful of one another, and that they've found that many of their kids, have chosen to mask. They've also seen that, as rates have continued to go down, and the longer that they are the longer that they have been optional, they have seen more kids feeling more comfortable not wearing the mask also. But they have not, I asked them specifically about the bullying on either side, and they have not experienced or seen that.
Okay, so then this is my last question. How will you confirm that a student coming into the building, in as much as they may not be wearing a mask, that is with the knowledge of their parents? There's been no talk of, I believe one of the districts talked about parental permission slips, and I'm just going to say that sounds like an administrative nightmare, don't get me wrong, but what if we were to have a student in the building who their parents did want them to mask, and yet they're showing up not masking? How's that going to get handled? How are we even going to kind of monitor that?
So it'll vary based on age, based on, the age of the kids and the age appropriateness from kindergarten to 12th grade. Having kids across that spectrum.
You've got the range.
right now still, but that, you talk to your kids. This is a family decision, and I'm sure at the high school level, we may, we're not going to be the first high school to have kids in a high school level telling their parents one thing and then maybe doing something differently. At the same time, at the elementary level, I think it could be a very different dynamic. If there are real concerns at the elementary level, parents, just like any situation, we'd want parents reaching out to their teacher and to say, we have this stance. We really want our son or daughter to be wearing a mask. If you see my child having struggles wearing the mask in class, please let me know. That dialogue needs to be open at the elementary level. At the same time, we're not looking to, police this for our kids. We're looking to allow our families and our kids and our teachers to make these individual decisions. But at the same time, we want to have the communication with our families, so that if there is concerns, the family should be reaching out to the administration or to their teacher to talk to them about, this is what we really want to see for our child, and we would do everything we can, just like for any concern, to support that kid, that student, with that family's wishes.
Okay, so this is, the time of the night where I say the things that no matter what I say, somebody's upset with me. So here we go. I'm prepared to support this recommendation. It is my belief, looking at our local data, and I can think of several instances in the last 2 years where it was scary to have this responsibility. There is a parent spoke tonight about making a choice to vaccinate their children in the face of being scared, and I really appreciated that. That was the comment that stuck out for me tonight, making a choice in the face of being scared. And that is what this has been for people who think we take this lightly. We don't take this lightly. This has been the most daunting thing I will ever do in my life, and I raised 3 children. That being said, there were times when we have already veered away from the strict CDC guidelines, because there were times that, according to the CDC, we should have been virtual, and we looked at Radnor data, and we opened our doors and we brought the kids in, and that was scary, but we did it, and I'm glad that we did it, and we were very fortunate. And right now, the local data that we have, our vaccination rates, the conferred immunity, the number of cases, the declining positivity. All of that says to me that we need to do exactly what you're saying, Dr. Batchelor, which is, begin to return to normal. And there are families who are nervous and have trepidation. So I support that. I don't believe that that's an inherent my child, my choice vote. This is not for me. There are times when, other people make these decisions. And I know that there are times when people have strongly disagreed with me and with us. So my vote to support you tonight on this recommendation, without any amendments, I'm fine with the way it is. You have answered every question, and I do want to thank Ms. Dunn. You took a hit this week because I also gave you questions, tough questions, and they weren't all yours, and because I don't serve on curriculum, so thank you for asking them. But things could change, and it's not. This is not in totality just about parental choice. I get why people feel that way. I just don't agree with that. But that's all I have to say tonight. I will be voting to support your recommendation, Dr. Batchelor, and I'm grateful to everything you all have done.
Thank you, Ms. Stern. Dr. Babson?
Point of order, would you prefer that we present our questions first and then our comments, or?
Yes, I think that makes sense. That's the way it's been.
I actually thought we agreed totally differently, so that's why I made my comments now, and now I'm done.
This is the question and comment period. And why don't you start with the questions and then go into your comments if you have them?
Sure.
And we'll move along to others after that.
Okay, great. So first of all, the first question relates to page 28 of the presentation. This is to Mr. Bechtold and Dr. Dukevich. And both Mr. Moore and Ms. Stern have talked about the really quite surprising, in a good way, numbers. From the first draft of this presentation, fully vaccinated number for K-5 students was in the 40s something. And here we have a doubling. And now, as has been pointed out, I mean, you have to do 91% of the 76% response, which is like 68.4 or something like that. So, but that's minimum. I think I heard some people maybe commenting earlier, overheard that that's actually minimum. I mean, it's possible that the ratio of fully vaccinated responses could exceed that, and it could be, so 68.4% is actually a floor for that. So that changes things quite a bit. I mentioned before I took my son to the basketball game, which has caught some attention, even though the event was required vaccination and masking, but it's okay. Anyway, I did say that I had talked to Mr. Bechtold and Dr. Dukevich earlier in the day. We had a great conversation to cover my concerns and questions. That was my main concern. And this is something that Dr. Dukevich and Mr. Bechtold and I had talked about, was that you had this difference in vaccination rates of the secondary kids and the primary school kids. So that does change quite a bit. I would say my lingering concern then is the 2.5% number. And this is a really thorough presentation. This is something that I think we can all be proud of, the work that you guys put into this. So, but that 2.5% metric is a little squishy for me, precisely because it relies on self-report. And also, I think a commenter brought it up earlier, that the number of days that we have met that threshold is not very numerous. So I guess my question would be, could we do pool testing that would increase the validity of that number?
Excuse me,
So
please.
I'm directing my question to Dr. Batchelor.
Please
Thank you.
let the board members speak and have that. This is the business of the board here, and it would really be appreciated if you would let the board members speak and ask their questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we did, and it's a good question, we did look at the free state pool testing. The state provided us free pool testing to all school districts in the state of Pennsylvania this year. We did take the state up on that, and we piloted it. We had very few families. We piloted it in 5th grade. I think it was 5th grade where we piloted it. And we didn't have a lot of families take us up on it. It was very few, so we were questioning really the effectiveness of that. It was not required and not something we felt we could require. And it was also logistically very difficult. It wasn't as smooth as it was presented, and it created a lot of work and effort for very few student involvement. To the other point of your question, I mean, we have struggled and really gone back and forth. What is the appropriate guardrail? And I don't know.
I don't either.
We've tried to create the most appropriate guardrail based on our experience is what we focused on. And it does rely on our parents sharing cases with us. And that has been an issue for 2 years we've talked about. That 2 years, would we really know? But we had 200 cases in a week, because our parents let us know about them. So every time we've turned around that we thought we wouldn't know about cases, we continue to find out about them. And because our families have shared with our nurses, their child is out for COVID. So while we're probably not catching every case, I think the concept of using our experience is what I feel comfortable with. I can understand the questioning of the percentages. I mean, I question the 5% number, and the creation of that number.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question and then a couple comments, and then I'm done. So one question would be then, given that, is it possible that we could, and this is meant as a rhetorical question, or you can answer directly if you like, but looking on page 16 of the presentation, you have options 2A and 2B, and I know that CDC rubric is imperfect, but it's interesting to note a couple things. Number one, and the rubric is on, I'm sorry, I forget what page it's on, but there's one indicator that is very promising. It looks good. The case rate is in the 5% or something like that, and then, or the test positivity rate, sorry. And then the case rate, 7-day average, is in the 90s. And on that rubric, it says you need to look at the higher number. In other words, there's a bias there in favor of safety and security. The safer metric or indicator. So right now, one of those is in moderate. So one thing that I've been thinking of is, couldn't we just tweak 2A to say require mask mandates when the CDC county transmission level is in substantial, remove the mask mandate in moderate. And it's simple. It's very clear. And furthermore, this is part of my comment here, one more thing to comment, is that we are in a great place right now with transmission. I mean, as has been said, those graphs all showing the same trend. That's fantastic news. Let me tell you, I love wearing a coffee filter on my face for hours on end. It's a thrill, really. I absolutely love it. I love nothing more. But, with every freedom, there's a responsibility. So, what I was saying then is that a simple tweak like that, that other part of the metric, that is going to be in moderate. In other words, that 90 metric on the 91, thank you. That's probably going to be in moderate in like a week or two. So why can't we just wait? And that way we have.
All right, I would.
Sorry, but that's a rhetorical question.
Dr. Babson, audience, please, you may disagree with some of the things you're hearing, but when you were speaking, we did not say a word. I'm asking you to please show the same respect to the board members. This is the deliberative process, and they have a right to be asking their questions, and it is distracting, if not for the respect for each and individual board member, it is distracting for us to try to listen and follow along with the sounds from the audience. So I'm asking you to please hold your comments. If you want to make more at the end, there's a public comment session at the end. But for now, please, let us do this deliberative process the way it's supposed to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman. I'm almost finished. So in my opinion, that is a clear and very reasonable way to handle this. And I think that then we don't get into this back and forth about 2.5, which is kind of squishy. It's fairly clear. You go on the CDC website, and again, I mean, there's a little bit of wiggle room here, but we are going in that direction, and we should all be happy. It's kind of a bummer tonight. There's been so much acrimony, but we should all be in a good mood about this. That soon we will be in the situation where we have high vaccination rates, we have a trend going downward. As Dr. Pilpat said in her comment, let's just wait a little bit and go by these metrics that we can all sort of get on board with. I have other things that I could say, but for the sake of keeping the meeting going, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody else? Thank you, Dr. Babson. Mr. Jubileer?
Thank you. I just have one question, and then I'll make brief comments. We heard a little bit of the public sort of retort on the seating at lunches. Just, do you have a sense of, if we were to approve this plan, of about how much time it would take to get the tables, if it were deemed that it would be workable?
So right now, what would be the most workable for us is to make that change over spring break.
Okay.
And it would be the most workable just from the pure logistics of, you know, we went all out to try to get school opened, and trying to go all out 2 years ago and a year and a half ago to get school open. We knew we needed to space kids out. We had to move the cafeteria tables into storage off-site of our building, and we had to purchase extra desks. So there is a logistical hurdle we have of retrieving all those cafeteria tables out of storage, and then putting all these desks into storage, and then also selling and getting rid of some of the desks we will no longer need, hopefully moving forward. So there is the logistics behind it. Could we be done sooner? You know, I'm going to tell my operations team to put earmuffs on right now. Could it be done sooner? We could look to pay overtime and have a weekend, and we could try to do it sooner. We wouldn't be able to do all 5 buildings at once, you know, over a weekend. So there is a logistical challenge to it. And it also is, again, you know, I want nothing more to have our kids to experience as normal of an experience as they can, and to be trending and moving in that direction. I do think for our families that are struggling with this decision, I think things like lunch is going to help us as an intermediate step to continue with the lunches spaced, knowing that there is a plan that if things continue to move well, to reduce that 6 feet. So it's a long-winded answer. Sorry, Mr. Drew, I apologize.
No, and I asked it for the very reason I think there's a lot of, you know, there was questions about that, but thank you. I want to thank you. Thank the administration, our principals, staff, and teachers for the yeoman's job. My goodness, you've been doing to protect our students and community over the last 2 years. I'm fully in support of this plan. It's time for a new chapter. We passed the last chapter's test, which was safely reopening our buildings to in-person learning. We were among the first in the county, if not the first public school district to do so. We were a leader, and we'll be a leader again. I trust your recommendation on transitioning from a mask mandate to mask optional. I appreciate the due diligence all of you have taken since our last board meeting in January, particularly looking at how other area districts who've gone mask optional have fared. And we saw the results tonight, and that gives me great comfort. I know everyone on the board, regardless of positions on masks, cares deeply about the health and safety of our students, teachers, staff, and community. But for me, my answer is we are at a time where we have the opportunity to make a transition while the numbers are coming down precipitously and the vaccination rates in Radnor are high. The mental health toll of this pandemic, in addition to the learning challenges many of our children with special needs incur, and others, when trying to communicate day in and day out wearing a mask, has inflicted upon our students cannot be measured as easily as case rates, incidences, and positivity. It is learned through the many stories we've heard tonight and heard elsewhere from families, friends, and children, often quite heartbreaking. We have the opportunity to help our students' emotional and social well-being and allow them to connect at school again the way they're supposed to, facial expressions and all. I know and greatly appreciate and respect that many of the true professionals, the doctors, nurses, and medical folks, are not all aligned on this, but I'm comforted knowing that the gem in our backyard, CHOP, does see a path for districts like Radnor, who has been doing the right thing in fighting this pandemic to begin to move away from mandatory masking as a COVID mitigation measure. Our community, I believe, we've seen fairly overwhelmingly supports it, as well as nearly 2/3 of our teachers, staff. I guess the last thing I'll say is, if not now, when? I mean, when? And so, in full respect to Dr. Babson, who I greatly respect, I do, I argue that the data we should be using is the very data that you recommend, which is Radnor data. Not Delaware County data, Radnor data. And that is the experience that has been shown is we are beating that 2.5%. We're under it. And hopefully we'll continue to be so with everybody doing the right thing. You know, there's never a perfect time. We showed we could open schools safely when others weren't ready. We'll do the same here. I trust you, I trust our community, and let's vote and make this happen.
Thank you, Mr. Jubelier. Oh, Ms. Monahan over there, I see you. Your turn.
Thank you, thank you. I have a couple of questions and then some comments as well. So one question, I know the 2.5 has been asked about as far as like the rationale behind it and so forth, but how I interpret from slides 21 on, which were the factors to consider, is that we never just consider one aspect. It's always multiple aspects. And even though, like the CDC, if we were solely to rely on the CDC metrics as they've outlined, I think that's a mistake to solely rely on that metric, primarily because the CDC is concerned about the total U.S. And Radnor is so specific to, you know, our community and who makes up our community. So, I started with a comment as opposed to a question, but I'm assuming that even though it's a 2.5%, that you and the administration are considering every single aspect of these metrics.
Yeah, we have always taken into account all the different guidance, metrics, data, and have tried to balance it all. And I think that's what's given us the confidence over the last 2 years to make our own decisions, because we've weighed all the different data, all the different advice from the medical community.
And I think that that's where, you know, we trust the information that we've been given and, you know, trying to move this forward. I do have some questions on slide 39, and I know that the date set is Thursday, the 24th. And I'm primarily asking this question just for the benefit of everyone's understanding as to why it's that date. Can you explain why it's that date and not tomorrow?
Yes, and it's not just because tomorrow is, you know, going to happen shortly. It was because we wanted, once we made the decision, we need time to just communicate it. And we felt it was reasonable to take a day to communicate it to our community. We wanted to take a day to make sure we've communicated it to our teachers. If we want to, if it is critically important for us to make sure we create an environment, a climate, and a community that all of our students and staff feel comfortable making an individual decision, we wanted to have at least a day to share that, have a day for teachers to be able to you know, talk to their kids, talk to the students the following day as well, and just be prepared. So that's why we placed Thursday, so we could just have one day to make sure we communicate this. While we have a lot of families still here tonight, you know, there's a lot of people who I'm sure have gone to bed already.
And I understand with a number of special needs families that I had spoken to, there are a majority of, or a lot of students who are very anxious about it. So I think giving at least a day's time is a, you know, I'm okay with that, even though for me personally, I would want it sooner rather than later. And then last question I have is on slide 40, the large audiences. I know you clarified that. What have other districts
done in terms of sporting events and spectators. And I asked this kind of somewhat loaded in that I know basketball events that I've even attended at other schools that are mask optional, no one's wearing masks. So those same schools, you shared information or data that is the same as what we're seeing in Radnor. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale behind that. I know it's conservative, it's cautious, but,
So one of
and I
the-
know that's an administrative decision as well.
Mhm. So I can tell you, one of the schools that's close by to us that went mask optional earlier still required the distancing. I'm looking at Mr. Bechtold because he might remember that one. One of their health and safety plans still required, distancing in the plan itself. And that if they couldn't distance, I believe the plan said if when they can't distance, they're supposed to mask. Isn't that accurate of my read of?
Yes, I believe that is accurate.
So, in order to go, to mask optional, they still have in their health and safety plans that when you're not afforded 3 feet of distancing, you're still supposed to mask. Now, whether they are doing it or not is a whole nother question. We have not put that exact specific in our plan because we know from an instructional standpoint that we want to give our teachers, as soon as we can, some opportunities, and recognizing that we actually took away the 3-foot distancing back in August. In August, we changed our health and safety plan to talk about to the maximum extent possible because we wanted our educational program to be more normal than it was the previous year. We wanted our educational program and our teachers to be doing labs, to be doing things working with kids. Yes, we were still distancing as best we could, but we wanted to start to give some freedoms in how you make a choice and how you instruct the kids. We've never, as a school district, dictated, classroom arrangements and where teachers put desks and those pieces. So to answer your question is, those districts, most of them who moved quickly to mask optional, I believe still put in their requirements that once you go under 3 feet, you have to mask. So it's actually, their requirements are more strict than what we're looking to do right now moving forward.
Okay. Those were really my only questions. I do have some comments that I'd like to just kind of generally share. I mean, I think from the beginning, we've all kind of done the best we can under the circumstances, and I can honestly say that this is not what I expected I was going to get into in 2019. I don't think any of us did. But COVID is not the risk that it was a year ago. Between vaccinations, boosters, also knowing that COVID's not going to go away, where we have historically focused on the physical health and safety of our students. At the beginning of the pandemic, I think it's now time for us to focus on the health and wellness and, social, emotional, on our students. And Dr. Rubin, in addition to all the quotes that you had shared with us, there's some additional things that he did in a Q&A recently at the end of January that I thought really hit home for me. He said, we need to start learning to live with this virus now, akin to other viruses. This is about individuals now having ability to navigate their own sense of risk and trying to help transition communities back to normal. And it's time to get back to work and back to school and try to take that push to normal. The risks now of not addressing children's learning loss or pandemic anxiety are now much greater than the virus itself for most individuals. So I fully support this, and I think I was going to get into the specifics of exactly why, but it would be repeating everything. I think there are a number of inconsistencies in our community. For example, just knowing 65% of our high school students do athletics, and I use that as an example just because my kids are in athletics and I'm very familiar to it, but 65% of these kids practice and compete with other schools completely unmasked. So you have 65% of the high school population, I don't know what the stat is for middle school, but they're fully unmasked, they're playing an active sport, and it's okay. And
we have not seen any direct impact to that. Outside of school, friends are socializing without masks. Our community, we are eating out in restaurants, myself included, socializing in bars, shopping, working out in gyms, we're, unmasked. I truly believe that Dr. Batchelor and the administration is attuned to what's going on from a local health standpoint, as well as what other districts, and then CHOP Policy Lab. How often, you probably speak with superintendents, every day you probably speak with one or more superintendents. So I do understand those who are concerned, and I think that principals will work with them to provide a solution that best meets their needs. But again, I fully support this. COVID's not going away, and it's time for us to kind of get back to normalcy.
Thank you, Ms. Monahan. Anybody else? Ms. Duffy?
I have a few, most of the questions have been asked. I do have one that I asked in the curriculum that I thought I'd like to ask again. In your letter on February 11th, stating your plans to go with this recommendation, you encouraged families that would have specific concerns to reach out. And as of last week in the curriculum meeting, it was, to my knowledge, there was one family that had actually done that, and I was to the building principals. He encouraged people that might be concerned. Is that still the case? Have we heard from many more families?
I think we're at total of 2, is it now? Or no? 5? Is it, what are we at?
By my estimation, it's 5 or less,
5, okay.
Total K to 12. I don't know, Mr. Bechtold, if heard the others, but
No,
it's under 5.
I would say we got flooded with people that were in support of the recommendation, and then I would agree that we're about 5 or 6 that would, that had concerns or that reached out.
That's encouraging, and I think we're all concerned about people that, might have difficulty transitioning and have specific concerns, and so I appreciate that you said you really wanted to work with the administration, the building principals will work with those people to try to accommodate and make them feel as comfortable as possible. I'm also encouraged by the fact that, especially given the new studies highlighting the benefits of one-way masking with high-quality masks, that we are providing those who are going to choose to continue masking with the option of a quality mask when they go in. I know my kids have been taking these when they walk in the door, but it'll be nice that we offer that, and it's good news that the younger kids will have properly fitting masks, because I think we heard a lot about masks that fall off and really aren't doing their job. So for those that will choose to have the protection, that is good to know. I think all my other questions were really asked. I know there's been some, I'm just going to say to the public right now, there's been some discussion about some of the questions that were asked in the curriculum meeting. I actually really appreciated that we had that extra interim step. That was the first time we got to see the plan, and that's part of our process. That's the deliberation process. We ask questions to get better informed, because this is an immense responsibility. I think Mrs. Stern said it right. We have to, this weighs heavily on us. And as Mrs. Monahan said, we didn't really sign up to be public health experts. So we've been trying to do the best we can. So I think there was a lot of people jumping to conclusions on where everyone was, but that was really us doing due diligence, asking questions to be better informed so that we could be thoughtful this last week, so that we can come here with, with better information and be able to make our decisions. So I will say a big thank you to all of you. I know I can appreciate how much work went into putting this recommendation together. And what I see is just an immense amount of consideration. I see, you've consulted with different constituencies, different circumstances. We have health experts. We have dialogue with other districts. And then the deliberation, which I know went on within, among the administrators, like what can we do? What can we feel comfortable? And they're taking everyone into consideration. The people who are going to have a little more, need a little more help getting comfortable with this new reality. And I appreciate this whole idea of, really creating a culture where we respect everyone's individual choices. So I'm glad that's on your radar. I'm glad that's the message. And I'm glad that you talked a little bit about, why a day if we approve it right now, because I do think getting that message out, preparing people is considerate. I'm very comfortable that we've reached a point where we can responsibly move to this mask optional. As I think it's already been stated, we're at a different place than when we initially put these mitigation efforts in place. And I think almost everything was said. I also think that I'd like to, it is a shift in my mind, but we were concerned about the physical and the unknowns that we knew about the virus. Now, it really is about the social emotional health of our kids, our students. And so I fully support it. I trust, I think you've really played this right all along in terms of the recommendations, knowing when is the right timing. That's another thing. This is the first time that we've had the administration recommend that we go mask optional. This has not been before us until tonight. So, this is not like, and honestly, I can look back to January and say that was the right move because, in Marble Newtown, they went virtual for a week because they, and then they went back to mask mandates, So I really feel that that you have managed and you have kind of navigated the timing right and put this together. So I am comfortable and I will support moving them.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Anybody else on the board have any further questions or comments? I'm sorry, Ms. Solomon, did you have your hand raised? Nope. Ms. Dunn?
I'm actually going to take my mask off to give this comment. Oh, yeah, I know, it's shocking. You've all wasted an evening coming because this is going to pass. You all, gave so much faith to social media. You didn't trust that when we said we were going to follow the science, we were going to do that. This has actually been one of the hardest votes I've made on this board. It has kept me up at night. It wakes me up at night. I have people in the community who have reached out to me and said, I have faith in you and the board that you are taking care of us. That I, as a teacher who have students in the district and children who cannot be vaccinated, I know you will vote not to take away the mask mandate. They've said that to me. They said, I've seen you talk. I know you wouldn't do that. I know of teachers who are fearful of coming back to the classroom, and I'm afraid of the kids who are fearful that their teachers won't be back, that their teachers will be leaving because they have immunocompromised family at home, they have young children. I don't want to close schools. I also got lots of nasty emails, and frankly, they're nasty. Calling me stupid, calling me old, telling me to get my head out of my butt, and that was not the nice term that was used, and saying that we don't pay attention to the science. This, as Ms. Duffy said, is the first time it's been before the board. Dr. Batchelor has been careful to keep this board updated. He's given us guidance and information about the types of things he was thinking about. This came in December. I didn't say anything in December because it was irrelevant. Omicron had just hit. The numbers were going to spike. They did. Thanks to the administration and the teachers who really, really stepped up and gave of their free time in a school day to cover for their peers who were out sick, we didn't have to close. But we were pretty close, and I appreciate you admitting that because I think that if we get another wave that's bad and we close, people should not be surprised. This is not going away, but when I think about it and when the real challenge I have is that I really respect people who are now on both sides of this, right? People who say, but Sarah, look at the science, and they're talking about two different sets of information, or they're interpreting it differently. So the reality is, do I wish vaccination rates were higher at our schools? Yes, but I was really excited to see the numbers at the elementary school. That was really, really compelling to me. I haven't forgotten those pre-K kids, though, who can't be vaccinated. So we know there are people, in addition to students in our district who have health issues where they can't be vaccinated. And teachers, the same thing. So I recognize that there are people for whom this is a burden. that we're placing on them, and that we have tried to make decisions that were for the best of the community. And the problem is sometimes the balance shifts. And we have to make decisions. We've talked about it. We're aware that there's concerns, especially the young kids, especially the kindergartners and first graders who have been in school with masks, who struggle with development because of the masks. It's been a good decision. It's time to move on for them. But I echo what Mr. Moore said. Teachers don't have to take off their masks. Students don't have to take off their masks. I don't know that my kids will. And I know for a fact there are kids, I've talked to parents who've said, my kid won't unmask because I'm the sole breadwinner, and if I get sick, we don't have an income. And that's a burden for kids, but that's how they feel. There've been allegations this evening that it's fear, that we all live in fear. Maybe, but maybe we all just live a different reality than the other people. I'm reminded, Mrs. Goldman, you may not even remember this, when COVID first hit and we had these meetings, you asked the community to be patient and to show each other grace. And it was such a model of a thing to say, and I thought it wasn't really necessary. I thought maybe it was flowery at the time. Boy, was it prescient. This community, what we need to do is give each other grace. So if you're a really ardent mask supporter and you see neighbors who aren't masking, you know what, don't judge them. Maybe they just got over COVID, right? They may not need to mask. And maybe they're willing to take those risks. And by the same token, if the kid next to you in school or the person at the grocery store is masking, don't judge them either. You don't know. They may be headed to a family wedding. They may be headed to hold new babies in the family. They may live with somebody for whom getting COVID really is a life or death issue. And so what I would hope that this community could take from this meeting is that we're all learning, we're all talking, we're all having civil discourse. And in doing so, we're reaching, hopefully, the best decision for this community. So to the people whom I have disappointed, I apologize. To the teachers who felt that I would vote differently, I'm not sure it would have made a difference, but I apologize for not meeting their expectations. And I hope that this goes well. I wish I had the same faith and confidence that Mrs. Duffy does, that this is going to be great, we're all going to be fine. I think we all thought that last summer when we were all unmasked and enjoying life. And I hope that this is truly the endemic stage, and that we all also learn from this a lesson in civil discourse.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Mr. Moore?
I promised I would wait till everyone else had a chance to go before I returned to the comments I mentioned earlier.
I had a note, yes.
Would you like to go ahead first, or would you like me to go?
No, you're more than welcome to go.
All right, thank you. Actually, addressing something that Mrs. Dunn said and a question Dr. Babson that you asked, which I think is a really great question, when you were asking about 2A. Why not something more like 2A? And why now? Why not wait until March? And it is not lost on me that where we are right now is the case counts. We're coming into substantial. We're about where we were in August, where after July, we had great success in our summer program, but we were in the level low. That's under 10 of Sunday average for cases per 100,000. So, why wouldn't we be more like we were then, where as cases started rising up to where they were in August, now we're kind of going on the other end of the roller coaster. Why wouldn't that mean wait till March? And, I took a look at the CHOP Policy Lab modeling, which has not been perfect or always correct, but it's also one of the best in the business. And cases are projected on their model. It hasn't been updated in about a week, but cases are projected to be in the teens in a couple of weeks, if not below that, by mid-March. But again, does that mean, should we do this now or should we wait 2 weeks? And so I think there are a couple differences, though, about that circumstance and where we find ourselves now. So I'd like you all to take this into account, before you make your final decision. Number one, we have the vaccination and we didn't have it at that time, particularly for the younger age group. And I really thought, my expectation was, sitting here in December, I had marked the date on my calendar, which was exactly 5 weeks after our first vaccination clinic for that age group. My expectation was that was going to be the date the superintendent would say we recommend mask optional. And then Omicron happened, and that changed everything. But that was what I was expecting. But we should take the vaccinations into account. That's a difference between where we were in August and where we are now, even if those case numbers are about the same. They're declining now, even if they were about the same end of August and where they are now. Also addressing the point, Dr. Babson, I think you raised this, in your inquiry about why not do 2A. That reflects the CDC categories. And Mrs. Monahan, I appreciate your emphasizing what the administration has been saying to us all along about looking at multiple sources of information. One thing about the CHOP Policy Lab that has been helpful to us all along is they are national experts who happen to be here in our local area, which gives us an incredible amount of access to them that other districts don't have. Other districts can read the same blog posts and guidance that we can read, but our superintendent is able to consult on a regular basis with experts from both CHOP and University of Pennsylvania. We should not forget Dr. Brennan and his contributions to our analysis. So thank you for reminding us of that. So that's another difference between that situation and a possible answer to the question, well, why do this now? Why not wait a couple weeks when it's a little bit better? It's a fair question. It's a good question. But I would suggest that we look at that before making a decision one way or another about will we wait or not. And looking at just the blog post guidance, not necessarily what Dr. Batchelor has access to into superintendent meetings, this quote about, communities experience a declining case incidence. By the way, that it wasn't actually authored by Dr. Rubin. That's over Dr. Gerber's byline. So that's, not just one person's idiosyncratic point of view. But I will say that he has, in subsequent interviews, identified what is happening in southeastern Pennsylvania now in February, not earlier, now in February, as that level of declining case incidence that makes him comfortable with making a shift to a policy where masks are not necessarily mandated at all the time. So we have a local expert who's giving us local information and advice, and I think that's very helpful to have. What about if things are going to go badly? What if there's another variant? What if the CDC updates their guidance and then, makes some of this discussion look moot? What if the Delco Health Department finally catches up to what we maybe were expecting would happen earlier and offers some guidance? Well, one great thing about this plan, I think it's a great thing, it's a big part of what I'm taking into account, is what it appears at the bottom of page 6. The board authorizes the superintendent to implement mandatory masking at the superintendent's discretion. I don't think something horrible is going to happen. I don't think there's going to be a variant that is suddenly more severe, but it could happen. But if that does happen, we have a tool in this health and safety plan that allows the superintendent to act quickly and decisively in consultation with the experts that he continues to consult with. We take a broad-based national guidance approach and we turn it into a focused and local-based approach. It's not masks are gone forever. Some want that. I respect that. I respect the advocacy for that. I do not agree with it. I think we have a nuanced plan here. This option 2B is part of that nuance, and this authorization for the superintendent to act if he feels it's necessary in the interests of all of our students, he can do that. I mentioned, my 4-year-old earlier. I, of course, have 2 kids who are enrolled in one of our elementary school buildings. I thank you. I've had conversations with them about the fact that, things could be changing, and their views on this are private between me and them. But I really appreciate also your answer, Dr. Batchelor, to the question about setting expectations in our buildings, because as a parent, I really wanted to set their expectations. So what their views are, as I said, they'll be private. But I'm comfortable saying what my views are. I am ready for my kids to take their mask off. I'm comfortable with that. They are fully vaccinated. I think they will be okay. If something happens where things get worse, you are empowered to put the mask mandate back on. I was listening to Supreme Court arguments in the Pennsylvania Supreme Court about redistricting. In our system of government, if the governor and the legislature cannot agree on a new congressional map, it goes to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Over and over and over again in these oral arguments, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court said, we do not find this to be an appropriate judicial role, drawing political boundaries. But by law, we must. That is the system. And that's the kind of decision we are facing here. But one other thing I like about the nuance and flexibility of this plan is it puts operational decisions in the role of the person who should be making operational decisions, the superintendent. Now, if things go wrong, if we as a board think that there's a mistake, or we could always call a special meeting, we could wait for the next meeting. There's even something called an emergency meeting, although if you read the board policy carefully, it is a very high bar for what qualifies as an emergency meeting, and I'm so thankful that we have not yet as a district had to cross that bar. But if board members, I know you know our policies, but if you want to refresh, you can read that definition of an emergency meeting again. But if there truly was an emergency, we could come back and change this. But I would suggest that we try to take on that attitude that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court had and say, let's do what we must. Under the legal mechanism in place now, we must vote on this plan, but the extent to which we can have the people who are the operational experts making operational decisions, I think that's something we should consider seriously.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Solomon indicated she has comments she wants to make, or questions.
Yeah, I'm going to be really brief because I was able to state my questions really in the curriculum committee meeting. I do want to just make some comments to the public and to my fellow board members. I really firmly believe, to my colleagues up here, that you all have the best interests of the children in the community at heart. And I think you guys can hear how much we have wrestled with this over the past 2 years. I've heard a lot of you say, you're done with it. Well, you know, we're also exhausted with this. None of us in this room asked for this. We didn't create this to torture children or your families. We've been called horrible things. You know, we didn't ask for COVID, and, you know, now it's at the community level to decide. And I feel like, you know, COVID it's knocked a lot of people. You know, I think it's created so much anger in the community. People, not the community, the whole country, the world, people are mad, and people have different opinions about it. And I just want people to know that I heard tonight, I came in and I really didn't prepare anything. I wanted to listen, and I hear you, and I heard so much pain, people expressing pain about, you know, their experience and the experience of their children with masking. And I get that. It's not ideal to mask kids. None of us think that's a good thing to do educationally in any regard. Well, COVID's not a good thing. I mean, this has just been really a struggle. So I just want to say that we wrestle with this. So I don't feel we have really optimum options because we're faced with an unprecedented public health crisis. And so I just want to share that everybody has a little bit different spin on this. So from my experience with it, I work in a place where vaccines are mandated, where masks are mandatory. We have very medically fragile children. So I'm very partial, I have to be, because I live that in my reality, I'm very partial to being cautious about this, because that's the group I deal with. And I understand that's not everybody's, you know, the majority of people, you're fine and your kids are healthy and you're done with it, and I get it. But I just have to say what I have seen. I know people that are fully vaccinated, fully boosted, and they're on their 3rd round of COVID, and they are support staff and teachers who have gotten sick at school. They have young children at home. It's gone ripping through their families. I know one teacher of ours came back from a maternity leave with a 3-month-old baby at home. She got COVID, the baby got COVID. A 3-month-old baby, like, we don't know what that does to the neurology of a small child. So I'm just saying these are people in our community as well. And so I think it is time to move towards whatever the new normal is. I just want to explain why I'm cautious about it, because of my reality. And I would wonder if, this may not be popular, but if we should also, if we decide to go mask optional, if we should also make a statement that, and this is a fact, that the CDC does still recommend that you wear masks when you're indoors. So it's your option, you know, but that we should say, I mean, people have all different opinions and there's lots of different people out there, but we're still under a government that, you know, has the CDC, and they're still recommending that we do this. So should we not also offer that guidance to families and students as they make their choice? That, okay, we're going to, you know, let everybody make what they think is best, but just also give them some guidance that they may not know that that is still there. There's lots of people saying all kinds of things, but, and people trying to discredit, you know, at some point you've got to say, well, you know, I do trust Dr. Fauci. You know, I think that he earned his position, you know, and you may not agree with that, but he's still, you know, an esteemed expert in our country. And so you may have somebody else that you quote, but they're not at the same, you know, to me, level of status in the country. So I don't know. I would prefer to be more cautious. I could support this. I don't know if anyone's interested in also just adding, you know, that it is still the recommendation that you wear a mask indoors. That it's your choice, but that, you know, and that's, you know, that is a fact that that's still the case.
And thank you, Mrs. Solomon. The only tricky piece with the CDC guidance is that the CDC guidance is guidance that has been created to govern our whole country. And when you look at the CDC guidance, it shares, and it could be changing. So, and as Mr. Moore said, we have no idea what it's going to exactly change to.
Well, that would make it a lot easier. Maybe we're 1 week too soon.
But yes, so we don't know if, you know, last week it was supposedly coming out tomorrow. I'm not sure the status. Oh, today, yes, we hit the today point, yes. So, and the other piece with the CDC guys, because it's geared and written towards for the whole country, when you really read through the whole page on masking, and it's not just one sentence, you know, mask, it is, you know, you should look to mask indoors. It then talks about other factors for making that decision. And some of those other factors are vaccination status in a community, hospitalizations in the community are all factors that should be included. So my only challenge would be is that I think we do want to inform our community and want to inform them that, you know, and that's why we've included the CDC guidance, the American Academy of Pediatrics guidance, and the CHOP policy guidance in all of our presentations, because we do want to inform our community. I just would be cautious about just focusing on one because we've looked at so many. But I think that message, though, to our community as we move to, you know, no longer require masking, that it is important for each individual to educate themselves on what they want to do in their decision.
Did you have more, Ms. Solomon? No? All right, so I think everybody's had an opportunity to comment except for me. So I'm going to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank the community. We have heard, 80 comments tonight. I don't know what my inbox looks like. If I have not gotten back to you, I'm still happy to respond tomorrow if you'd like me to, but I just want to let you know we value feedback. We may not always agree, but you should know that every member of this board does welcome and value feedback. It does inform what we do. It's not necessarily always the sole determinant. There are lots of other things that are going on, but I want you to know we're glad you're here. We appreciate what you had to say, and I hope that you have had the opportunity to see what the deliberative process is for us. We take this really seriously. We are spending an inordinate amount of time, and have been for the past number of years, trying to make decisions that are going to be in the best interest of a community that doesn't always agree within the community. So I just want to say thank you. I want to thank my fellow board members. I think your questions and comments were thoughtful, informed, interesting. I appreciate all the thought and energy you put into them. I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about this. And I also want to thank the administration, because you've put a lot of time and energy into thinking about this, crafting it, taking in all kinds of perspectives from every which way possible. And all I can end up saying is that none of this is simple. Just like every other issue we have had to navigate since the pandemic began, we've done it with virtually no roadmap and multiple valid considerations and concerns that our stakeholders bring forward that sometimes conflict with one another. In case no one's noticed, sometimes we don't all agree on everything in Radnor, and that's okay. But from these differing views, we have had to come up with one decision, and that's not easy. As far as tonight's decision goes, I believe we are at an inflection point, just as we have been at many other times over the past 3 school years. As far as I'm concerned, there has never been any absolute certainty that a particular decision is right, but we've made them, and I think given the givens, we've done okay. I have great faith in our superintendent and our administrative team. Dr. Batchelor has been the ongoing nexus for us of the myriad of factors in the pandemic that could and have impacted our educational program, not the least of which is keeping one another healthy and safe, but also keeping our buildings open through the ability to have enough employees to operate our buses and food service, let alone staff our classrooms. Managing the day-to-day of the district is his charge, and he brings us, the governing body, lots of data, concerns, and experiences from in and around Radnor that shape his team's recommendations that I believe have served us well. While it may be that the pandemic isn't over, and it has been and very well may remain unpredictable, there are other serious student issues that need even deeper intervention and attention. These include student academic, behavioral, and social emotional struggles that have been attended to for the students who have them through the heroic work of our staff. And yet many of those staff members tell us this work will be even better served if we make this change. So there is a window of opportunity to lean in even further on these challenges now, when both the presence of this disease is at its lowest here in a long time, and protections like vaccines are available to almost all of those who are in our school system. The future doesn't offer us any guarantees relative to what we have now. So I will be strongly voting in support of the changes to this health and safety plan as proposed by the administration. Yet, I fully recognize that this is not welcome news to some in our community, and therein lies one of my biggest concerns that's been stated here a bit tonight. The administration has spoken of a plan it's crafted to provide support to everyone, regardless of what happens with this vote. And I believe that the success of that plan relies on all of us acknowledging that different points of view and needs are legitimate and must be respected. We as adults have an ongoing and significant role to play in helping our students respond to disappointment and stress. These are teachable moments for fostering respect and resilience in the face of adversity, and I hope that is for sure one of the things we all agree as adults here in Radnor is something we are going to lean in to do. As Dr. Batchelor has said over and over about the pandemic, the only constant is change. I think that's true about life in general, and we've all certainly been put to that test over the past few years. It's time to move to this next phase, and I fully support it. With that, I am going to ask my fellow board members if there's any further deliberation that they would like to make before I call the vote.
So I would like to take up Ms. Solomon's suggestion that we add some kind of language that the leading infectious disease authority in this country, who has often been cited in our conversations, by the way, and in our decision-making, the CDC, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, and these organizations don't often agree with each other, by the way, they are unanimous right now that there should be masking in substantial or high transmission. Some kind of language to that effect. I think the only caveat here, though, is that if the CDC is coming out with some kind of possible change today, then perhaps that's not something that we would do. But I wanted to sort of throw that out there as something.
Forgive me, Dr. Babson, are you asking about the communication that's coming out from the district?
No, what I'm talking about is the CDC updating their guidance. That at some point the CDC could be updating their guidance on what they're recommending for masking in school.
So I'm not sure, are you proposing an amendment? I mean, well, I'm not sure exactly how you're channeling that thought.
Deliberation means conversation. So I'm just putting it out there that perhaps following Ms. Solomon's idea, that we put some kind of language in there that the CDC and/or the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends for the reasons that Ms. Solomon outlined.
Point of order, Ms. Goldman. So and I'm trying to move your conversation forward, Dr. Babson. Ms. Solomon, maybe you could clarify, because when I heard you speaking, I heard you kind of making, sharing a thought that perhaps in communicating this plan to the community, perhaps Dr. Batchelor could mention that those are the recommendations of the CDC and to your point, also the AAP. So I heard your comment less about making a change to the health and safety plan, but rather a request that Dr. Batchelor could incorporate that information, that piece of information into his communication.
That's what I heard as well. That's why I was asking. So,
and on a
Dr. Batchelor?
continuous basis, I would say.
Yeah. I would be comfortable with, again, I'm glad I gave myself 24 hours. I would be comfortable. I would be comfortable in sharing with the community that this is an individual decision for each family and staff member to make. Comfortable sharing that, please, make sure you're aware of the guidance that is there from the CDC and listing some of the guidance that is out there. I would be comfortable with that.
Okay.
And Dr. Babson, just to be clear, in the spirit of deliberation, I know you haven't made a motion yet. You're not suggesting we change the health and safety plan itself. You're asking administratively the administration to emphasize that guidance. By way of feedback, if you were to change the health and safety plan, I think the place to do it would be the first bullet point in the column on page 6, where it says RTSD supports anyone who wants to wear a mask, and we encourage unvaccinated individuals to wear a mask. Is that sentence already capturing what you're looking for in the plan itself? Or is that something, if you were making an amendment, well, let me put it this way. If you were going to make an amendment, that'd be the place to do it. But I would suggest you look at that sentence and perhaps consider the extent to which it may already capture some of the sentiment that you're looking for.
Thanks for that suggestion. I mean, if it would go anywhere, I would say it would go on page 5, where it says Radnor Township School District will permit visitors, students, and staff in grades K-12 to determine their masking status. Some kind of parenthetical there around that part of the health and safety plan, this is page 5, that the current recommendation of the CDC is in substantial or high transmission, that, masks should be worn.
Dr. Batchelor, Dr. Babson, if I may just offer.
Sure.
I hear what you're saying, and I think, I appreciate Dr. Moore, Mr. Moore was kind of pointing out.
Do not, no, I'm not a doctor.
I know, Mr. Moore was pointing out where one could propose a motion. I would say that as a communication to the community, my thought on that would be that Dr. Batchelor will probably convey and impart the essence of what's in that statement that you're mentioning and that Ms. Solomon mentioned far more effectively in his communication to the community.
I agree.
Than will ever be picked up in the nuances of this
Right.
health and safety plan.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I think that sort of dovetails with my initial.
You mean people read my communications more than they read our health and safety plan?
Tough call.
All right, so I am looking to call this vote. Mr. Jubileer?
Yes.
You're
I make a
Something
motion.
left in the deliberation phase of this
Oh, we
meeting.
ready?
Oh, we already made the motion and second.
Oh,
Mr.
we did?
Jubileer.
So I am going to call
I'm
the
ready to do
vote.
it again.
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Goldman?
Mr. Jubileer. I
Ms. Goldman?
can't, yes.
I'm sorry, I just had one more comment, and that's it. That's it. So, I'm hearing a lot of frustration. I want to repeat what I said earlier. We all actually want the same thing. I want my children, especially my first grader, to be able to learn language and have her language development improve without the use of math in classrooms. We all want the same thing. So we should really see that, commonality. I think for me, the game changer really is the vaccination rate among the kindergartners. In the initial report, there was a response rate, I think, of 60-something percent.
It was 63%.
63%, and the result was 45. So that's 63% of 45. I mean, that's very low. And now you have a response rate of 76%, 91%. That's huge. That is a game changer. So that shows to me that we could originally I had thought maybe we could do this safely in secondary and not primary. But I do think that that is a game changer. So despite my reservations about 2.5% in that metric, I am also ready to support this.
Okay, so we are going to call the vote. The motion on the floor is that the board approves the administration's updated health and safety plan. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
It is, your hand, okay, it is 9-0, a unanimous vote. Wait, nobody wants to see the rest of the meeting? We've got more work to do, people. All right, thank you all for coming. We will resume the rest of our agenda, and that begins with maybe we'll do our committee reports now. How about that?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so, excuse me, I'm going to ask just people to please be quiet, just because we'd like to get out of here too and finish our business. So let's start with the curriculum committee meeting. Ms. Dunn.
So most of the curriculum committee report has been handled because we had the health and safety plan. And Dr. Batchelor gave you all a summary of the summer math program at Radnor Middle School. When we met on Tuesday, February 15th, we also got an update on the student technology. So if you have questions about the devices, I urge you to go back and look at that or review the presentation that was provided. And also to the members of the public who sent in requests that we add EID to the instructional calendar for 2022-2023. That is actually in consent agenda item number 14. We also asked the board to approve some costs for student trips.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Ms. Monahan, Facilities Committee.
I'll keep this very brief. The Facilities Committee met on Tuesday, February 8th, 2022. Meeting minutes were approved, and administration presented the district-wide long-term feasibility study, which I think Dr. Batchelor accurately captured or updated in his superintendent remarks. So next meeting is on March 8th.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Monahan. Mr. Moore, the Finance Committee report, please.
Yes, thank you. The Finance Committee met 2 weeks ago, last week? When did we meet? Last week. It feels like longer than that, doesn't it?
February 15th.
February 15th. I was there. I was chairing the meeting. I'm going to highlight just a couple things from the meeting rather than everything you see under financial action items. Number one, there's an item that is not so much a financial action item. It is a consequence of the fact that our business administrator is also our board secretary. That type of role requires him to handle certain kinds of resolutions, and there is a resolution to appoint me as a member of the DCIU board. Mrs. Goldman has a term that was expected to run into June, but she has determined that she would like to focus on other things, and so I have been nominated by the committee to move on to this board for consideration for the DCIU board to appoint me to complete that term. And should that go well, in June there will be another decision to make as well about how we will have a representative serving on that board. For financial action items, I won't go through all of them. The one I'll highlight that I thought was interesting was Crown Castle Fiber LLC. As was explained in the Finance Committee meeting, that contract is one that will change how our fiber optic lines work. Instead of a hub and spoke model, is Dr. Hand still here to shake his head if I get this wrong? It will be essentially the buildings connected to each other. That gives us some performance possible changes and also some redundancies if there are technical problems in the system. So you can hear a little bit more from both Mr. Pauling and Dr. Hand describing how that system works if you watch the committee video. And then finally, we had a very substantial budget presentation. Please watch it. There were a lot of great questions from committee members about the budget. This is step one for our preliminary budget. Please send your questions and feedback to Mr. Pauling about how you like your budget presented, and then questions you have about specific items that the administration is proposing about how we manage the taxpayers' money and invest in our children's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Ms. Duffy, policy, please.
As the Policy Committee met on Tuesday, February 8th at 5 p.m., the committee moved Policy 204 on attendance and Policy 610 procurement forward to tonight's agenda for a second read for approval. Policies 611 and 612 are also on tonight's agenda for a second read to repeal, as their contents were incorporated into the procurement policy 610. The committee also reviewed policy 919 civility. The committee moved this policy forward to tonight's agenda for a first read. Legal counsel recommended that this policy be brought under review to clarify that the district's policy and accompanying AR on civility do not apply to public comment at school board meetings or committee meetings, since these public comments are regulated by policy 006 on meetings and public participation. While a first read of policy 006 was on the committee's agenda to discuss on the 8th, we ran out of time. It's a lengthy policy, so we only discussed about half, and the administration and policy committee members decided that we would continue the discussion at our next committee meeting on Tuesday, March 8th at 5 p.m. I do want to say that it was our last meeting with Mr. George Regal. We were sad to see him go, but excited for the opportunity before him. We are lucky to have a very deep bench, and so now we will be welcoming Dr. Scott Hand as our policy liaison, and looking forward to working with him next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dovey. Dr. Babson, the GRCC report, please.
So, first of all, I mean, if a tree falls in a forest, does anyone hear it? If a school board has a meeting with no audience, anyway, I tried that one. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right.
YouTube.
We do have, okay, all right. And then there was one. Okay, so the GRCC met on Tuesday, February 8th at 7 p.m. Mr. Petiti provided further updates to the district's redesigned website and fielded questions from the committee. He then provided a legislative update and highlighted issues of fair school funding, charter school accountability and modernization, and managing substitute teacher shortages. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Dr. Babson. And with that, we'll move into the consent agenda portion of consent agenda. Although board action is required, it is generally unnecessary to hold discussion on these items. With the consent of all board members, they are therefore grouped and approval is given in one motion. In the event a board member wants to discuss any item, the board president will move it to an appropriate place on the agenda. Does anybody have anything on the consent agenda they want to pull?
Yes, I need to pull 10.01.
10.01. Okay, is there anything else? Dr. Babson, what do you want to pull?
I'd like to pull 14.02.
14.02. Okay. Anything else? I'm looking around. Don't see anything. Okay. So I would like to see if there is a motion to approve consent agenda items 10.02 through 16.04 without 14.02. Does that make sense?
So moved.
Yes,
No
so
10.
Second.
Hold on, guys. There's no 10.02. So it's just 11.01.
Right, I apologize. Okay, so 11.01 through 16.04, not including 14.02.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a second from Ms. Dunn. All in favor? That's 9-0. Thank you very much. Ms. Solomon, 10.01.
I have to abstain from this vote, being an employee of the DCIU.
Okay. Can
I'd
I
like
make
to
a
move
motion,
to
a clear
approve
motion?
10.01.
Are you making the motion, Ms. Stern?
Yes, I said
Okay,
I'd move to approve 10.01.
Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Dunn is seconding. All in favor? Okay, it's 8-0 with one abstention. Item 14.02, Dr. Babson?
Sure, I just thought it might be helpful to clarify that the teacher in service for Friday, April 21st, 2023 was done to accommodate the observance of Eid. I'm not sure how we would communicate that, but I know that there are people in the community that when they looked at the instructional calendar, they weren't quite sure what was going on there. So I'm not sure how we would tweak that to make that clear.
Can I just, we actually talked about this a little bit at curriculum, and I think the plan, I think the community that asked for it is aware of that change, and that in August, Dr. Bechtold is going to actually convene another calendar committee, and at that time, we may talk about making other changes and explanations on the calendar.
If I weren't such a Celtics fan, I would know that, so.
And
All right, Mr. Moore?
Also on this item, I very much support that change, and for that reason, since the calendar committee was mentioned, I am not voting against this, even though it still has an after Labor Day start. It was conveyed very strongly by the administration that we need the after Labor Day start because of the construction project at the high school. But I am hopeful that the calendar committee will revisit that issue before COVID. It's something that we were seriously looking into.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
I admire your consistency.
If there aren't any more comments, Dr. Babson, would you like to make a motion, move this item for us then?
Yes.
14.02?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second it.
That was Ms. Duffy as the second. All those in favor? Okay, it passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move into our reports from board liaisons. Ms. Solomon, the Delaware County Community College.
No report.
All right, that brings us to the Delaware County Intermediate Unit Board. And I was on the agenda for the February 2nd meeting because I put in my resignation. I have really enjoyed serving on the Delaware County Intermediate Unit Board. I have learned so much about the operation of that organization and the Delaware County Technical School. But now in this role of the presidency, I really wanted to have my extra evenings freed up so that I can immerse myself more in Radnor activities, which I've done, having gone to a number of sporting events and even the Black Student Union Talent Show, which was phenomenal the other night. I think there's another event coming up in basketball world. The girls basketball team won their game tonight, so they have moving on in districts, which is super exciting. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I heard
These are
something.
tomorrow night.
So my resignation went into effect on February 3rd, which means that I missed the committee meeting the following week. But thank goodness for Mr. Moore, who has so graciously stepped up to take over this role, and we have now approved that move as a board, and so he will be on the agenda for the March Delaware County Intermediate Unit agenda to be approved to take my place on that board for the duration of my term, which ends this June, as he mentioned. So I just want to congratulate you, Mr. Moore. Thank you for stepping up to take that important role over. The only thing I can really report from the February 2nd meeting is that there was the appointment of a new Director of Human Resources for a 4-year term. That's an important position, obviously, at the IU, given the depth of their employee roles. And I know at the committee meeting, there were, even though I wasn't there, I do know and have conferred with Mr. Moore, who was, that some of the things that they're working on is at the DCIU is refreshing their website. They have come forth with their budgets, which we will all be seeing as a board very soon, and Mr. Moore informed me that there will not be an increase to the Radnor Township School District, which was good news in that budget. And then in terms of facilities work, their Fulcroft campus, which Mr. Moore will become familiar with at some point, is getting a major overhaul, and that is where a lot of student programming takes place. So that's exciting news, and we'll be listening to updates from you, Mr. Moore, on how that project is going. So thank you again for indulging me with the DCIU report, and I'm now going to move back to Mr. Moore for the Delaware County School Board's Legislative Council.
As a reminder to the board, the meetings and schedule documentation for the Legislative Council meetings are all on the DCIU website, so I will refer you to them in the interest of time. I will make highlight one thing from our most recent meeting, which occurred on February 9th, and this highlight will also serve as the PSBA liaison update. Some of you may know Jennifer Hoff, who is a school director, who has now also been appointed to be an advocacy ambassador. She's a school director in William Penn, and so she may have emailed you. If she has not, you should email her. She would like to engage with everyone in southeastern Pennsylvania about how we can be even more focused and successful in our advocacy efforts. And that's a role that she is taking on with great enthusiasm, and I would encourage you to have conversations with her about that.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Radnor Township Parks and Rec, Ms. Dunn, Dr. Babson.
I got this one. So on Thursday, February 10th, the Parks and Recreation Board attempted to meet, but we did not have a quorum. So we were unable to conduct any actual business. However, we had a lengthy meeting where we discussed a number of things. I just want to highlight a couple of them for all of you. I doubt anyone's going to actually watch this meeting to this point, but for the board members' information, the Parks and Recreation Department has put up some signs around the community that say, "Let's be friends." They're really trying to encourage people to engage with them through social media to make sure that they're promoting all of their different recreational offerings. In addition, they are looking at the Fenimore Woods project, which has been a hot topic. They're also looking at making some improvements to Odorisio. So if you know anybody who lives in that community, I know they're really looking to get input from the community, and I'm hoping that there'll be another meeting in that area to focus on that. Last thing of particular interest to the school board is that they have a list, which I can share with people if you need it, of all the various parks owned by the township and recreational facilities, which includes the Sulpizio Gym, which they call the Radnor Athletic Center, which is over next to our middle school. And they've got all of them on a list currently because they're trying to create their capital plan for the future. And so the question is kind of where to allocate township funds in terms of improvements. So if any of you have feedback specifically, personally or as school board members, about which projects might need the most input or are most deserving of community funding, please feel free to let me know. And I'll tell Dr. Babson because he's going to the next meeting. March 10th, Thursday.
Thank you, Ms. Dunn. The Radnor Educational Foundation, Ms. Duffy.
We did not meet this month, but we do have exciting news. We have a new executive director, Mrs. Judy Trombetta. She just joined this week. So she has an extensive career in public service, focusing on improving communities and promoting public education. So we're very excited to have her on board. I'm actually going to meet her tomorrow. So looking forward to that. I have a save the date. The REF Gala looks like it will be Friday, April 22nd. I'm sure Ms. Trombetta will be working on that. And our fall grants are underway. I'm just going to mention one because it's championed by our very own Mrs. Klussman. And she's a very enthusiastic champion, along with Maureen McConnell, on a new revamp of the Radnor Middle School garden. And on February 12th, they were out there. They lucked out with a beautiful day in between the cold, and they many members of our community were working hard, raising all the beds. And so if you have a chance, if you're walking down, I guess if you know where Watershed is, you're walking around that corner down to where the bus loop is, if you look over, you can, take a peek and see it in progress. But there are other grants underway as well. I think I'll leave it to Mrs. Monahan. I'm sure she'll give a report of another one for the Radnor Committee of Special Education. I stole her thunder last time, so I'm not going to do it again this time. But our next board meeting is Thursday, March 24th.
Thank you, Ms. Duffy. Mr. Jubilee, or the Radnor High School Scholarship Fund.
Yes, no real report, just a public service announcement, because we haven't met since we last met as a board, so I gave a report last month. We're next meeting next Monday, February 28th. Just a reminder to our community and to our high school families with seniors that scholarships, our application period is still ongoing for this year's pool. They are due March 23rd, so it's important that they will be due before we are next together as a full board in terms of our business meeting. Applications, again, are available at the website, radnorscholarshipfund.com, or the high school's guidance office, and we encourage eligible seniors to check it out and take advantage of this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Jubileer. Radnor Page, Ms. Dunn.
No report.
Okay, and Ms. Monahan, the Radnor Committee for Special Education.
Yeah, I just want to highlight the exciting outcome we've had so far with the Shelley Moore Universal Design for Learning series that has been put on by the Pennsylvania Inclusion Collective, of which Radnor Committee for Special Ed is a part of, in partnership with the MCIU. There have been 2 sessions held to date out of the total of 4 sessions. The next one, or the third one, will be tomorrow night from 6 to 8 p.m., and the last one will be next Wednesday. They've had a total registrants of 260 educators and 650 parents, and they've had great live outcome in the first and second series, ranging from 345 to 438 live viewers. It's not too late to register for the one scheduled for tomorrow or for March 2nd. And this goes out to parents as well as educators who can earn Act 48 credits. If you are interested, you can either contact me and I can direct you to the appropriate person, or at the MCIU, basically, to register for that. That's it.
I think registration is closed.
No, there's
okay.
a special, I asked that question.
Okay.
So if they email this one individual, her name is.
Is that a recent thing, though, Ms. Monahan?
Yeah, I just got confirmation.
Because at one point, that woman had said that she couldn't take any more, but if it's open again, I just want to make sure.
I got confirmation from the committee yesterday.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that
Okay.
that is still factual.
Okay.
So.
All right, great.
Her name is Sarah Misner,
Uh-huh.
and she's at the MCIU.
Great, terrific. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It's been a very interesting series. All right, that concludes the board liaison reports, and that brings us to new business. Does anybody have new business? Seeing none, I'm going to move into the board announcements. Let's see, next Tuesday, March 8th, we will resume our committee meetings. 5 o'clock will be policy, 6 o'clock will be facilities, and 7 o'clock will be government relations and communications. All of those take place in the ground floor conference room at the district administration building. Then on Tuesday, March 15th, we will have curriculum at 5, finance at 6:30, again at the administration building in the ground floor conference room. And then on Tuesday, March 22nd, we'll be back here in this room at 7 o'clock for our regular business meeting. It is time for a second round of public comment. The board will provide an opportunity at each regular board meeting for eligible participants to comment on matters of concern, official action, or deliberation which are or may be before the board. The board requires that public participants be residents of the district, be taxpayers of the district, be persons with a legal or contractual right to address the board, be persons recognized by the presiding officer as having a special interest such that addressing the board would be appropriate, and then sign in with their name and address. Eligible participants must be recognized by the presiding officer and must preface their comments by an announcement of their name. During virtual meetings, public comments sent by email must include the commenter's name, street address, town, and topic to be addressed. Individual comments shall be limited to not more than 4 minutes as per Policy 6, Meetings and Public Participation. Administration will respond to general questions raised during public comment sometime after the meeting. Parents with questions specific to their child's educational experience are encouraged to contact their child's teacher and/or building principal directly. Should you be unable to attend this board meeting, comments can be submitted by email to boardcomments@rtsd.org or in writing to Mr. Michael Petiti, Radnor Township School District, 135 South Wayne Avenue, Wayne, Pennsylvania, 19087. I would like to just check, is an occupant of the room interested in making any public comment? You sure? Okay. Is there any emailed public comment, Mr. Petiti?
Yes, we have two.
Okay, thank you.
Eric Novak, 315 Bailey Road, Bryn Mawr. Another vote to end the masks amid declining numbers. Thanks. And Kelly Martin, Edge Hill Road, Wayne. Thank you to the administration for researching and putting together such a thorough presentation for our school board. This is a question for the school board members trying to insist we tie unmasking to vaccination data. When you learn that the COVID-19 vaccines available do not prevent infection and that the vaccines available do not prevent spread, what did you think? Can you comprehend it? Do you understand that this information means vaccination status and data on our students is meaningless to a K-12 school board? I know it's hard to break through your political narratives, but think of it this way. A polio vaccine prevents a person from getting and spreading polio. A COVID-19 vaccine cannot prevent infection, nor can it prevent spread. It might help to view the COVID vaccines as a way to help the recipient to have a less severe infection, like a therapeutic. This has no bearing on mass status of our Radnor students. This information is entirely meaningless to a school board. Thank you.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Dunn, okay. With all those in favor
flooded.
of adjourning for the evening, say aye. Okay, that's a wrap. Thank you.